Yes, 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 yes. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. I am so lit and excited about tonight's live. It is the viewer takeover, baby. I am stepping back and y'all are stepping in. So if you can hear me, mic check, 1, 2, 3, let me know and we will get this party started. I want to give a shout out to my moderators in the chat, Tanja J, Daryl Long, Reasons and Why, Linda Gamble. If I missed anybody else, I will spin the block and I will come back to you. But I so appreciate all of you. Thumbs up. Oh, loud and clear. But first of all, cheers. What we sipping on tonight? Cheers, everybody. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Thank you, Libra Soul. Reasons and Why. Yes, I really appreciate my moderators. Y'all do an excellent job. But most of all, I appreciate my members for rocking with me behind the scenes, honey. We got a lot of things coming in store for you as members for future in the short future. So just stay tuned for that. You can become a member of this channel just by clicking join. Pacino Rules is drinking Pinot Grigio. Yeah, Sherilyn Franklin says, love your hair, queen. Thank you, girl. Thank you. Well, are y'all ready to get this party started? Because I'm about to drop this link in the chat, honey. This is all about y'all tonight. Let me drop the link in the chat. And a shout out to Bridget Owens. Yes, you know what? I love you so much, Bridget. You do such a phenomenal job on Instagram and on YouTube. I really appreciate you, Bridget. So thank you so much for all of your support. Tanya Singleton, thank you for the super sticker. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So I dropped the link in the chat. Today we are talking Love and Marriage Huntsville, Reunion Part 2. Y'all, I got some clips that's going to get you started. So don't worry about your talking points, baby. I got some clips, some video scenes that you can kind of build off of and then go into what you want to say. The link is in the chat, y'all. I'm ready to get this party started if you are. But where's everybody checking in from, first of all? Let's see. Somebody said, who is that? Spicy says, it's all about justice for Shanquilla. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lala says, I can't wait to listen. Honey, you don't have to listen. You can actually come on and talk and give your perspective from your, just whatever it is, just from your viewpoint. I know y'all are not playing shy tonight. I know y'all are not being shy tonight. Okay, we got one. We got Elaine. I'm going to rock with Elaine. Elaine, if you can turn your camera on really quick, nobody can see you but me. I just need to make sure. All right, you're good to go. You can turn it back off if you want to. I can see you. You ready, Elaine? We're going to get this party started. All right, welcome to the stage, Elaine.
Hi, I just want to first tell you that I love your show. I love you have the perfect tone of voice for this job.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So what are your thoughts? I'm going to get your thoughts first. Tell us what you're thinking. We got Tasha Rain. So Tasha, I'm going to bring you up to, you know what? I'm going to bring y'all both up. Let's do this. Let me warm y'all up a little bit. Okay. Is that fair, Elaine? Or do you want to kick it off?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
All right. What's on your mind?
My thoughts are that I wish Melody would tell Tisha to shut up about these rumors about these things about her husband. Melody don't care and nobody else cares. And I've been watching the show since season 1, and Wanda was the one who started all the mess. She was on the show calling male whore and acting like wild animals and all that stuff. So Mel clapped back. When she claps back, she's turned, oh, you talking about my baby daddy? Well, y'all not together no more. Neither is Mel and Martell. So why would you get that angry about that? And Carlos King should have shut that down, because he showed her a response on the show. He thought it was funny. I don't think it's funny. And I don't think that represents Black excellence. I do. And people say Mel is shady. She has to be. This is entertainment. She has to be at some degree. This is entertainment. Everybody has to be. But to get that low, and the thing about the phone with Destiny, she's just I'm like Kimmy. She don't need to be on a reality TV show. She just doesn't because she has nothing. And they all want Mel, their storyline to be centered around Mel. And that's just not fair. You don't have anything, get off the show. Including Martell, get off the show. But anyway, that's all I have to say.
Now, stay up here for a second. I
Oh,
agree. I
okay.
agree. I'm going to play a clip for both you and Tasha, but I'm going to let Tasha come in. Tasha, what's your thoughts? Because I don't want you to lose your thought.
I just wanted to say, I watched the, I guess the after whatever with Carlos and Dustin. I watched both of them, the first reunion and the second. But the second one seems like to me Carlos is alluding to what he tried before and failed, which is to give the Scots their own show. And I think he's attempting to do that again by something that he said to Dustin on the second after the reunion review.
Well, so I would give my spiel, but tonight it's all about y'all. You viewers are the experts, so I'm gonna hold back and I'm gonna play a clip. Lady D's, I see you backstage. I'm gonna bring you up, okay? If you're ready, I see you. Feel free to stay on camera or feel free to turn it off, but I'm bringing you up, okay? All right, so I'm gonna play a clip really quick, and then I am going to start with Lady D's. So let me bring this up. And I want to get your reaction to this. Give me 1 second. Let's start here.
Destiny, a lot of people have demanded that you be fired from the show. They don't understand how you can be on a reality show and not share a lot of your personal life. However, you are in a relationship. Next to you is a pillow opposed to a man. What do you have to say about people feeling like, why are you on Love and Marriage Huntsville when you don't have a marriage and you're not in love?
Who said I wasn't in love?
People.
Oh, Lady D's, I'm going to hand the mic to you. What are your thoughts? Marita, I'll see you in the back, honey. I'll bring you up in just a second. Lady D's.
I so agree with him and everybody who has said that she don't need to be on the show. One is because she don't share her life. Most of everybody shares their life. Melody and Martell have shared their lives. One of the darkest moments of their lives. They've shared. The other ones, not so much. And Kimmy has shared one of the toughest times in her life with the audience. So,
What do you feel like? Hold on. What do you feel like Kimmy has shared?
well, her cancer story, unfortunately.
Okay.
But now anything else, no. Because it's like, okay, why you can't talk about Maurice being out after 4 p.m. or 4 a.m., whichever one it was. Why can't you share that with us? And also, Tisha and myself.
Okay. Tasha
Gosh.
Reigns, what are your thoughts?
About Destiny?
Just about that clip that I played. And then you can add on to that.
I really it's mine is like Carlos. I see something different. A lot of people feel like Carlos is calling them out, and in some instances he is, but then in other instances I think he's not really calling them out
I
because
agree.
Because questions he asks, he don't follow up. So if he's really calling them out, he would press them to get answers, not to just say something that we've said on social media, just for them to respond in the manner that they are and leave it at that. No, I and Destiny, oof. All I gotta say about Destiny is I don't agree with Stormy. And I just feel like that's a a fake relationship. I feel like they was rehearsed, and Destiny is aggressive. And I don't believe this story about she has a gag order about her and LeBeric's marriage. I don't believe that.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to that baby, yes, I would believe that. But these are two grown adults. It's something Destiny is hiding that she don't want to get out. And then that's another reason I feel like she will never say what she so-called has on Mel, because she know Mel knows the truth. And if she say whatever it is, which I don't believe it's anything, but if she says something, Mel will bust her bubble.
Mm.
So
Okay.
that's my take on Destiny. I don't believe that she can't talk about their divorce. They two grown adults.
Exactly. And nobody's a millionaire. Come on now.
Exactly.
And we're not
If
talking about Elon Musk. We're not talking about Kris Jenner and Corey, whoever. We're not talking about Beyonce and Jay-Z. Come on, Destiny. Elaine, what are your
Exactly.
thoughts? Elaine, before you leave, what are your thoughts on that clip, if you have any? I muted you. Hold on. Let me unmute you. There you go. Elaine?
Okay. I think she's lying about the divorce. Um I think he found something out about her that she has done, and it was just too much for him. I do believe he's a private person, but she, for one thing, she's a pathological liar.
Mm.
And she moves so sneaky. And the reason why things don't work out for her is because she's a part of, and I listened to your thing about the spiritual warfare. She's a
Mm.
part. Girl, you had me like, oh my God, this girl went deep. She's a part of that whole group of spiritual warfare, which
Legion.
she does. Legion, yes, that's what she was talking about, and she's a part of it. And the reason why things are not working out for her now, because you can't touch God's anointed. I'm sorry, you can't.
I
All of
love
it.
it. I love it. And I
You
agree. And
gotta
thank you.
stay. You can't touch God's anointed.
Mm. Come near, come far,
You
right?
come,
But you
you
cannot
can,
touch.
and she
Yeah.
has to realize that. And I got this on her, and she don't want me to say it. What is it? You've been saying that for years. What is it? What do you have on her? But I do. I want this. What I want to come out. I'm just curious about this phone thing. That's what I'm
Oh,
curious
I
about.
think we're gonna get some insight next week. I really think we are. But no, thank you so much, Elaine, for coming up. I'm going to
Okay.
bring up the next caller, which is
Okay.
Marita.
You have a
Thank
blessed
you.
day.
You too. Thank you. Bye bye. All right, Marita, I am bringing you up. Marita, welcome. Mic check 1, 2, 3. What's on your mind, Queen?
Hi, good evening, everybody. Um, what's on my mind? Well, kind of like to piggyback off the other two ladies. What Carlos told Destiny, I think that's just a little bit too late because she haven't given us anything since she's been on this show. We've only seen how underhanded and sneaky and conniving and backstabbing and two-faced and
Mm,
in the Bible it tells you either be hot or cold, don't be lukewarm, don't straddle the fence, take a side. And so this time she took a side, she took the Scott side. And I am wondering, everybody on that stage, well, Marceau, Letitia, Daphne said Mel don't take accountability for anything. And I have been racking my brains out, going back, watching other episodes to see what Melody is not taking accountability for. And sometimes, it's not even about being the bigger person. It's just to push things along, to get over certain things. You will apologize and you will ask for forgiveness. And you will say, I'm sorry, even though you know in your heart of hearts that you have nothing to apologize for, nothing to be forgiven for, just to keep the peace. You will take that hit. And I think that's what Melody has done. And yeah, Destiny did something terrible, something awful for a man to wait until you give birth. And when you give birth, and it was almost like the day you gave birth, that was the go ahead to say, tell my lawyer, go ahead, file the papers. And he didn't even give her the whole 6 weeks. He gave her 3 weeks after she had the baby and filed for, gave her the paper. He didn't file. He had been filed. He gave her the papers 3 weeks after she had the baby.
Yeah.
She's not going to tell us what happened. So we could just get over that. We can get over that and stop asking and stop wondering, and all we could do at this point is speculate. Yeah. And either you're going to tell your story or you're going to allow us to tell the story. So she's not telling what happened. And I believe, when Mel went back and apologized, asked LeBerick for forgiveness, and they sat down and had a heart-to-heart talk. Mm. Definitely don't want to tell whatever it is she got on Mel. Girl, tell it. Get it over with. But
it ain't nothing. I don't think it's anything.
I don't believe it's anything either. And Marceau did not have to tell her no, don't say nothing. But trust and believe everything that they think that they have on Mel got just that much more on them.
Let me say this. Even if she has something, you cannot open that Pandora's box without creating a dotted line back to everybody else. So Mel grown, let's just say if she did do something, I guarantee you, if it is, which I don't think it is, it's connected to everybody else. So how can you tell on me without implicating yourself? Michelle, thank you for the 2-piece with the super sticker. We appreciate it, love. I see you out there. Thank you so much. And somebody asked, they said, how old was Sugar Mama when Melody left Martell? I believe Sugar Mama was 3 months old. Am I correct?
She was 3 months old when Mel got to go. When Mel got to go ahead to go. When God said go, Mel left when Sugar Mama was 3 months old. And I was thinking about what the caller, I think before me said about when you dig, the Bible tells you not to touch his anointed. Mm. And I thought about the story of Joseph and his brothers. What they meant for evil, God turned it around and made it for good.
Always.
Everything that they put against Mel, God always flip it, and something good always come out of it. And Mel has been through the storm. She weathered the storm. And God don't give tough battles to weak soldiers. So Mel is strong, and she showed us how strong she is. And I know she have her moments, not moments of weakness, but moments of just wanting to go off. But then Mel looks at the bigger picture. She don't look at the right now. Okay, if I can go off on you right now, but what's going to happen later when I go off on you? What's the consequences behind me going off on you? It benefits me nothing. And they don't understand, all this time that they have been spending bashing Mel, throwing her under the bus, doing whatever it is they're doing, could have been spent on your business. Now you starting a new business. You say you're going into real estate. That's good. That's wonderful. But is it going to be like Madani?
No, I doubt it. Anything that Melody touches, I doubt it. But no, you ladies have been great. I got the next round waiting in the background. Feel free to recycle and come back up. I'm going to play another clip. I actually got a man in the background. Let's see. Marita jumped off. So I am going to drop you, Tasha and Lady D Keys. I'm going to bring up the next group. And then if you want to jump in on another clip, feel free to do so, okay?
Thank you for allowing me up.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. We got Terrell. Terrell, welcome.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're coming through clear.
Okay,
welcome to the stage. You know what? Let me say this, y'all. I forgot to say I have a 2-minute limit. I'm sorry. I didn't say that at first. Just to be able to get everybody worked through. And feel free to recycle, come back up. I'm just trying to keep it fair just in case people want to chime in a little bit. But go ahead, Terrell.
I just basically wanted to say I just find it disheartening that Mel sits there and takes all these hits And whenever she tries to speak, she can never get anything out because the people who are speaking with her are not giving her a chance to speak. They're over talking her. And I feel that they will never be able to get over stuff because if you have people that keep going over the same thing over and over again, and I'm talking about Tisha when I say this, you tried to ruin my marriage. Mel has apologized. She has said, I'm sorry, but you want her to just admit that she's wrong. But how can she admit if she's wrong if she says I'm telling the truth? So that's just my 2 cents on it. And I believe that Carlos is really trying to push the Scotts up, but it's not going to work. So that's all I had to say.
Let me ask you this from a viewer perspective. Why do you feel like it's not going to work?
Because none of them are telling the truth. Like, we keep finding stuff out from the internet that what they're portraying on TV is not true. Like, how do you have this multi-million-dollar company and you're facing a lawsuit?
It's almost like, do you feel like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, do you feel like he's finding things out in real time like we are as the viewers, as opposed to him, being a producer? You know what I mean? Like, I'm supposed to have in my opinion, a really good feel about your life because I'm casting you. I'm paying you to carry out this show, right? To Black excellence. So do you feel like he should have a better grasp of what's going on in their lives before we do?
He should. I mean, he portrays that he's so chummy with the cast. He should do his research. I would think he would, but I don't think he does. I mean, when I watched the Destin interview with the person he had, Destin, excuse me, he was well, I don't never find out. I producers tell me, but at this point, you should find out everything you need to know because it's just looking like the people that you have attacking Mel are not honest.
I agree. Let me bring Stacy back up. Stacy, I saw you. Terrell, you can stay if you like for a few more minutes. I'm going to play a clip. You guys, if you want to join, the link is in the chat. So I'm going to play a different clip. Stacy, welcome to the stage. You want to say hi, Stacy?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the stage. Anything you want to say before I play the clip real quick?
No, I just want to say that I enjoy your channel. I've been following you for I got knocked out.
You're fine. You're fine. Okay. So let's her audio probably didn't sound right to her on that end. So let's do this. Hold on. Let me bring up what I want to bring up. Terrell, you still there?
I'm still here.
All right. You guys, if you want to join the chat, the link is in the chat. All right, we're going to play the next clip. Here we go.
Let's start with Galentine's. Stormy, why were you so offended by what Destiny was saying to you at the event?
I think I wasn't really offended by what she said. I kind of was going off energy, and I feel like at that point it was kind of like, I felt like it was hard, like extra friend. And I'm like, girl, I'm asking you, and I don't mean no harm. But it didn't come across that way, and I think it just became something much bigger than what it should have been.
Do you think Destiny is aggressive?
No. If she's aggressive, then I'm aggressive.
Well, there you have it. I guess you're aggressive. Because Destiny was about to lay you out at that Galentine's event. But, one thing I caught that Stormy said, I was going off of her energy. But she's not aggressive. What are your thoughts, Terrell?
I think Stormy and her have become friends, and she was just trying to just act like nothing did. But that is aggressive. She never takes time to, count to 10 or pull back. She's always coming in on, like how she says big D energy. She never takes the time to say, well, let me think about before I speak. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys, my dogs are in the background drinking water. So that is not me if you hear that sound in the back. Lady D Keys, I see you in the back. Wait a minute, we got a super chat coming through. Thank you. Daryl Long says, hit that like button. You guys, thank you. If you could just take a quick second to hit that like button, I would really, really appreciate it. It just takes a quick second. It keeps us flowing in the algorithm. As POCs, we have a lot of competition here on YouTube. So if you can hit that like button, it keeps us flowing, keeps us in the algorithm. And welcome to the stage, Stacy. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Good evening. I'm sorry I had technical problems, but as I was stating, I've been following you for a while and I love your commentary. But I've been watching Love and Marriage since the first season, and I lacked off and then I picked back up on it. But I just to see Carlos keep letting them just keep going after Mel, it just really heartbreaking, because I'm trying to figure out, is because she's one of the producer, you would think he would try to help her out, but he doesn't. He just sit there and they just do their thing, and I just think it's just so in distaste. It's just my thought.
Why do you feel like that is? When you think about it, let's just forget it. Let's forget it's reality television. Right. And let's just apply it to corporate America. Okay. If you have a boss and you both are peers, you both are equals, and your boss, your equal, your partner allows the staff to disrespect you, what would be your thoughts around that?
He does not care for me. He does not value. He does not value me. I feel that you only using me, because Mel is really a strong link. She is the strongest link of all. So if she bailed out, what would they do? And right now, she's the one that holds the card. I really do feel that's why he said he couldn't get rid of Mel, because this really and truly is Mel's show, and we come for Mel, not for anyone else, really, if you think about it, because I love what she do. She's very positive. She's very open. And to be honest about it, she has opened herself up way more than what the average person would. What she went through was very personal, but it was so public. And she's been taking a hit time after time, and she keep getting back up. So you got to think about on her mental, that's a lot on her mental state. She's a mother of 4 children, and she went through that when she was pregnant with Sugar Mama.
Yeah.
And she have a lot. I don't care how strong you are. Even the strongest fall and have to get back up. And so for that, I applaud her. And she's constantly hitting it. She hustle and she busting all the time. And I have to admire her. Because you sit there and think about the things that you go through, and you think about it. You don't know me, and I don't really know you, but we saw what she went through, and that's a lot on her mental state.
It's a lot on anybody's mental state. And if I could just keep it real, I think a lot of times Black women are expected to endure.
That's correct.
We're expected to have an attitude of long suffering. So how dare you? I think it was Bondi Blue that said it on Mel's Live. How dare you just think that you can walk away from this, right? Because a lot of times having a man or not having a man is used as a weapon against African-American women, from African-American women. It's the first thing that most African-American women will go to insult you. We're your man. That's why you can't keep a man. Blah, 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 man. And I feel like when Melody, however she got to that conclusion, and she said alone time, purging, where God had to really have his time with her, right? And she discovered who she was by way of him and not by way of man. Then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. And it's almost like misery loves what? Company.
That's right.
Yeah. So thank you, Queen. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for blessing us with your intellect. Anything that you want to leave on the hearts and minds of the viewers before I bring up the next caller?
Well, I just want to say thank you, first of all, for allowing me to speak on your platform. And to the rest of the viewers, I think that we should continue to support and hold Carlos, to the fire. I mean, hold him accountable, since they want Marceau want everybody to be held accountable. So why not everyone need to be held accountable?
Can they really do that? Because I agree with you. You came on and you said you feel like Carlos is kind of favoring towards the Scots. I know he is, because numbers don't lie. Why in the hell are majority of the seats taken up by the Scots, with the exception of 4 seats on the stage?
Well, you're absolutely correct, because really and truly, whether you like Martell or not, Melody and him are really at a disadvantage. They really are.
Listen, let me ask you this question. Is it by way of design from production, or did Melody misstep by reaching out and pulling the Scots up?
Probably a little of both. I mean, because basically, she reached down and helped them. And I don't think it was so much her idea at the time when her and Martell was married. So they went in and to assist them, and this is what they got.
Ooh. And you never know what you got until it's right there in front of you. So thank you so much, Stacy. Go ahead.
Thank you, and have a good night.
You too. You too.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay. All right, Anonymous, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. What's on your mind?
Queen Sheba, I'm going to do the 2-minute rap for you.
Yes, I appreciate
it. I think you are right.
Tell me what you're thinking.
That Madani fight was a turf war with the Scots or Snots trying to overtake Love and Marriage Huntsville. This is my thing. I blame Hotel for all of this. I blame him. I know he's illiterate, but there's something about Southern men who think that they can outsmart Michigan shysters. And they don't understand that it's a divide and conquer strategy. This man lost his queen and kingdom and food for bro code from some Michigan snakes. And Carlos is in the middle of this and had him lose his queen because he wouldn't listen and have that man stay with his family. And because this is the thing, Vanessa said that Martell or Hotel was sucker punched by snakies. I'm not even calling them Lyreese or Maurice.
And they didn't show it. Do you see how favorable that is? It was
done on purpose. It was done on purpose. And I said on another small channel on Sunday, he made up with him real quickly that evening. I think he got paid by Carlos to try to reconcile this and have them go back to the original 6. Because there's no way in the world because they said Hotel got some good licks on all those snots.
They said he did? Hold on, they said he did?
Teeth out. He was punching all of them out.
Like a wild boar.
Why he went off, because again, he's lost everything. You get what I'm saying? These are the people. And if you see that episode with Madani, Letitia or Latifa said some unique things after Wanda tried to hit Melody. She did that on purpose. Oh, the guys are going to start fighting now. They planned that. They planned, and Destiny was involved in it too, to try to take over the show from the Holtz.
Yeah.
And Melody and Vanessa saw the scheme and used IG Live to kind of save themselves, because it was our content creators that saw the fight, and then people, I think it was change.org, did the petition to get Wanda off. The content creators started talking. So that fight was really serious, very serious. And I think Melody and Vanessa are probably more thankful for you guys, Queen Sheba, Diana Rose, Jay Lee's Corner, and the others for not, for saying how disgusted we were to see them do that fight. But they thought they could hide it. They really thought they could hide it.
Yeah. Well, he needed to hide it because there's been this trend of dysfunctionality, toxicity. The antithesis of Black excellence is called a bait and switch in marketing.
Correct.
You sold us one thing and gave us completely something different, right? And
yeah. Well, Melody actually sold the original concept of Love and Marriage Huntsville, which modeled The Cosby Show and Different World.
Right.
He hated that she was doing that. He wanted Love and Hip Hop, the attacks on Real Housewives things, and Zeus. That's what I'm seeing from Carlos. He's the one pushing this Betty with Stormy to have Wanda 2.0. It's him.
Well, I think let me say
those
this.
Women. He wants Wanda.
I
He wants Letitia. He doesn't want that. Yeah.
I think he wanted what Melody sold until Melody told him a week before filming that Martell was cheating. And then I think all hell broke loose and his Wills was like, damn. Have you ever ordered 6 hot wings and got home and had 8? You get my drift?
Oh.
You get what I'm saying? You got a little extra? Oh,
I get you, Queen, but this is my thing.
I'm serious.
Yeah, but this is my thing, Queen.
I'm serious. I see y'all in the back. I see y'all in the back. I'm going to bring you up in just a second. I see everybody in the back.
Yeah, but he did.
Say it again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. We were just getting deep. But Dr.
Go ahead.
Francis,
Finish your thought.
He's the one that had Dr. Francis talk to Hotel. Are you there?
Yeah,
he's the one that had Dr. Francis talk to Hotel to stay and keep in the marriage. But this is the thing. I believe, and this is just my opinion, Melody was asked by her legal counsel, Chris Fletcher and the others, to stay married to Martell for that 47 acres, $30 million deal. Melody did a pragmatic decision. It was business for the marriage. It was business. And you and I know who in the world would leave during a pandemic to have women and other women and cheat on your family when this is supposedly dangerous. The man is not there. That's why he's dangerous. He's a sociopath. He thinks he's God. He thinks nothing can hurt him. And that's why he's dangerous.
And we have to say allegedly, just in case, you know what I'm saying? Allegedly.
But she did admit that he's been wiretapping her on the phone. So she has put it to the police.
Yep.
So
and for
I think
the sake
she's
of
trying to play chess on that. Yeah.
And I think she's done a really good job. Anonymous, you always bring such great insight. I appreciate you. Feel free to dial back in. I'm going to bring a couple of others up from the back chat. I'm going to show a few more clips. I'm just going to keep rotating everybody. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Anonymous, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Queen.
Pleasure. You have been great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Hannah Grace, mic check 1, 2, 3. But before we get started, Bridget Owens, thank you for the super sticker, Queen. I appreciate it. I got another Starbucks. I'm going to use that for Starbucks and a butter croissant in the morning. Thank you for your blessing, Bridget. I appreciate it. Hannah, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. And what about you, Queen Sheba?
I'm good. I'm having cocktails. Y'all are taking over tonight. I cannot complain.
Okay, well, I am enjoying the convo. And I noticed that Anonymous said, I didn't hear the beginning of the program, but it sounded like she was saying that you said that the Madonna event was a takeover. They thought that they were getting ready to take over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
okay.
we were talking about a battling of spirits when all hell broke loose, uncontrollable, just toxicity, aggression, violence in one place. What are your thoughts?
Gotcha. So I misunderstood. Okay. Yes. I think it started even before then. Do you all, I'm pretty sure y'all remember the social media event that they had. And one of the producers said something about a spinoff for the Scots at that time when they talked about Scott's Manor. Okay, I think that's when it all started, when they planted the seed that they were getting ready to get a spinoff. And then you heard Miss Wanda running around social media, and she specifically said, I want my own show. So that's when they started all of this foolishness. Miss Wanda, they thought at that time they were going to get the spinoff. And that's why I think they all attacked, well, the Scots I'm talking about, Letitia, Marceau, Kimmy, Maurice, because it was going to be based on, I guess, in their mind, Scott's Manor. That was their backup plan. I'm pretty sure Carlos didn't know the direction of this show when Martell and Melody got a divorce, what was going to happen. So, hey, he was just trying to come up with something that might work. So,
and I think Miss Wanda helped.
Oh, yeah. You mean she helped with destroy the
foolery, just the antics. It was like, oh shit, you know what? Damn. Okay, that will make great TV. And that's when you started to see the scenes more in Bessemer. That's when you started to see Ms. Wanda really wilding out on social media. You know what I'm saying? Really, like my grandma used to say, you're feeling yourself. And that's what I think it was, hook, line, and sink, where they became overconfident with, you know what, we're going to get our own show anyway, but keep going. I'm sorry.
And that's, I'm sorry, go on.
No, you're fine.
And that's when you saw Destiny switch sides too. See, Destiny, and that's when you saw Destiny clench on to the Scots, because she was almost sure that they were going to get that spinoff. And that's why she turned on Melanie. That's what I think, because she had her own agenda as well. Because she really had no reason to say Melody was not her friend when Melody was giving her all that, helping her out and everything. So, but yeah. So yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say about that, the situation with the spinoff. But the problem is, like you said, it was a battle against good and evil lost that day because they attacked the wrong person. They attacked because Melody, you just cannot attack a person for no reason. You can do it, but I always say, I learned this a long time ago, when you wage a war against God, you lose every time. So the best option is just don't do it. So you're going to lose. So, you might as well go into the battle knowing that you're getting ready to lose. And that is what happened to the we're seeing, lawsuits come about and all of these revelations of problems that they've had in their past that they thought were buried and would not come out. But because they attacked the wrong person, then your stuff coming out, and then you're getting upset about it. But you were the one that started it. You were the one that staged the war and attacked somebody for no reason at all. And when you really boil it down, and if Letitia wants to be mad at anyone, she needs to be mad at Martell and Marceau, because the mistress said that he was in on it. Marceau was in on it. He was helping them cover this thing up by giving this girl money and facilitating that affair. And that's what Melody told them. She said Martell didn't begin to start having affairs until they started messing with the Scots. But I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just saying that's what she thought. So, but you would think that Letitia would find in her heart to say, look, my husband had something to do with the demise of this marriage as well. And I don't think Carlos could have stopped Martell at all. I disagree with Anonymous there. Martell was going to keep on doing what he was doing because he had been doing it too long. And that's just who he is. So
yeah, he had been doing it for 5 years. At that point, it became a demonic soul tie. I have to agree with you. And he got a high off of it, right? How do you come home and tell your wife you're going to deal with me having a girlfriend? Goodbye, sir. Do you get what I'm saying? You're gonna deal with it. But at the same time, I don't think Letitia's in a mental space, heart-wise, health-wise, and spiritual-wise, where she could actually look at any inconsistencies. Because I don't know if her husband is cheating, right? I don't know. But I do know where there is smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, well, you see that he is emotionally abusive to her, just by the things that he say allegedly, just what things that he say. I don't know if he's doing it, doing it on TV for the shock purpose, but I think just some of the things that he say kind of beat her down emotionally. But yeah, that's her fault. I'm not gonna say it's her fault, but she has enough too. She wants to beat up on women. You need to find your strength when it comes to standing up for yourself with your husband. That's what I say.
No, thank you so much, Hannah. I appreciate you. And something to take away when we talk about domestic, whatever, they say victims often become predators when abused. So just something to take away. And I'm not calling her a predator, but I'm just talking about statistics and science. So I appreciate you, Hannah. I got to bring up the next group, Queen. God bless you. And thank you for offering your insight. All right, Jeanette Stewart, thank you. She says, hello, Queen. As humans, we rise and present yourselves as entrepreneurs, laborers, service providers, or professionals. When we retreat to the comfort zones, we let our true self come forth. Be observant to the truth. Yes, test the spirit in all things. You're absolutely correct, Jeanette. I have to agree. So we have JB that I'm adding to the chat.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, you got a little bit of echo. Let me bring up, I got two more. We got Slick and we got Dear Ree. So I'm going to warm you up. I'm going to warm everybody up. And then I also want you to offer your points, but I'm going to play for you another clip. And I want to get your thoughts and your insights, if that's okay. All right. Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We know that kids are off limits. And one thing I will say, me and Marcel had an off-camera conversation around season 2 when Martell apologized to MJ.
Your dad and I, we had a conversation about some things that I had mentioned, and you got wind of it, about like the 20 girlfriends or something like that I mentioned. That was just something I was just saying. So, none of that is true. That's just something I just said just to get under the skin at the time, okay? All right, so we good?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You called me and said, when it comes to kids, I don't want my kids involved in scenes to where I'm not privy to. I said to him, I feel so bad that I did something as a grown adult that involved your minor child, and that should never happen again. And I was passionate about that, and I'm not a parent, and I'm a little disappointed that same passion is not happening on the stage.
I told my mom she was wrong.
Tisha, in all fairness, it took you a minute to answer it. Well, I guess she was wrong, but, and I think that's the part that it seems to be unfortunate is what I'm trying to say. What are you thinking right now?
You're making some very good points. That's what I'm thinking.
But my point is, Carlos,
You're making some very good
the
points.
same energy that you gave Marceau, why are you not having that same emotions when it comes to my daughter? Because it's not like the first time that she talked about my children. It was the hair thing. It's like, why wasn't it addressed then?
Y'all never came to me about the hair thing.
I didn't think we should have to.
No, what I'm saying to you.
For it to be so serious, and for me to get in this woman's face.
No. I just sat on the stage and said, I'm not a parent. So when I taped that scene, I didn't think there was an issue with it. Until a parent said to me, that's an issue. You call me and email me all the time about other issues. Do you?
Oh, I'm a hush because it's not about me today. JB, you are up. You want to say hello and share your thoughts?
Yes, I want to just say your show is fabulous. Please excuse my hoarse voice. You're amazing. And hello to everyone in the chat. Yes, this was, to me, unprofessional. I feel that Carlos needs more control of his show. And to me, he needs a plan. I would have loved for Carlos to add some elements of like information that we didn't know. Like, could you imagine if Carlos like ousted Maurice? I mean, not Maurice, but Marceau, like with maybe his other cell phone, and Tisha didn't know it.
Oh, wow.
That's not busting him for cheating, but adds that little element that we all know is there. So I'm not impressed with Carlos at all. So I agree with you. That to me was a ball of nuts. It really was.
If you're over the age of 50.
Go ahead. I can barely hear you. Who is that? Dear, no, that's Joy B.
Oh,
Somebody was talking. Let me mute
yeah,
you.
that was me. It was me talking. Yeah.
Okay. So you know what I would have liked Carlos to say is, Martell, you know, I have an open door policy. You and I have connected before on other issues. Moving forward, if there's anything that concerns you, please feel free to come to me.
Right.
That would have landed so much better, in my opinion. I see everybody in the back chat. Y'all are coming up.
I agree with you. He had a tantrum right there.
But go ahead, finish. I want you. You got 30 to 45 more seconds. Go ahead.
I feel like he had a tantrum. And other than that, I wanted to say two quick things because time is precious. One, I feel like Mel didn't get the compassion for going through what she did from the people that she was very compassionate to when they were going through their hardships. And that really is the basis of that she may not even recognize that she was missing. And then I feel personally that the Scotts are really lowbrow. I'm hearing rumors about the arrest, and I am amazed that Carlos would put them on the show if they have arrest records. I'm a AKA, and I'm very like bewildered that if Tisha actually has arrest records, that she would even be in our sorority. But that's a whole nother topic.
And there are statutes of limitations, right? In most states, it's 7 to 10 years because you know what? Oh, that's a loud echo. Hold on, let me turn my thing down. Because sometimes, like, you know, you have somebody that can mess up. I'm trying to be fair. You have somebody that can mess up at a younger age and completely turn their lives around. And I'll give you an example. Judge Mathis. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I can understand in that situation, if it's like 7-10 years ago, you know what? I understand a production company saying, you're still good. We like what you are doing with your life. This will be an incredible story, right? I think where we get caught up is where we still need a dose of reality. That's why it's called reality television. And if you did that, say that. And if you done that, say that. But what you don't want to do is go hard in the paint against somebody for their downfalls, their iniquities. Because you know these viewers will look up everything. But that's all I wanted to add to what you had to say. And thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Joy B, you are up next. What are your thoughts? If I'm JB, I'm sorry, JB. Are you? No, did I? Hold on, wait a minute. I got it mixed up. Let's go with Dear Reed Talk. I meant Slick, but let's go with Dear Reed Talk. Slick, you're next.
Good evening, Queen. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Just a long day trying to wear so many hats. Really quick on the clip for me. I'm looking at the aspect of myself. I've owned almost like 4 different businesses at once. I cannot understand why Carlos he's acting more like part of the cast to me. I do, on a personal level, I think Carlos is great, but on a professional level, I think that when I compare him to when Tyler Perry first begun, Tyler Perry, I mean, yeah, he was tight with the budgets and everything, but he did his job with the cast and he was home. You don't hear about him getting into blows. I mean, I've heard some things, but not like the way Carlos is. And all I'm stating is that Carlos has to understand it's almost like he's trying to be HR. He's trying to put these fires out, but his relationship with the guys, especially Martell and Marceau, are too close. They're too close. And this is just my opinion and allegedly, but the look on Martell and Carlos' face, it was like they were having a spat between lovers.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I said allegedly. My opinion. Okay, but my main focus for coming up, it takes me a little while to sit and stew things over. But I want to get your opinion, and I also want, maybe if people could put in your comments.
Okay.
Did you hear Tasha? And I think so much was going on, I had to replay. Did you hear her say, well, Mel, it was so many rumors out there and on, social media and out in the streets about her sleeping. It was done about Sugar Mama. And Mel was like, who did I sleep with? But my question is, if you're believing what the streets say about Mel allegedly having an affair or having men out there and having a baby outside of her marriage, why is it good for you to believe it about Mel, but you can't believe the same thing about your husband with the same type of rumors?
Because she's God. The Scots are God. Did you not know? It doesn't apply that.
I know.
What do you mean? You're trying to ruin her marriage. You know better than that.
Well, let me, and on my way going out, I just know that I look at Marceau. Marceau, yes, he has feelings for Tasha and he loves Tasha, but the worst relationship a man or a woman can worry about is an emotional relationship is worse than a physical, because when you're doing an emotional relationship, these I'm gonna say allegedly, these people that he's dealing with, even if he's, let's say, possibly getting physical, but it's more mental. If I was on another content creator channel, and she was showing some what was it? They were doing text to each other. This man loves to be mentally stimulated.
Yeah.
He loves to be, it's more about the mind for him. And I'm not calling Tasha dumb or slow to catch up. But when it comes to, when you're dealing with a man like Marceau, it's different than dealing with a man like Martell. It doesn't take much to stroke his ego. It doesn't take much to soothe his brain. When you're talking to someone that's analytical or their mind, if A plus B and C doesn't equal, then it's a problem. So he can't. And if you notice how they have those conversations in the bed, he just looks at her like he patronizes her. And I'm just on my way going out, Marceau needs a woman. He wants a woman that mentally stimulates his brain. That's my opinion.
I agree. And thank you so much, D. Reed, for your thoughts. I forgot to, it was so good. I'm going over and over. I keep forgetting I got people in the background waiting, but thank you so much. No, you don't have to apologize. If it's banging, I'm in here. So great points. Thank you for all of your support. And listen, I checked out a commentary you did, I think yesterday or the other day. Superb.
Thank you.
Very good content. Thank you.
Thank you. You are an inspiration. I love the way you move. I love the way your mind thinks. And when you started doing that commentary on Shanquilla, I think I said her name correctly. I love the way you dissect things. I love the way your mind works. It's like, I just love the way your mind works. And for me, I'm the type of person that, I get bored very easily. And if I don't have things that, stimulate my brain, I get very, very bored. And I just love your commentary. And I just say to myself, what would she do? you know.
Think outside the box and place yourself in everybody's position. And after you've seen it from everybody's viewpoint, come up with your talking points.
Yeah, and you're awesome. And a lot of the other women, you guys are all awesome. And, you know, I don't know how you do it. I mean, things are going so quickly, and I'm trying to catch up in between working.
I don't, because I don't work. I don't do YouTube full time. Follow your roadmap that God has given you.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I can't do it.
Blinders on. That's it.
Yeah. And I don't want to hold anyone up. But thank you so much.
No, thank you, Queen. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Love everyone. I love all you guys.
All right. All right. I think Slick. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes because we went over a little bit. Slick, what are your thoughts? And then Anthony, I'm bringing you up. Slick, are you there?
I was muted. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're coming through great.
Okay, awesome. First, I want to thank you for allowing me to come on your platform. I love you, Queen Sheba. I love your channel. And I just want to touch on a few points.
Okay, what you got for us? We're here.
First, I want to mention how fascinating this show is to me because it is allowing a lot of different conversations in our community across the board. And we're talking about things that we normally would not talk about. And it's invoking a lot of emotion in people, which is something that I've never seen in a television program ever. I almost feel like this show, Melly bringing this show was fate. I feel like she had to bring this show to us because she had to get it out there about Martell. I feel like she would not have been able to get out of her situation. No one would have believed her had she not put this on a national platform and exposed everyone and for who they really are. And I believe that is why they are probably so angry with her, because she's exposing all of them. And in the meantime, she's excelling. I also feel like with this show, something has been done that has never been done before. We have the show off of the TV in social media, playing in the background, and then we also have it on TV. Then Melody is doing things like advertising, making money. You know how they made fun of her being the social media queen or what have you.
But now look at them. But go ahead.
Yeah. And all the time when they were making fun of her, she didn't say anything, but she's making money off of social media, a lot of money. And she didn't tell them her secret because she's like, if you guys want to laugh, go ahead and laugh, because I'm making a lot of money making these posts. I also feel like there's a bigger picture here. I feel like she's a trailblazer and she's leading to other things. They're looking at the small picture. They're looking at the likes and the clicks and the celebrity status, and they're trying to keep their status in their community. But Melody is moving on to bigger and better things, and she's also empowering other people as she's going along. This is really like something that's powerful, and I feel like that's why Miss Van was saying there's spiritual warfare going on here, because it's like the demons are coming out trying to keep her from moving forward. I just wanted to touch on like different things that I feel about the show and how fascinating it really is.
No, thank you. And we appreciate you for coming up. Thank you for sharing your insight. And I am going to drop you from the chat and bring up the next caller. All right. Looks like we got, is that Slick? Did I say it right? Or Miss Frankie? The person with the two people in the profile.
Mike. Oh, there I go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Welcome. Tell everybody your name because your name's not showing for some reason.
Well, my name is Cheryl Franklin.
Okay, welcome, Miss Frank 919. Yes, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the panel.
I'm so happy to be a part of your panel, and I'm just excited to be here. This is my first time ever getting on a panel or even putting my voice out here. And I'm just glad to be here, Queen. I
Well,
really
you're in good hands with Allstate, honey.
I know that's right.
Look, you're in good hands. I warmed you up. So if you want to talk about the video, I know how it is being a first timer. So I played the clip. If you want to go off the clip, or if you got something you just want to offer from your perspective, feel free to offer it.
I have a little problem with the editing that went on the reunion. First of all, they didn't show a lot of clips from Madonna, but I noticed that when Carlos King was in there talking to Letitia, when she called Mel's necklace Mr. T's necklace, they showed that clip, but they didn't show any more clips from just things that could have been very helpful to Mel's, for the reason that everything did set it off. I just don't think it was fair with the editing part of the thing. And I also have a problem with people that just don't take accountability for their own selves instead of always trying to look at the other person as the reason for what they do and they say.
Who are you thinking about? Who are you talking about? Who comes to mind?
Okay, what comes to mind is most of let's see, the Scotts and Letitia. I have a problem with people that are not leaders. I have a problem with people letting other people dictate to them who they should be friends with and who they shouldn't be friends with. If you have a mind of your own, why not just sit back and observe and use your own mind to differentiate whether you like that person or not, instead of just going by what someone says. And the other thing is with what's her name? Destiny.
Okay.
Oh my God, I lost my thought.
Take it. Well, I'm gonna help you out. That's okay. You're in good hands. I told you with Allstate. I'm just not charging you like Allstate would. But check. Okay, so when you say you have a problem with people dictating, who do you think is dictating?
Okay, I'll put it like this. When I thought about Destiny, and she pretended like she was gonna call Mel out and bring all her bones out, and everyone on that stage, except for Mel and Martell, they were saying, no, Destiny. So that lets me know that everybody has been sitting around the table and discussing things. So if she do come out with it, then it's going to shoot down. Bullets going to just fly all over the stage to everybody. That's why they don't want her to say it. Probably because it's not even true. It's just them gabbing and gossiping. And so that's where she's trying to use that to just come at Mel from what she heard, not what she saw, but what she's hearing from other people.
If you were about to air somebody out and somebody picked on you and your spouse and your kids for months and months on end, you at your family reunion, somebody jumps fly with you and they say to you, and they jump fly with you, and you know so much about them, and you're about to turn it up and just air everything out, and everybody says no. Why are they telling you not to say it?
Because it's gonna let everyone else know what everyone else has said about them.
All right. See, you figured it out. You were doing just fine. You just second guessed yourself.
Because it's everybody else's opinion, and so it's one big bomb because everybody has put their own opinions in this, and everybody's thinking that their opinions are right. Not that it's the truth, but it's just their opinions. So they sit around and they talk and talk. And you know that tongue is a weapon. That's the most unruly part of our body. That tongue is not good. So you have to be careful what you say.
Sensibly Speak says, and in the meanwhile, you can barely squeeze an ounce of truth and transparency from the Scots. I have to agree. Amen. Anything you want to leave us with, Miss Frank, before I bring up the next caller?
No, I'm a little nervous, but I will check back in on your next live. I promise that.
Don't be nervous. Just take a deep breath and say what you got to say.
Okay.
You good to go.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
Have a blessed night.
All right. Good night. Anthony Loftus, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check in, King.
Hey, Queen Sheba. How are you?
Hey, welcome to the stage. I am good. How are you?
I am good. Hey, everyone in the chat. This is my first time being on your panel.
Well, I don't do them often. This is my second one. So you're not too late. You're not a day late and $1 short. Not yet.
Well, I'm happy to be a part of it. Hold on. You said what now?
What's on your mind tonight?
You know what? I have a few concerns when it comes to Carlos King and production.
Okay.
And when you played the clip, we all saw it. My issue is when he said that I'm not a parent. You don't have to be a parent to know what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. That's common sense. Now, if that clip would have made it to the show, of course, everybody would be looking at Martell as a liar. He's trying to basically retract everything that he said. But are you just saying it just to make sure the child is okay? So they don't believe it. Like, where would they go with that story? Now, I guess, I don't understand how Carlos wants other people to try to take accountability now when he failed to take accountability for himself. Because when I say that is, and I've said this on different panels, that show went down when he approved the scene of them making that rumor about Mama Van. I don't care what anybody say. Anybody that have a mom in here, if somebody spread a rumor and say that about your mom, oh baby, it ain't no going back. Not from that. Melanie, she good. She better than I am. Cause I'm sorry, somebody would have been dragged on the floor like Portia and Portia did Kenya. That's something you just don't play with. You're playing with people's livelihood. And you see, I just did an interview with Kara. You're playing with people's livelihood. Like, what if that would have messed up her job situation or whatever? It's like, how far are we going to go? Now, you talking about the Scots possibly getting the show? Girl, ain't nobody finna watch that. Like, you have people that's going to buy commercial slots and stuff like that. Do you really think they're going to put the money into a show like that? Come on, they're going through a whole lawsuit where you're trying to sue your business partners and they kind of sue you for $5.5 million because you lied about not having the staff. Allegedly, let's say that. Allegedly, you lied to make it seem like you had people when you did not. So I guess that's just where I am. Like, I think he needs to take accountability for himself. Not only that, this reunion, it was on a personal situation with him, especially the way his body language. Him and Martell getting into it. And I'm with Martell. We shouldn't have to tell you, but you say that you know everything about the cast, right? So they shouldn't have to reach out to you and say, oh, the parent situation, you didn't say something about the hair. If you look at Melody right now, her and her mom, they are building generational wealth right now for their kids. Because I bought all 3 books just to support Mama Van, the coloring book, both of the books. If you look in the inside, baby, Mariah got her own recipe for banana pudding in there.
She does?
Yes, like you really need to look in the book, and I'm gonna talk about it. We're talking about doing an interview soon. Like it's generational wealth. They are setting their kids up. And who else on that show have tried to set their kids up? Besides Melody, Martell did the book as well with the kids. Kimmy, she did something with her son with the house, trying to get him to flip a house. The people that's talking the most have done absolutely nothing with theirs. If
hold on. I got to be fair, Anthony. Maurice gave out awards with no rewards today.
I don't have to talk about the
He gave out rewards with no awards. How are you gonna give out an award with nothing tangible? So I got to be fair. I'm being sarcastic.
He could have said a cash reward, but I think the money would have came from Kimmy.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I mean, that's the most irrelevant person on the show, so I really don't care. I mean, this is the most that he has ever been talked about, so he had to use somebody else's name, Funky.Neva, to try to possibly get on people's skin. But hey, it is what it is. He just better be happy that Kyle declined their interview.
Oh wow. Okay, we're gonna stay away from that for today. Look, hold on, not yet. But listen,
that's why
I'm gonna play a clip. Let's play a clip. Kevin, can you check in? Mic check 1, 2, 3. Stay here. I'm gonna play a clip. Kevin, you want to unmute yourself? Kevin Moore. Mic check, Kevin. 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. You got a little bit of
Great.
echo. So what you want to do is if you have a device playing in the background where you're listening to YouTube, you want to go ahead and mute that.
Okay. Can you hear me
All right.
now?
You sound great. All right, let's play this
Okay,
clip
great.
and I want to get your feedback. Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hold on.
Her intention was to talk about Melody. The direct object of that was Sugar Mama. I think that's the point where she should have paused the brakes. However, But how do you know what her intentions were? Because how do you know that? I think. And I think that the problem was that the kid being part of it should have made her back up.
Uh-oh. Kevin, we're going to start with you. Did you
Hey,
see
I
that
didn't even hear
clip?
the clip. It was like muted.
Oh, y'all couldn't hear it?
Yeah.
Let me try it again. For real?
Yes.
Hold on. Thank you for telling me. I've been playing clips all night.
We know that kids are off limits. And one thing I will say, you know, me and Marcel had an off-camera conversation around season 2 when Martell apologized to MJ.
Your dad and I, we had a conversation about some things that I had mentioned, and you got wind of it about like the 20 girlfriends or something like that I mentioned. You know,
Her intention was to talk about Melody. The direct object of that was Sugar Mama. I think that's the point where she should have paused the brakes. However,
But how do you know what her intentions were?
Because
How do you know that?
I think. And I think that the problem was that the kid being part of it should have made her back up.
Can't hear you.
Did y'all hear that clip?
I heard
What her
it.
intentions were. Because how do you know that? I think.
So you
And
may
I
want
think that the
to
problem was that
somebody might
the
want to play in
kid
the
being part
background.
of it should have made her back.
You heard that, Kevin? What are your thoughts?
Yes, I did, Queen. How you doing?
I'm good. How are
This
you?
is
Welcome. Welcome.
I'm fine, thank you. You know what? This is my first time ever coming on anyone's chat. But this is what I wanted to remind the viewers from time past. Remember when Carlos did the segment on Housewives of Atlanta, and he said that he was the first producer to ever want to bring the men to be a part of that show?
Yep. Go ahead.
So basically, he's staying true to who he is because this is what he has taken and done with this show. He's basically highlighting the men more than he's highlighting what's actually going on between them all. And he's giving the men an opportunity to be who they are, opposed to allowing the women and the other cast to show their true selves. Now, that's just basically my opinion.
Why do you think that is? So if you think about it, Carlos is a producer. I'm trying to be fair.
The producer, right.
So if he's trying to think out the box, do you feel like he's on the right track with kind of giving the men?
No, I think no. I think he does what he always do. He starts something and then he changes. The show was supposed to be about Black entrepreneurship and Black excellence. Once the men and the women started to show that, and then there was a little shakeup in the show, he allowed the men to come in and take advantage of what was really going on. And he's basically highlighting those men taking advantage of the women. We see narcissism, we see jealousy, we see everything except for what the show was based on.
Okay, and from a viewer's perspective, from the outside looking in, if you could have a red table discussion with Carlos, what advice would you give him for getting this show back on track from your perspective?
Get rid of the Scots. And bring on.
I gotta come on camera for that because Maurice Maurice Luther King Jr. is going to have a fit, Kevin Moore.
I mean, but that's okay. I mean, but basically, that's what he needs to do. He needs to bring on some new cast members that qualifies to be a part of what he's trying to create.
Oh, and what would, if you had to write out the perfect casting description, what's 3 top qualifications you would list that Carlos needs to look for and or include in his casting call? Number 1.
Entrepreneurship.
Number 2.
Marriage.
Number 3.
And love.
Love.
L-O-V-E.
Do you see love from any of the cast members?
Not the kind I want.
Not really. I don't. We see competition in the cast members. And that's basically all we see in the cast members is competition.
Kevin, I love you. You got to come back. He said,
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. We love you, Kevin. You better come back. You better come back.
All right.
You hear me? For
Okay.
number 3. Okay. All right. Thank you, King. Anthony, what are your thoughts? Anthony, you got an echo. We got something playing in the background.
Can you hear me?
Let's see. Mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. But you have an echo. Mute up.
Is it still echoing?
You're good now. You're good. Anthony, you're good.
Yeah, okay. So, to be honest, I don't even know how he could fix that. Like, I think it would take a while for him to fix that show, because I honestly think the next season is going to be the last season. I honestly feel that way. Just because when Melody said never, like, she's good on fixing it, who else could you possibly bring? Because honestly, I think she's done over with the show, even though she says she's going to come back next season. But I don't think they're going to reconcile all of that. So I just think let it be the last season and that's it. I mean, he got another show, Grown and Gospel, coming. I'm pretty sure it won't be as good as Housewives of Huntsville. I mean, not Housewives of Lord Jesus. I said Housewives of Huntsville.
So there's a real bad echo. Anthony, thank you so much for giving us the wealth of your time today.
Thank you so much.
All right, you have a good one. Thank you so much. Slick, welcome to the stage. Lady D Keys, I see you back there. Slick, what's on your mind?
Hi, I'm back again. Can you hear
me? Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I just wanted to touch on 2 points really quickly. I want to piggyback on what Anthony said about how they are really affecting the lives of other people. With Sugar Mama and Kyra, especially Sugar Mama, she may Google, herself later on. And this incident about the paternity issue may come up, and it may make her and her siblings question if Martell is her father. That's something that can be very detrimental to a child. Just to have this type of stuff play out on television is just wrong. And then also with Kyra, she was drawn into a situation where she's not even on the cast. And she took a lot of backlash behind that, with people attacking her, saying she was going after Marceau and stuff like that. So, I feel like they've been really negligent in the way that they've been handling things with this show and how it can affect the lives of people in the future,
I agree. And it keeps standing out to me when Carlos says, make a moment out of it. Be careful of the moments, right? Because I kind of feel like you're getting close to the fire where
Yes.
you're about to push the envelope off the table. We don't mind pressing the envelope because we've seen it done time and time again in reality television. But when you have someone to say, like you said, Kyra, I'm sorry, from a different show that says, hold on, man, you brought so much negative press to me by way of your editing strategy that I was like this Jezebel in red.
Yes.
That was trying to ruin a marriage where the wife save her husband for me. And that was not the case. You guys invited us. I was simply saying hello. And you took that and you made it into something really, really nasty.
Yes.
Can they clean this thing up?
The damage has been done. And I feel like the Scotts, for them to go along with these storylines just so they don't have to be transparent themselves is just unethical.
I think fame is a hell of a drug.
Yes.
And I think if you take any one of us with the right recipe, the right temperature, the right tone, we can lose our damn minds for a little bit of fame and a platform and visibility. It's not right, but it is what it is. Somebody came on earlier and they were saying that they feel like Carlos is hoping that Melody would stay and won't leave. And what I wanted to say is I agree. And maybe his thoughts are, don't leave yet. Give me more time to get on my feet. What are your thoughts?
I feel like they have disrespected her and insulted her in so many ways. How can she give them, I feel like Melody at this point is just about what she wants and what she can get out of it. She has, reached down to help others, but I think at this point they have done so much damage to her. I don't blame her for saying I can never move forward. She can't trust any of these people ever.
My only concern is I hope that as a production company, they are not setting the stage to paint Melody as difficult talent to work with strategically. See, I can go handpick people that don't like you strategically. And if I get it, wolves attack in packs. When you've seen them, when you see production, put them one-on-one with Melody, they crumble. One-on-one. It's not even a fair fight.
No, it's not.
So they attack her in packs. What are your thoughts around that? Do you feel like the stage is being set to paint Melody as difficult or to set the Scotts up for success?
I think that they're trying to set the stage, but I feel like Melody's light is so bright that they cannot dim it. And she's already been rubbing shoulders and working with other people in the industry. I feel like they can try all that they want, but it's just not going to work.
All right. Well,
but thank you so much. Thank you.
No, thank you. And thank you for blessing us with your thoughts and your perspective. All right. Let's see who we got up. Is that D Brown?
Yes. Hi. Queen
All right. Hi, D Brown and Dee Star. I'm adding you to the stream, but we're going to let D Brown give her perspective. What's on your mind tonight?
And thank you for allowing me to speak on your chat. And you know what? I want to piggyback with what Kevin was saying, and I also want to talk about what you were saying about Melody being, they're trying to set her up as being difficult to work with. Because I agree.
Can you turn your volume up just a little bit?
Okay, you can't hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. First of all, I agree with Kevin what I've been saying for a while. I think several seasons back that they needed to get rid of the Scotts. They have not demonstrated anything that they've been doing. They've been lying. They're fake. And I just don't like the bullying. They're bullying. I'm tired of Tisha's whining. I'm tired of her picking. She's too insecure. They could never carry a show. Now, if they want to have a show, and if Carlos wants them to have a platform, he should try to do another show like the Hillbillies from Bessemer or whatever they want to do. And and if they want to kind of make it a tongue-in-cheek, show with them, in Bessemer, that's fine. But the Love and Marriage Huntsville would be great if they got some other couples. Personally, I would probably keep the Whitlows because I could see them doing something with Big Lou. Because when I watched you with his show when you had the gentleman on, and I really liked because he seems to be a really a good guy.
He's coming back, by the way. You guys, Louis Whitlow will be in the building on Tuesday.
Okay, I liked what he said because my husband and my sons, they're into sports, and it does a lot to motivate these young men about, having a goal and setting goals. I know how sports can motivate and help our young men to try to achieve to be something else besides being out in the streets and everything, especially if you have some coaches that are helping them to grow into somebody that's positive. But the Scots are just not positive men. They're not, and they need to go. They're not doing anything. They can't tell you what they did when they were in Pontiac, and they can't tell you what they were doing when they got to Huntsville. And what they were doing, like with Marceau, he got fired from a movie theater. Now, if you can't work at a movie theater and be a manager, and if you get fired from doing that, and then you're gonna and you get fired from harassing and can't deal with young ladies on the job, you're not reliable. That they don't have any character. You have to work. So there are plenty of people. Chris Fletcher and his wife, Chris seems to be about his business, and that's why he wanted to work with Melody, because she has character. She knows how to get the job done. That's why he went to her to get the job done. There are other couples there that they can work with. Get some more entrepreneurs there.
I agree.
Those people there are down there. That place is growing. And I'm sure they have some other couples that they can work with. Put the Whitlows in and let Lou work with the kids there and showcase them working with the kids and having games and things like that. Bring that family aspect back in there. Show them having some balls and some fundraisers with some of these businesses and what they're doing to help that Huntsville area grow. Those are some things that they can do, Do some fundraisers, balls, soirees. Mel is good at doing things like that. And I think she would stay if they would actually do what she really proposed with that when she proposed the whole show. That's what I think she had in mind. And I think she would stay because it is a good platform for her to also advertise her businesses.
Yeah.
It's a good platform. And as far as them trying to say she's hard to work with, she's put herself out there and she's networked enough with enough people across this country, out west, and in Atlanta and some other places, that I don't think her reputation is being hard to work with. That wouldn't hurt. Carlos is the one that needs to be careful because he's leaving a trail of messiness wherever he goes with his job. If you think about it, as with being a producer, he's the one that needs to be careful. He's the one that's digging ditches, and he's going to fall into one of those ditches. And that's all I have to say.
Well, that was enough. That was great. And thank you for tapping in and pulling up tonight, Queen. We appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate you. And you're so gorgeous.
I'll take it.
You're gorgeous.
Thank you.
All righty.
All right. Let's see who we got up. Dee Dee Star 73. If you could keep one Scott couple and get rid of the other, who would you keep? Who gets to stay? Who gets to go?
Oh no, you did not just ask me that
yes,
question.
I did.
Both of them got to go. I'm sorry. I think this season coming up, if Kimmy did have a storyline at the end of the season. She did kind of redeem herself a little bit, but the rest of them, they have to go. It's no way that we can continue this.
Call them by name. Who has to go? Who has to go?
Both sets of Scots. Kimmy, Bob. I think that's it, really. I mean, okay. Destiny don't need to be there at all. I mean, I don't even consider her part of the show. I think if they are weeded out, then everybody else will fall into place. I think what we saw in this second part of the reunion, maybe Carlos is getting the message that he's got to do better. I think when Melody and her mom talked to the execs, they had some conversations that made him change his thought process. And also when he looking at his interview with his review with Dustin hit some points that he could not refuse. He couldn't say, oh, that's not true. He saw it for himself. So I think they can revamp this show. I mean, it's an easy fix. They just got to get rid of the riffraff and bring in the success and those who will carry the show with Mel.
Do you think he wants to? It's one thing about what you can do, right? Think about, like, we can eat healthy, but do I want to? I can get 8 hours of sleep, but do I want to?
I think he does. Sorry, wrong grammar. I think he does because of the fact that this put him on the map for real. Before, when he was with the other network, he was behind the scenes only. We knew of him, but not know of him. This is actually him. So his whole reputation is riding on this show. If he loses the show completely, it may damage him to a degree because of how everyone feels. Even in entertainment, like you even see celebrities, the way they reach out to Mel and treat Mel. So I think it would do a lot of damage to him if so.
Well, I think you're right. I have to agree with everything you said. It's like his catapult to greatness. Like, okay, Bravo, watch me whip. Hey, now watch me, nay, nay. And that was his opportunity. And can still be, but he's misstep a lot to me, in my opinion. But I'm on the outside looking in, right? When I sit behind my microphone and give a review, I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think he would have to start from ground zero. I think Carlos has had too close of personal relationships with the cast. Because if you cut me, I'm going to tell everybody what you said. And that's the kind of trouble I think allegedly Carlos is in. A little bit of gossipy with Martell, a little bit of gossipy with Marcel. And I think he stepped outside of, just from my perspective, right? Stepped outside of his producer's hat, got too close because everybody's his friend. And as a boss, I don't want to be your friend because when I need to cut you and let you go, I don't need to feel bad about it.
I agree. And I think that's what he's realizing because he kind of made that statement about people hanging out with, the producers hanging out with the cast. He didn't really say, but really he's one of those people. So I think, because when you look at his other shows, like the one he had, the Encore show, that was a good show, but his face was not there, period. It was nothing about him. He was a part of the show, but that was it. He needs to take on that role. He needs to step back. He needs someone else to do the hosting when it comes to reunions. He needs to just take a total step back from the show and only do his executive producer role, and that's it.
Outside of me, you can't choose me from all the bloggers that you watched on television. If Carlos King woke up tomorrow and said, you know what, I need a blogger, a YouTube blogger to step up and host Love and Marriage Huntsville outside of me, because I know you would choose me, but we're not talking about me. Who would you choose?
Well, since you put it that way, and I have to choose someone, to be honest, I love Dustin's point of view when he talks to Carlos. If he could be like that and be that objective with the cast, because one thing I like about him, he's a millimeter. He already said it. However, he does call everybody to task. So when I watched that review that he did with Carlos, I was like, you know what? He will be a good host because he's already he does other shows that are, I forget what he does a podcast or something, and he does it with Ebony.
I think he does a few he called out. Yeah.
So I think he would be a very good addition to hosting, and he's neutral enough, but I think he will hold them to the fire in a real nice way because I love the way he put it when he talked about destiny and when he That was just a good review.
No, I gotta highlight some of my faves. I got people saying Diana Rose. Yes, Diana Rose. We got Bondi Blue. Some people feel like Bondi Blue would do a hell of a job hosting that Love and Marriage reunion. We also, they saying brown skin girl was serving. Somebody said Funky Dineva, but we got Bondi Blue. We got Dustin. Well, Queen Sheba was first in my head.
Now, let me say this, Queen, because I don't want to get beat up. I don't want to get beat up because these are my people now. Hold on. All of them are my people. I'm not saying that.
You got Bondi Blue, you got Queen Sheba, you got Diana Rose, you got Brown Skin Girl. Hold on. What about Caramel Rail?
Yes. However, the only thing about that is when it comes to the show, the reason why I said him is the way he went about his review. I love all of them. They are my faves. I'm subscribed to everybody. I love them. However, I'm saying if we just talking about hosting the show just because of the way it should go on the reunion, because some of them it'll get real bad when if they pull what they pulled this last show. Some of those content creators will not be able to hold back.
Can you imagine Caramel Rail saying, "All right, Mauricio Brown, you need to calm down."
Or when she talk about the mustache that Wanda got, I couldn't take that on TV now. Wait a minute. But I mean, hey, any of them would be great. I was just thinking of just the way the show should be.
Yeah.
Because it's about love and marriage, and it should be held to a certain standard as far as the hosting.
Yeah.
But
and we
as
got
far as
DJ Sky
content
Richie.
creators, I love every last one of them because they put it down. They put it down. Even
and I think everybody agrees with you. They're saying Tate Talks, Diana Rose, DJ Sky Richie, Auntie Ann, Jamie, that's me. I mean, it's a lot to choose from.
And I want to add my name too. However, my YouTube is not up yet, but I'm about to come. You about to see me. But
I know that's right.
So I want to add my name to the pot just in case y'all don't know. Okay.
That's all right. Well, thank you for joining us, and I'm gonna transition you off. And thank you so much, Dee Dee Star 73. And talking about adding names to the pot, it looks like Victoria Queen, you are up next. Welcome to the palace. Mic check.
Hi, Queen. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through great. Hi.
Hi, hello. Yes, this is my first time too. My whole thing is the Scotts, they're running things like they're a gang. Like the way Tisha talks to Kimmy and the way Marceau talks to people, it's like, do what I say, how I want it, and that's just it. So how can you run a show like that that's supposed to be based off reality when it's not reality? You just have to do what this person says, and it's like we're never gonna get the real. And Kimmy was real, but not anymore. So it's just like, why watch? And then Mel she don't get along with none of those people, so it's like, why watch? This has to be the last season. I don't even know what they're gonna do. Tisha can't let go of her anger. They're running things like it's a gang. You have to listen to what the Scott say. I don't like, where else is there for it to go? It's sad because the Holtz did set a great start with the whole family side, business side, and they were just entertaining and they were so transparent. You can't get that again, especially now with these same people after all that was done. It's just, it might be too damaged to bring it back to what it was. And he was a part of destroying it, Carlos. So
I think he fell in line. I think Martell. First of all, I love Melody. I think sometimes we trust the wrong people. And Carlos, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I think Carlos understands the assignment is to make good TV.
Yeah.
And I think Carlos understands how to make good TV. Carlos can give you a feel-good moment at brunch to make you feel good, like we are friends. Yeah. And you're going to entrust me, and you're going to call me Martell. You're going to call. You see, Marcel called Carlos when Melody tweeted something. Whoa. You see what I'm saying? When Melody tweeted something, and Melody was able to screenshot that Marcel reached out to Carlos because of Melody's tweet. But the entire time, the Scotts were the ones who broke the covenant of not talking about each other after they had that dinner. You remember?
Always.
So they pick up the phone like they've been doing from day one, calling, having an issue. Let's go back, roll the tapes. Yep. Remember when Carlos says, I am so sorry that I allowed basically Martell to talk to your son.
Yep.
Talk about your son. Have a scene with your son. You had a problem with that, but you didn't have a problem with Miss Wanda talking about their kids. You get what I'm saying? Double agent, two sides. And the Bible says a dog can only serve one master.
That's it.
What are your thoughts?
The Scots wanted to let it be known we're outnumbering y'all. You know what I mean? So even if we don't have the popular vote, we have the electoral votes. You know, their vote is more important because it's more of them, and everybody is so cohesive to that lie of what they are and what they want that you can't possibly be like a Mel and be totally on the outs, because they want to make sure she's pushed out of what we're talking about. So now we're in the matrix, and I'm trying to live in reality, but I have to live in the matrix just being around y'all, and it's unfair and it's unreal. And we all can see it as viewers. So it's just like, well, then again, no. There's a lot of people that believe Tisha is the victim that she's trying to say she is. And that Marceau is a good husband, even though she double talks and says he's good. But at the same time, I'm going to question your fidelity every season, every other episode. But I'm going to say to the world, it's Mel that's trying to ruin my marriage. No, it's you, honey, because you keep bringing up how you don't trust this man and your mother don't trust him either. But we're the ones that's wrong. Mel's the one that's wrong. It just doesn't make any sense. We can easily watch any of this stuff over again and see where the problem, and they still want to act like we can't see it. But the funny thing is how they're all working for that one goal, but the viewers are seeing something totally different, even still. Because I think we all seen the real people from the first season when Mel cried about her marriage and was displaying what the issues were, to where we felt her as a woman, as a human being. We felt her. Tisha, she's never had a problem in her marriage. So why would we feel for you? You're lying about everything that's going on. So we can't feel for you, because as far as we know, everything is fine, right? So all we have to go off of is fake stuff, and we're supposed to be on your side. I'm sorry, I just can't, because there's nothing to hold on to. It's nothing to hold on to. And
it's I was going to say, I don't even mind, even if Carlos can't find like a well-rounded selection of couples. Give me some singles like Winter from Love and Marriage DC. Winter ain't studying nobody else's husband. Winter ain't trying to get. Winter is about Winter and her brand. You can find some single men, because a lot of times on reality television, and I'm gonna let you go, they bring in single women. Bring in some single men. Yes. Bring in some single men that are building some shit around Huntsville with a hard hat and some muscles and a wife beater on. You see what I'm saying?
That's right. Singles are fun to watch because a lot of people relate to them. So we can always do that, but as long as it's real. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And maybe somebody say, bring LeBaric. Brenda Bryan said, bring LeBaric. You know what? Yeah. You know what? Since they like to do pop-ups, who knows? But thank you so much, Victoria.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Queen. Have a good night.
We got up next. We got Just Being Real. What's on your mind tonight?
Hey, thank you for letting me be on your panel, first of all. That's what I want to say. But I was thinking about how you said, do you think Carlos might be trying to make a narrative as far as it comes to Melody, right? I do think that he's trying to manipulate a narrative that's not positive for her, so he can easily transition her out if she was to leave the show, to make it to more about the Scots and whatever's going on with them. And the reason why I say that is both times that they reference when Melody made a remark that prompted them to do what they did or say what they said, they never went to the initial remark that was made for her to give a remark for. You know what I'm saying? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But I'm
No, you
saying
not
like,
so you good. You good. I'm giving you my undivided attention.
It disturbed me with the Maurice situation because Maurice had made a comment about Melody being the epicenter of all the drama. Again, that was a reference that was given from the Carlos show. And then Carlos just showed her saying that it doesn't matter what he says because he's the least relevant person on the show, which is honesty, right? He turns around because he's petty. He wants to have a valid reason as to why he got in between Kimmy answering the question when asked about where her and Melody friendship is, and him giving the answer of Melody's not a good friend, right? They like to throw the stones, but they like to hide their hands and then try to punish the person for responding for the attacks that they put out on that person, you know? And that can, if you don't pay attention to it and you don't notice that they're taking half of a conversation and making that the start of the conversation to try to make it seem like she's the reason why there's so much conflict in the group, then of course you're going to start seeing that certain person in a different light. You know what I mean? Because not everybody has the time to do the homework like we done or had initially seen the show when it first came out.
Pause right there. Pause right there. You make an excellent point. Do you not remember that quote unquote relationship expert that brought Martell on her show and she crucified Melody?
She did and didn't see the whole show.
She did exactly what you said. Baby, you didn't do the homework. You don't even watch this show. You tapped in. You pulled up on season 2. You thought you got enough and you made a complete ass out of yourself. But keep going, Queen.
Exactly. It didn't make any sense. And that's what he's hoping for. He's hoping for a lot of people to come and see this show. And this show may not have a history with it. And also, not everybody follows these people's accounts. Not everybody knows the interminglings of what happens in the background that might have played into a bigger part as the reason why she acts the way she acts with them while she is being recorded. We tend to forget that's the thing that makes this a little bit different from the regular reality show, because you have that component of what is happening amongst these people in real time in their real lives. She's truly going through a custody battle. She's truly having to worry about people trying to tap into her phones. She's truly having to worry about someone going out of their way to try to make her look bad when she's not even trying to speak about them when she's being interviewed about her life. You know what I'm saying? And these are things they're not even getting paid for. They're not getting paid for this. So it's like a component of how you seem like they try to make it seem like we're an obsessed fan or something's wrong with us. But it's like, no, you're missing such a larger piece of the puzzle. You're missing a bigger piece of the picture that you don't understand the severity of the situation. Like it's weird. It's just him trying to change the narrative of her and how she's viewed by the public, and then them actually doing it. Like they have like this hate train for her. That's just unnatural. It's
very unnatural. And I think that's Carlos keeps saying it's good TV. Actually, it's not the TV you want. I'm like, when you're talking about your portfolio as a reality executive producer, right? When you think about brand, yes, you can get the #1 show, but how did you get it? Tell me a little. When I'm interviewing you, if I was Oprah, how did you get it? Tell me a little bit about the dynamics. What was the tone of the audience? Who was the main character? What happened? How did you highlight her or depict him or her? But with that being said, let's see. Jean Lawson, thank you so much for the super sticker. Listen, I believe in donating a portion of my proceeds to either my channel by way of audio equipment or to the viewers or my moderators. So what I want to do this weekend, I am going to select a winner based on all of the super chats that I receive, and I'm going to buy somebody dinner to your favorite restaurant.
Oh my gosh, she's so sweet.
No, I'm going to make a post. Everybody's going to comment, and I'm going to draw a random winner, whether you want a steak, hot wings, pizza. So that's what I like to do. So thank you so much, Jean. I appreciate you. And thank you so much. Who is this? Just Being Real?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your insight. And we're going to bring Hannah up.
Thank you. Queen Sheba, for allowing me to come back up. But
absolutely.
When one of your guests, the male that was on there with Anthony, I can't remember his name,
Kevin
talked
Moore.
about
Kevin, come on back up here. Go ahead.
I know. When he talked about Carlos, basically, from what I understand, what I gleaned from what he was saying is that he's trying to make the men the center of this show. But the only problem with that is that he's trying to do it on a network that is viewed by predominantly Black women. That is a no-go. So that's his first mistake. And also, I wanted to say that Carlos tried to destroy Melody, and only he know why. I don't understand why. Only he would know why. But I think in the process, he began the destruction of his own character, his show, and possibly his entire career, because like I said, I don't know why he did this. And we know some of the things that he that came out in the show. Number one, when Martell called Melody, he didn't actually say she was a WHORE, but he should not have aired that. That was something that could have been cut completely out. I think he is trying to destroy this woman's character, and it may have started when she got her own show. She had her, what was it, Behind Every Good Man or something like that. I don't think he liked that. So, but the problem is, like I said, he allowed the Scotts, Destiny, Stormy, Miss Betty, the Scotts brother, all of these people to get onto this woman, and we don't understand it. But when Kevin said that, the light came on for me. So I just think that he's going down the wrong road. And this is why Melody is excelling, because it's a spiritual attack on her character and on her period by a man who had the power. And so, there's a difference between power and authority. He has the power to hire people, and then they gave him the authority too. But there's nothing higher than God's power and authority. But because he gave all of these people that put them in place and handpicked them to surround this girl and try to destroy her, he's going to pay for this. But thank you so much for allowing me to share that. Have a great one.
No, hold on. I'm going to keep you here because I had a couple of people that have technical difficulty. Christina, Callie, I see you. You're more than welcome to stay on camera. I see you back, or you can turn it off. I see you. If you want to turn it off, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to bring you up. I'm going to play a clip. Y'all ready? Mm-hmm. All right. Stay here. Oh, hold on. I got somebody else on stage. I almost missed them. I got Lady D Keys. I'm going to bring you up again, Queen. I'm going to play a clip. Y'all ready? Let me play a clip and I want to get your thoughts. All right. Here we go. Hold on.
Let me ask you this, Melody. Based on that incident and based on tonight, do you see a world where you are able to move forward with everybody?
Never. Never.
Let me run it back for the people in the back.
Let me ask you this, Melody. Based on that incident and based on tonight, do you see a world where you are able to move forward with everybody?
Never. Never.
Oh.
She saw what he was doing.
Oh. All right. Christina, what are your thoughts?
Hello, gorgeous Queen Sheba. I wish I could bow. You are phenomenal. You are a blessing. I appreciate you letting me come up. I was like, first, I couldn't click fast enough. I will keep it short and sweet. And again, and also thank you for all of the hard work with the case that's going on. Also, Shanquilla, and like you are. I'm like, wow, I never thought of that. I didn't think. I literally like, they're like, who are you talking to? I'm like, it's Queen Sheba. She gets all like, but I definitely, to speak on Huntsville, I had to jot down so I didn't forget. Like with the Carlos King, like who would you say is his boss? Is it Oprah? Like who would be over an executive producer as far as to kind of, with any job, there's someone else. Every boss has a boss, and I just wonder if that was who hopefully Melody went to, and they kind of gave him a tap on the hand, like, get it together.
Girl, you coming up in here and kicking ass and taking names. Girl, you say, who is your boss? Who is your supervisor? Can I have your badge number? Hold on, let me marinate in that. Girl, that was good. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just in my mind, I jotted down because, like, as other people stated, like, are we really stuck with Carlos? Like is he? I think he's kind of up on his high horse, and I wonder, can he be knocked down? And like, what would, like, I guess my main question is, can they bring in another executive producer and tell him, look, you had your chance. We gave you season upon season, especially with Melody. And, I began watching and I tried to root for all of them, but I feel like now their total, like, their three faces are showing, like that they are liars and manipulators. And I was just wondering, since especially with Melody's well-being, her safety, her and Miss Van, and having to have police reports, I would think a higher up would be like, okay, enough is enough. That Maurice punched, or I heard Martell got a couple, more than a couple, few good licks on him, but just for safety wise, like, that's my main thing. Like, I don't understand how arguing is good TV. I don't understand his way of thinking. So I wonder with the police involved, like say if you're in a domestic relationship and someone fights someone hits you, where you may not want to press charges, but sometimes the law will jump in and press charges.
We the people. How about we say, hold on, we the people. I think as y'all really don't want. I hone in on the psychological traits of the Black experience.
You sure do.
Hold on, because you're about to get. It's not my night, but I'm going to answer your question. It's your night. So, I think people have become immune, and they have a false sense that Black people are okay with disruption and violence. And if we, the people, don't stand for anything, we fall for everything. I don't give a damn about your paycheck. I don't give a damn about your narcissism and how you may react if the rug is yanked from under your feet. But what you will do on my TV and on my cable bill and on my Netflix payment is sit the hell down and act like you got some goddamn sense, or I will call that man.
Or woman.
That's your boss.
Sheba. She might be a woman.
Now, I am not a journalist. I am an everyday woman that happens to fly. Blogging is therapeutic for me. Maurice Luther King Jr. So don't rank me because you might get confused. So that's my response to your question. But let me get back to being queen of the palace.
Okay. Well, I thank you. And like I said, you are phenomenal. And I hope one day you write a book and just share your knowledge, because you really are truly blessed. We're speaking of Mel and her blessings, but you are truly a blessing to us all. You are truly blessed. God is continuously lifting you. And I'll see you at the next reunion as the host. Love you.
All right. Bye-bye. I'll see you next Tuesday, y'all. Cocktails. We'll see. Listen, you were lovely. You better show up, okay?
I will.
Terrell, with your notes.
I got
all right.
Notes.
All right. Thank you,
Blessed
Queen.
night. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Let me bring somebody from the back. I see. Hold on, y'all, because I got Hannah here and I got Lady D's. But hold on. Ever Me, are you ready? Give me a thumbs up. Turn on your camera. I want to bring you up because you haven't talked yet. Ever Me, I see you backstage. If not, I'm going to Lady D's. Lady D's, mic check 1, 2, 3. Ever Me, I just need you to turn on your camera. But Lady D's, what's your thoughts?
Okay, my thoughts is about the whole Melody not forgiving anybody. That's her right. She has every right to not want to forgive nobody because everybody been coming for her since day one. Day one. And then also with, I don't know if you want, are you gonna play another clip or is that the last clip you played?
No, you good. Keep going.
I want to
You're
say
making
something.
sense. Go ahead. We're following you.
Okay.
Keep going.
So then on the last part of it, when Tisha said, "You are sheep in sheep clothing, and you are the devil," I was like, "Girl, do you know what you're doing? You're touching the anointed one. Why are you doing that? That's God's child. Leave her be. You are the one that's a wolf in sheep clothing. That's you, not Melody.
Thank
Don't
you.
play with God's child because that's exactly what she is. That's God's child. Leave that girl alone."
And then I got a super chat that's coming in from Miss Crystal Myers. I don't have on my reading glasses, but it says, "I'm sorry, but I feel like Martell is behind this from the live Melody did with Bondi Blue. He said Martell is trying to turn everyone." I do. You know what? I agree with you, Miss Crystal Myers. Martell is directly responsible for this by way of headship. He was her husband. And he attacked her because she wanted better. So I agree with you 1000%. You're absolutely correct. Hannah Grace, Lady D's, I'm going to transition you off. Don't go anywhere. I got 2 more in the back. I'm about to bring them up. I'm going to remove you, but don't leave, okay? Both of you. Don't leave.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. We're going to bring up Ever Me. Hold on. Ever Me, I'm trying to bring you up, Queen. Hold on. I saw you. You're good. You checked in. Let me get you going. Ever Me, good. You don't have to keep your camera on if you don't want, but you look lovely. I love it. And then we're going to bring up Cheryl and Debbie. All right. Ever Me, what's on your mind?
I'd like to respond to the Letitia and continuing to blame Mel, and also us as viewers continuing to give her that spotlight as far as this hate train on Mel. If this woman wants to stay with her husband that she know and everybody else knows is cheating, let her have at it. I just feel like they need to be responsible now to bring up a new storyline. I just feel like she also is really, really upset because Mel pays her dust. And I think that she really admired Mel in the beginning. And she just cannot believe that Melanie has the gall not to want to, participate with them, be in their presence. I don't think they're really jealous. I do think that they're very envious of her, though. Envious of her leaving, being able to leave her husband with her 4 children and survive and continue to, thrive. I think that's a bother to them all. But I agree. I do think that they're all working for Martell because I think Martell has something on all of them, especially the men, especially the men. And I think that they just felt like it was, better to ride his train than hers. Because she can't be kept in line, but their wives can, and they want to make sure that their wives stay in line.
Well, Melody was the most purest.
Yes.
Of them all. Martell got exactly what most men will want. A young, fresh young lady, newly graduated.
Yes.
If we're talking traditional, right? Because we know Martell is a Kevin Samuels supporter.
Yes.
Unspoiled. nice body. When we talk about high value, because Martell loves Kevin Samuels because he attacked Vivica Fox.
Yes, he did. I remember
that. So when we talk about what men want, according to the Kevin Samuels blueprint, Martell got it. You got a perfect, educated, nice body, no previous kids, no previous history, didn't defile the marriage bed by getting pregnant beforehand, nothing. You walked into greatness and you fumbled the ball.
Yes, I agree. I agree. And, because she loves her husband and her family, and like I'm married as well, and like us all, we want things to work. She did it for a while, and I think he got complacent. I think he got comfortable. Oh, she's not going anywhere. Oh, this is just another time. I just have to make her feel good again, and, she'll stay. And when she really took that leap and went, he just could not believe it. He can't take it.
No, because I'm king.
Yes.
I'm Lord of all. I reign. I made you. I discovered. I took you to American Idol. Remember all that shit he said?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
I named your beauty line. And even so much so that his mistress got online and said, I made that change her name. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only up from here. And thank you for that.
Yes,
for
exactly.
pushing her further into greatness. Thank you for that, dummy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sorry.
I agree 100%. My other thing is I'm a little bit um uh, disappointed in Kimmy.
In what way? In what manner?
In the way that she came off very strong, and she was biased, and she felt, she held whoever needed to be held to the fire. It didn't matter whether it was Mel or anybody else. But then after she made that comment that she wouldn't want to be Tisha's friend if she didn't know her or wasn't in the family. I'm sure she got a lot of backlash from that. But when she came back, I think to season 3, it was a different Kimmy. She had to start playing their game, and it was so visible. I was a little bit disappointed in that.
Kimmy a bad bee and don't even know it.
But I like her. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm disappointed, I think, because she is strong, and she's strong. Her and Mel will be phenomenal, as leading women. I mean, because they're both strong in their own sense. They're both business oriented. She did a phenomenal job on HGTV. When I saw her on both of her episodes, she was amazing. She was really
tapping
amazing.
into real estate, right?
Yes, she was.
So what would you
amazing.
say to Kimmy before your time is up? What would you say to Kimmy?
I would say to
Kimmy, as a woman that's trying to break out from the man, under the shadow and the umbrella of a man, a woman that's great, and you see her potential. Hold on, because I want this to land on the chat. And
Okay.
You're like, girl, you bad. Don't let that man overshadow who you are. You bad. You on HGT. What would you say to her?
Remember who you were. You were phenomenal. Mm-hmm. Remember who you were. Go back to who you were. You got him with who you were, not who you are right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say to her.
Thank you so much for blessing us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you, Everme. All right. Who's up next? It looks like we got Cheryl. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. What's going on? Tell us what you're thinking.
Yes, my comment is, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. First time on here. Been listening to your commentary. It has been wonderful, and all the guests have been wonderful as well. My point is Carlos. What I see in Carlos is in regards to Miss Wanda and the look that she gave as, oh shoot, SHIT though. Mel said never. What is that going to do to my pockets? They've already had a petition out against me to get me off the show. It looks like it worked. But they for real now. I blame Carlos because he did call Wanda TV Gold. And she's been a fool ever since. I think people allowed her antics as soon as she came onto the show to be the court gesture to bring the comedy to the show, and it was vile and vindictive and nasty. She was only saying things that Tisha couldn't say, and she kept running with it until it kind of, fell to to the side of choppers being said on her chat, and just a fight ensued because of her mouth, and also I believe because of things that Tisha has told her, even though she said Tisha don't tell me nothing. Tisha tell you everything. Y'all sit and chat because y'all only 13 years apart. Stop acting like y'all ain't sister friends instead of mother-daughter.
So what would be your solution? You have a very complex dynamic that Carlos have become embedded in. What would be your solution if you could sum it up in 10 seconds or more?
Carlos, stick to your position. Let the players play the games that they need to play with the original 6 and not the others and the mothers.
Oh, I appreciate it. And thank you for giving us your time today, Cheryl.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. So we had a question that came in from Lucky Marie, and she's going to come up. She said, so what is Letitia supposed to do? Leave her marriage? I want y'all to ponder on that. Don't respond just yet. That's not a bad question. That's a really good question, because how many of you would leave your marriage if somebody told you your husband was cheating and you ain't saying nothing? All right, you're up. Debbie.
Hi.
Hey.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
I love your commentary. I want to know why Carlos King was crying because Martell got a divorce from Melody. That's been 2 years. And what's going on that he's on Martell's hate train with the rest of them? And if he's the executive producer, I know him and Sheree are friends. Why is he at a party with Martell at the Chateau Sheree and they show
Hold on. Let me jump in. Let me give a shout out to my new members. I Speak Clearly and Jay Olson. I see you. Thank you for purchasing your membership to the panel. Back to you, Debbie. You tell us what you think.
I think that's odd. In my opinion, they have more than just a friendship, because the way Carlos is coming after Melody and taking Martell's side, it's unfair. And that's not working. It's past working. It has to be personal. And it looks like there's something going on there.
Do you think, so think about this from a married woman's perspective. So Carlos designs and develops his brand to attract the demographic of women, predominantly African-American women. From that perspective, when you say, I feel like something is there, is it a brotherhood? Is it a close friendship? Because, sometimes men develop friendships where they can listen to their boy all day talking about their girl. What are you saying?
I seen guys be best friends and all of that, but they don't cry when their best friend get a divorce from their wife and hug on them the way I have seen Carlos hug Martell on his nightcap show. That's odd to me.
Okay. You said it here first. Miss Patricia. Did I get the name? I'm sorry, not Patricia. I'm sorry. I'm so engulfed in your commentary, Miss Cheryl, right? Did I get the name wrong? Did my audio go out? You there?
I'm here.
All right. So thank you so much for adding that bit of commentary. I think it's very interesting what you had to say. And I'm going to bring up the next caller. Thank you so much, Queen.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
All right. All right. Who's up next?
Hello.
Hello. Introduce yourself, because it's Sam Clem, right?
Yes.
All right, Sam, welcome to the panel. What's going on? What's on your mind?
So many points I wanted to make. However, I just want to retouch on a topic. I really believe Martell is the ringleader that is driving these forces. What you have to understand with an individual like Martell, he's street. And what Mel's downfall was, she wasn't a street girl. And people who have that mentality, they're very cunning and they think they're smarter than the average individual because a person may not have street knowledge. What Martell feels is though Mel betrayed him for leaving him. So now he's out for vengeance. I know for a fact, because I know certain things behind the scenes, that is Martell pulling the strings. He has random people talking negative about Mel. And I know this for a fact. And what you have to realize, even if it wasn't for the own network, Martell has these minions on different platforms speaking negatively about Mel. In addition to that, Tisha, what Martell noticed is that Tisha was jealous of Mel. You don't think he studied that before he started working on that behind the scenes? Notice how Tisha doesn't have that resentment towards Martell. One thing she said is, oh, Martell apologized. But Martell still throws digs and she doesn't have that contentment against him. He even used Ariane to say negative things about her marriage, but she doesn't hold that resentment. He said on the stage, oh, like he went to Africa, and then she digged back, but she still didn't have that contentment towards him that she had for Mel. In addition to that, he said, Carlos asked, did you see him with another woman? He said, I'd rather not say. She jumps in and say, well, I'm the woman. Why aren't you mad at Martell? Why aren't your wheels spinning? Is he trying to tell you something behind the scenes? People say that Mel is trying to destroy the marriage. No. It's her own husband. And he lies and he manipulates her. People have to look at it from that perspective. When you ask your man something and you're blindsided by him, he's going to tell you what a man wants to tell you. So it looks like it's Mel on the island by herself. You notice that she said, I'm not going to apologize when Marcel said, has Mel ever been held accountable? Mel's response was, I'm not going to apologize for something that is the truth. He said, no, I'm not asking you to apologize for that if y'all quit that. He said, I'm asking you to apologize, or did you start trouble with the fight? He told on himself right then and there. Because if he felt Mel was lying about the marriage, why didn't he ever correct it? Mel said that Marcel had a private conversation with her and Martell and said Tisha can't handle the truth and asked them to back off from that Alonda situation.
Whoa. You just brought like phenomenal commentary to the stage. I want you to keep going. Share your thoughts.
I was privy to some information behind the scenes, and that's why I know it's Martell. And I'm not going to divulge those things. The reason why I know a person like Martell, I had street individuals in my family, and I'm not going to call out the family members, but they were womanizers, and they used to play the same game, and it helped me to be on alert when I started dating guys. So that's why I recognize those type of men. I believe all those guys, allegedly, because, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but allegedly, I do believe that they all do the same things. I think they're smarter about it now, and I think it teaches them to maneuver. They learn from Martell's mistakes, i.e., the vasectomy. Why would you do that without your permission of your wife? No one is telling her to leave her marriage. What she needs to do is to back up and stop running her mouth about other people's situation. And people get that twisted. You have to realize the audience that's watching, you have strong male supporters and you have people that just watch the show for, let's say, enjoyment. Of course, Mel is going to lose some of those because that's her minions and Martell's goal is to make her look in a negative light. One thing Martell did say is, if y'all really knew the real Mel, y'all wouldn't like her. You have strong male supporters and you have... Go ahead.
Keep going.
Sorry,
Keep going.
So she lost some of those audience because, and I'm gonna keep it real. With those kind of people, you can't, even though you're human, you can't go back in the gutter with them. Because it's like if you watch football, you notice how one may do a dirty hit and then the person who retaliates, they get the flag or they get the penalty. What happens is, it's a proverb saying, don't argue with fools in a folly, because from a distance, a person can't tell who is who. So when Mel started defending herself, now those people are looking like, oh, she's trying to break up the marriage. Oh, she's trying to do this. Oh, she's trying to do that. You understand? Whereas Martell, when he does his dirt, he got smart. He uses other people now to maneuver. Carlos knows TV, and that's his world. You understand? So he looks at it as good commentary. He has said before, well, when I show about businesses, people, the ratings are down. So he knows, and let's be real, ratchetness is what sells. I'm going to say that Martell, if you notice, sometimes he sits quiet on that stage. He absorbs everyone. And Carlos is crying like this guy is a decent guy. He's far from a decent guy. But I think he really met his match with Sheree. Someone did a great expo because they broke down who's going to keep people in check if Martell get out of line.
Look, we're definitely going to be tuned into that. Listen, you brought the house down tonight, Sam Clem. Thank you so very much for all of your commentary. Thank you for the different perspective and the profound. And I'm going to say boom, bada bang. Because I think the whole house hushed like we were going to altar prayer when you started talking. So thank you so much, Queen.
You're welcome.
All right. And Advocate for Justice, listen, thank you for the super chat. You know what, my moderators, y'all are so on point. Whatever I miss, y'all push back up through the stream. Sometimes you guys, when you do a super chat, the chat moves so fast and so quickly, but my moderators are the best in the industry, hands down. And if I was my moderators, I would start my own moderating business on YouTube. That's all I got to say. And I'm going to drop the mic. But listen, we're going to bring up Lucky Marie. She's so lucky. The other two, hold tight real quick, because she had a question and I challenged her to come up. Lucky Marie, what's on your mind?
Hi, Shiva. Hi, everybody.
Hey, welcome.
I love the challenge just like you.
Yeah, because you put it in the chat, and I'm putting Frenchette and Patricia on hold because you said, what is a girl to do? Is she to leave her marriage? So what's up?
Well, because
is she?
I like to listen because sometimes I miss the actual show. So I've actually seen bits and pieces of the reunion, so I'm doing my catching up. But I've seen most of it, and I hear, like, we've been hearing the quote unquote little crumbs that have been dropped that's showing Marcel is getting kind of messy, right? With certain things, but there is nothing that is like, this is definitely him doing this, right? Unless the girl just decides to come from under the blanket, so to speak, right? So my thing is, what do people expect her to do? Okay, what if she acknowledge it and say, yes, people who aren't in my household, I believe all of this. Now, is everybody going to be there when she has to raise her kids by herself? You know, on her own income, she's not, and this is no shot at anybody, but she's not a personality like Melody. Like, Melody is just shining. You know what I'm saying? She tried. The baby was a deal breaker. Respectfully, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. Tisha is not that type of personality. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Marcel would have to do something that's publicly embarrassing for her to then make a decision to break up her family, but that hasn't happened. So what do people want her to do with her family?
Somebody said we want her. Hold on. Not somebody. S. White says, well, what we want her to do is to stop blaming Melody. But Lucky, let me put you in the hot seat. What would you do?
If it's like crumbs that shows that my husband is...
If it was you. Mm-hmm.
I think what I would do is I would have a genuine conversation. That it would depend on how genuine he was with me. Because let's be real, Tisha is snooping. You know what I'm saying? Or she could just be ignoring certain things because it's not forcefully in her face. So I would probably have a conversation to see if he wanted an open marriage, and then I would take the Shawnee O'Neal approach. If I seen it was going down a tunnel and I knew eventually I did not want to be with a man who explored his options, isn't that what we're supposed to say? If I didn't want to be with that, then I would start building certain things aside from the marriage to prepare my exit if it really, really came down to it. I would start to build something where my kids won't feel discomfort or the stress and mental um drain that the mother would have to go through from what just happened, and the kids having to go through the father not being in the home. So it would depend on how my life would change. If I can grow more financially with my marriage and get money on the side, I'm being honest, then I would wait till my kids got to a certain age and he could do whatever he wanted to do. I wouldn't sleep with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, we would just have an understanding. You're muted. You're muted, Sheba. I think it's
What age? I'm sorry, I was on mute. What age? When you say I will wait until my children reach a certain age, what age?
Probably teenage years.
Okay.
Because Tisha strikes me as a personality where they both do seem like they're very respectful, not to have uncomfortable conversations around their children. So I think that I can trust the fact that they could probably keep it, the same way publicly. And I'm sure she's going to have her hormones where she's going to want to sleep with her husband. It's her husband. So if she was open to it, it depends on their morals. Like, if she was open to it, then she needs to do what's right for her while in the marriage and not just jump ship because she's hurt. You know what I'm saying? Plan it. And then I would be making sure my name is on a lot of things. So when I leave, it hurts him. I'm just being honest.
So lucky Letitia's name is on a almost $1 million loan for the house, allegedly. Letitia's name is on the business, allegedly, that's in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. So she's covered all of that. What are your thoughts?
Well, then
he put her in charge. Many believe, quote unquote, whether it's true or not, but as bloggers, we have to take everything into consideration. Many believe, okay, you went from season 1. Your wife needs to stay at home, be a traditional white wife. Don't talk, don't speak, don't do anything unless I tell you to. Your place is in the kitchen and to birth children. And I thought you were getting your degrees for fun because you were bored. So I gave you a board game and I let you go to school. All right. You still want more? Put your name on this loan. Put your name on this. And we're in the negative. And now they're in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. What would you do as a wife?
Like I said, I think I would have to explore my options, and it would be what would be more beneficial for me if my decision was to leave. But Tisha strikes me as a person, like I said, different personality than Melody. Melody, I love the fact that she has a mindset to be family oriented, but she doesn't let it go cross. It doesn't push past her boundaries where when she sees herself drowning, she had the one day look in the mirror and say, you know what, I need to remind myself and be there for myself. Tisha seems like she struggles with that. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, he probably gives her the confidence. Without him, she may lose confidence. So I think that I would first start to figure out what I wanted to do. If I really wanted to be with this man, then I would start making demands, because if you're on all this type of stuff and if it would hurt him to leave, he's gonna listen. But then again, it's like, do you really want to be with him after you know that you have to now see if he's going to be faithful? All of that is a different struggle. So I would say I would probably, me personally, I would wait till my kids got a certain age to see what happened in the relationship. If I came back around and feeling all fuzzy, or if he was consistently still doing what he did, if he was still trying to be a dictator, if he was remorseful, all of those things factor in. But if he wasn't, and it was on similar to Martell, where it's repetitive and this is a consistent woman, then no, you're already started a relationship. So I probably should have started one in the marriage too, so I can have something when I leave. Like, that's how I would think. So it would be.
I got one question for you, Lucky, before you time out. Your husband comes to you and he says, listen, You stressing me the hell out. I'm going to Africa for 30 days. What's your response? And you not going.
See, that's where I'm at. So you think he went to Africa? Yeah, he went to Africa with somebody else.
It ain't no think. He did go to Africa without her for 30 days and was smoking
No,
a
but he went
cigar.
with another girl, allegedly. Right?
Forget that. We don't even know that.
So just by himself.
I'm going to Africa. You not going. Period. What are your thoughts as a wife?
As a wife, or what would Lucky actually do?
Lucky is a wife. Lucky, it don't matter how you toggle in between. You are you. What would you say? What would you do? Can your husband go to Africa without you?
Personally, I would already mentally check out of the relationship.
Okay.
There's just certain things you just should not do. Like even sometimes as a woman, you know, you let certain things that you let certain men kind of push, and you like, I'm gonna bite my tongue. But once you start to run over me, once I start to become a doormat, it's time for me to trip you. Like you can't just keep walking over me. Something in you should have a spirit of how much do I love myself, because this person is only able to love me like this because I'm clearly not loving myself and displaying what that is. So I think for Tisha, like I said, she clearly struggles with that. So me personally, I'm gonna go for his pockets, because if we can make more money and I have to shut up and do my job, I'm not sleeping with you. That means we are strictly business. I don't care who you sleep with, but you shouldn't care who I sleep with either. That's just what I would do.
All right. Well, I think you did a phenomenal job of defending your position. And that's what it's about. Stretching ourselves, hearing different positions without getting disrespectful. And I think you brought about a hell of an argument.
I love this Tisha. No, I'm talking about her comment. This Tisha flat-footed. That is funny. But yeah, I love this stream. Congratulations, Sheba. Bye, you guys.
No, thank you. Thank you, Lucky. Have a good one. All right. And next up, we have Patricia. Patricia, you got off the screen, the stream, and then you came back. Are you ready? If not, I'm going to go to Frenchette.
I'm ready.
All right. What you got for us?
Okay. At first, thanks for letting me on the panel. Thanks for letting me come on the panel. Can you hear me?
Yeah, girl, go. We got you.
Okay. I want to start out with Kimmy first.
Okay.
Okay. You cannot be miserable to make somebody else happy. It'll never work. Kimmy is doing everything she can to make Maurice happy, and she's miserable. That's a no-no for me.
What makes you say that, though? Because that's like a blanket statement. Can you defend that argument?
Okay.
When you say another woman is miserable, can you it doesn't have to be right, but can you put a little bit of meat and potatoes behind it?
Okay.
Take your time.
Okay.
You can say, come on, we hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits of the Black experience.
That's why I like your channel. My major is psychology.
Then you should have been ready, Patricia.
I know.
Patricia, you can't come up here half-assed now. But hold your thought. Let me hold your thought. Stay there. Get your thoughts together. Frenchette, what you got to say? Okay. We're going to come back to Patricia. We're going to let her get her thoughts together. Frenchette? If I'm not saying it right.
Hey, you saying it right. That's my name. I was saying I love Patricia. I love her perspective. I've heard on other panels, and I like her perspective. Too. But I love your channel. I love the way you break down things, Queen Sheba. Keep up the good work.
Yeah.
This is what I got to say about Kimmy. The thing that told me something was when Kimmy had to get a support dog. If you got to get a support dog and you ain't been to no war, served in no military, it's time for you to playing your ex's strategy when you got a husband. Then you say your support dog gives unconditional love. It is time to go. But each day on, and I'm praying that she have a total healing. What I got to say about Letitia, what people need to realize is nobody won't. I don't care about whether she stay in her marriage or not. It's the fact that they have ran this storyline for the last 5 seasons. Somebody's trying to destroy their marriage. She the one kept bringing it up. Mel never brought it up. Never brought it up. But they blame Mel for everything when Mel haven't said anything about a marriage. So you know, um, how I want to see it. So if she want to stay in that marriage, that loveless marriage, because we all can see is loveless. You can tell when someone is in love with their spouses, and there's no love shown between them. I don't care, and it seems forced. Even with the video that she had with him, where he had pulled her back up when she was calling herself dancing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I want to say the young lady that was talking, I'm going to say this. I was shocked for her to be a young lady to talk like that because when my parents, about staying in a marriage till the kids get a certain age or this and that, we're not living in the age in the 50s and the 60s where people had to stay there because they had kids and they had no other option.
Why were you shocked? Just out of curiosity.
I'm from
Why were you shocked? Are you shocked because it doesn't align with your idea of what you would do?
No. It's not, no. I'm shocked, not because it line with my idea. I'm shocked because those were things that were done back in the 50s and 60s, back in the days when my grandparents and my parents came along, right? And so, they stayed together for the sake of the children. And I was shocked because it seemed like, the younger generations now would say, "Hey, I don't have to stay here just because I got kids. Hey, it ain't working out. We don't get along. Ain't no love here. Let's go our separate ways and let's just try to co-parent or do whatever. We're gonna wait." One thing about mothers, we're gonna make a way. We've always the men's have been lost for a long time now, so
Okay.
they're not the head of the family like they should be. So the women have always been the head of the family for a long while because they have had to come together to be strong and to make sure that there was a roof over the family's head, food on the table, because the man has gone out and has forgotten about family. It's not like it was back in the days. And so now we as women have an option. We don't have to take the mess that our parents and grandparents took back in the days where we had to stay for the children. We had no other place to go. We couldn't go back to mama's house and daddy's house. You know, now we can stand on our own and make it happen for us and our children. So I'm gonna say, even though my babies are grown, my son is 37 today, but I'm not going to stay in a marriage that
Mm.
is loveless because I got kids and I'm gonna wait till the kids get a certain age. Why? We can
You know
cut
what I
these
like?
ties now. We
I
can cut
like
these
that you
ties now.
said, I am not. A lot of times I get on panels,
Hmm.
including some of my own, even in my personal life, and I hear women and men tell other people what they should do, but I never hear them talk about what they are doing. So I like the fact that even though you challenged the other young lady's statement, you wrapped it up by saying, I will not remain in a marriage. That's not good for me. I love that.
No, and you know what? Why would I remain in a marriage waiting till the kids get a certain age and say, "Hey, you go out and do whatever you want"? You can go out and do whatever you want, but we just gonna be roommates. But guess what? Why am I gonna be roommates with him? Because guess what? He gonna go out and do what he wanna do, but he gonna make sure I don't do what I wanna do. Because it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be like War of the Roses. So no, I no. Sometimes you have to learn you got to learn when to cut ties. And the sooner you cut ties, when you realize this ain't gonna work, make your exit plan and do what you got to do
I
for
think the
your
younger
children.
generation does a very good job of that. I
Mm-hmm.
really do. And I have to commend them for that because we were trained and embedded and conditioned to stay. And we are also conditioned to not complain. Even on jobs,
Mm-hmm.
marriages, you can't complain. You've been conditioned not to complain. Who the hell you think you are? Number one. Number two, Darrell Long says animals need love too. When he talked about an emotional support, he was like, maybe Kimmy was the dog's emotional support. I love dogs. But
I
you
do
know how
too.
I think Kimmy could have spun the hell out of that?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of Black women have anxiety, depression, SI. If you don't know what SI is, think about SUICIDE,
Yeah.
ideation. Call it
Mm-hmm.
SI. When you think about that ideation, ideation. And if Kimmy would have taken that story or would have pushed harder to say, not only will you focus on my cancer, but you're going to focus on my emotional support. And the reason
Yeah.
I got a dog. So all the viewers know is that I have a dog, but let me tell them why.
But this is the thing where she ain't gonna be able to talk about why she got the dog because she got the dog before she even found out she had the cancer.
No, but that would have led
But
up
it
to
could have
that.
been
That would have been a
yeah, it could
climax.
have.
That would have been a
Yeah.
build because even if it's medical condition or not,
Yeah.
Black women are still human beings that have
Yeah.
anxiety attacks, that have anxiety,
Yeah.
stress, depression, days that
Yeah.
we don't feel so good. But guess what? Don't nobody talk about it.
Yeah,
And if
and you're
Kimmy
right.
could have demanded or say, you know what, I want to tell a little bit more about how my dog, why I got this dog, to encourage other Black women. You know what? You don't need a pit bull, but here's how I asked for help. And here's how I was able to identify that an emotional support dog would be the best fit for me during this time. That's why we tune in, Carlos.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it go over your head, Carlos. That would have been a beautiful moment. But with that being
Yeah.
said, my Texas accent. With that being said, Frenchette, thank you for tuning in. I'm gonna move
Yes,
on to Patricia.
and you know what? Let me ask you one more question.
Okay.
Why do you think Carlos was down in Huntsville, had to fly, do emergency flight to Huntsville?
Because of y'all. Y'all made some damn noise. Y'all made noise.
I'm talking about he said it on his thing with Justin the other doing the review that he had
Listen to
to
what
go
I
there.
answered that. The viewers made noise. Numbers
Oh, okay.
drive change. Black people, we are powerful in numbers.
Yes.
It takes a village. And we gathered together as a village and we said enough is enough. Y'all were talking about petitions, contacting OWN. You guys talked. You put some fire underneath their feet. And Carlos said, okay, let me fly down. Carlos didn't do that because of Carlos. Carlos
Yeah.
did that because of y'all. So that's why.
And one more thing, I got to say this before I get off, and I thank you for allowing me to come up. Thank you. I love your show, but I got to say this. I am totally pissed off at Carlos for wanting to cry about Martell, but what were the tears for Melody? That lady has went through something. Where were the tears?
We'll come back next Tuesday because that's the third part reunion. We're going to get a little bit more, hopefully, and then we're going to figure it out. But y'all don't want to miss next Tuesday because I got something for y'all. We'll see you then. Frenchette. All right. Patricia, you're up next.
Okay.
We have Simone Wealthy, Nikki S. You're in the chat in the back. You've been back there for a long time, but let me tell you, it says that your device is not connected. FYI, I'm not ignoring you, but your device is not connected. Patricia, what's on your mind?
Okay, Kimmy. She didn't want to quit her job. She didn't want to start all over again with watching children because she had to do that, and she wasn't able to live the life that she wanted to live. So basically, she did all this stuff just to make him happy. And I have to say she was miserable because she wasn't the same Kimmy anymore. She wasn't as perky. She wasn't as happy. And when a person is not happy, when they're not smiling, some people you never see them smile, just never. They're not happy within themselves. Okay, and then with Carlos, like, he gets so excited about the ratchetness and ghetto. I believe it's his environment. It was his environment, and he think that's what everybody want to see. Everybody don't want to see arguing and fighting and piling up on one person. We don't want to see that. We tuned in to see the business aspect of what was going on. At least I did. I don't really look at TV, but with Love, Marriage, and Huntsville, I start looking at more TV, and I look at YouTube more than I look at regular TV. Because I want to know what's going on with Mel. And I don't turn on the TV for all that arguing and fighting and ratchetness and ghetto. I don't do that. And I know a lot of other people don't do that either. But I think it's Carlos' background in Michigan. Most of my family is in Michigan. All my mother's sisters and brothers live in Michigan from Mississippi. Mm-hmm. And they are different. My cousin came and stayed with me for 3 months. They are just totally different than us.
So what would you say? Well, if Carlos allowed you to go to brunch with him and he bought you a real good glass of champagne, cold, nice glass of bubbly, and you was just eating your steak and your eggs, and Carlos said, Patricia, what should I do? What would you say?
Well, for number one, he needs to get rid of all the Scots, because to me, they're not bringing nothing to the TV, and replace them. And have Melody, Martell can stay on there, and her kids, and replace them with people that's doing something. But number one, they don't even have the experience in a business.
Hold on. Let me laugh in peace. Let me laugh in peace. I love to laugh in peace without being interrupted. Okay, go ahead.
They don't. Not Kimmy. Destiny, she didn't know what she was doing. You gotta work your business yourself until you're able to pay someone. She was paying people and didn't have the money to pay them. That's not the way you run a business. They don't know what to do. I guess they're trying. So I'm not going to put them down, but they don't have the experience. And a lot of time it takes 2 or 3 or 4 years just to get a business off the ground. I was in business all my life, and I know.
I agree. I think you brought some very valid points tonight. I think you're probably like the 4th or the 5th person to say, get rid of the Scots. And I think Carlos he's got a lot to think about. I'm not sure if he can make that move just yet by way of getting too close to the talent, which HR 101, do not fraternize with your employees, right? Your subordinates. But with that being said, thank you so much, Patricia.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we're going to bring up Nikki S. I see you, Simone, but what happened is Nikki S has been sitting back in the chat for like over an hour. She did not really realize, stay there, Simone. She did not realize that her device was not connected. Nikki S, tell us what's going on.
Hi, Queen Sheba. Hi, panel. Nothing much. Just a quick comment regarding Letitia and staying in her marriage. Letitia can stay in her marriage.
We love your accent. Go slow.
Letitia can stay in her marriage. She can stay in her marriage for as long as she wants. Lots of women stay in marriages where they may know something is going on and where the public may know something is going on. She simply needs to stop expecting other people to lie about her marriage. Stop expecting other people to put up a front or about her marriage. She shouldn't expect Melody or anyone else to pretend as though Letitia's marriage is so great, or pretend as though Letitia's marriage is perfect, or pretend as though Letitia's husband has been faithful to her for all time or has not given her any reason to not trust him. If Letitia would stop talking about her own marriage and blaming people for ruining her marriage, when all they're simply doing is asking her to look at her own marriage, it wouldn't be a problem. She can stay in a marriage. Just don't expect anyone else to lie about your marriage or to put up a front about your marriage. If you want to put up a front, you would put up a front. Don't ask anyone else their opinions about it. That's it. Thanks.
No, hold on, pause, girl. You better get your flowers. They are loving you in the chat. Hold on. I don't want you to jump off just yet. Folks are loving you. They're saying you're absolutely correct. Where are you calling in from, by the way?
The Bahamas.
Oh, what time is it there?
It's 11:25 and I should be in bed.
Okay, you go to bed, but we love you. Come back next week. Please come back next week. We'll be looking for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Simone, you were dropped from the chat. I see you, Truth. You're coming up next. Simone, you had to go out and come back in. Welcome. We're gonna wrap up, you guys, in about 5 minutes. Tell us what's on your mind.
Sorry, I accidentally hung up, and I'm super nervous.
That's okay. That's okay. We hold space for you over here.
Well, this is my thing. Forget the love, forget all of that. Tisha has a bigger problem, and it's this bank issue. That has been sticking with me more than anything. I'm thinking in my head, from what I've read online about this case, typically in cases like this is referred to the ABC people and the alphabet people. You know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. So if this gets referred and they pick it up and they look into it, and she has the complexion that they really want to go after, she could be indicted. She could be indicted for bank fraud, wire fraud, misrepresentation of funds, a whole list of things. And the person that she's trying to protect so much is her husband. He set her up. He set her up from season 1 until now. Season 1, he didn't want her to leave the house. She was a housewife. You fast forward till now, her name is on everything. Between him and that fake lawyer brother, they can't get a business loan or a personal loan. Their wives' names are on everything. So her bigger issue that she really needs to be concerned about right now is the business aspect. She could go to jail, possibly. I hope that does not happen. But the love thing, who cares about that? She knows what's up. I think she knows fully. She's just trying to save face. It's an old ego thing. Forget all that. It's the business. He done slid her in, and she's going through thinking, oh, okay, he's really, really respecting me now. He has me on top of the business. He's including me. No, this Detroit fool set you up. He literally has set you up. And it possibly could not go that way. It possibly could not, go the way of the ABC people, but it possibly could. If they can do that to the New Jersey people, I think her name,
and the Salt Lake City. The other one just got for fraud. Remember,
exactly.
For money laundering for
Jen Shaw. If they can do that to them,
they hitting everybody.
What do you think they're going to do to them? They hitting people up with the PPP loans. You sitting up here on TV lying about everything, and you notice on every chance you can get in this season, he's
allegedly, because we don't know.
Okay, allegedly.
Yeah, on this channel, we don't know. All of this is allegedly. We have no idea. This is all hearsay. It has not been proven. So I wanted to insert that piece.
Absolutely, allegedly. He has included her name to make sure the viewer and the ABC people looking at this know she is the president, majority owner of Schultz, whatever that they call that business. She's the majority owner of everything. Her name is on everything. If they send this to a grand jury, who's going to get indicted? It's going to be her. Not him.
My concern is, before I go to that, I just want to thank you, Victoria Ryan, for the 5-piece. Listen, let me tell you something. It's going to go to a good cause. I'm going to not only bless one lucky person with the dinner. You know what? All my moderators in the chat tonight, thank y'all for staying up extra late. I got you. Y'all get dinner too. So whatever I make tonight, I'm giving it back to the moderators and one lucky winner. Not even a member of the channel, but just anybody that's been on this chat. We're gonna draw randomly, and then all of my moderators are gonna get dinner this weekend. All right. So that's good. My moderators that are on this chat tonight. All right. So thank you all for giving to the channel. But Victoria says Carlos making Sugar Mama's paternity a question at the reunion is the same thing of what Wanda did. It pissed me the hell off. You know what? I think so too. I think when you say children are off limits, you cut the conversations, you put the card behind your back, and you move on to the next thing. Thank you so much, Simone. I think that was you talking, Simone, for your thoughts. Would you like to add anything onto that before we move on to the next caller?
No, that's all I had. Forget the love. She has more serious issues than him. Forget all that.
Thank you. We appreciate
it. And I love your platform.
Thank you so much. I couldn't do it without y'all. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. So let's see. No, I called out the wrong name. Simone's in the back. Simone, are you there?
No, I was just talking.
Okay, Rob brought you back up. Let me remove you. Hold on.
Okay.
Look, that wine was good, y'all. Hold on. You know what? I should become a wine sponsor. Truth. We haven't heard from you. Before we go to Hannah and Lady D's. Truth, welcome to the channel. What's going on?
Hey, Queen Sheba, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Get close to the mic. You sound good, but we want you to sound better.
Okay, how's that? Is that better? Is that better? Oh,
that's
wow.
Great. That's great.
Okay, great. First of all, I love you, Queen Sheba. I love your channel. I love your commentary. So thank you for everything that you do. So what I wanted to share is I just want to talk about like the ganging up on and the hatred towards Melody. I feel like Melody light is shining so bright, and with Tisha and her envy as it relates to Mel, I think for Tisha it's more like who she thinks she is, and like she felt like Melody thought that she was better than her and Kimmy and everybody else since season 1. So now that Melody has walked away from Martell, the divorce, his antics, and she's shining even brighter on her own, Tisha knows and sees that Mel is a boss. I feel like with Marcel really do admire Mel. Mel is Marcel's ideal woman, in my opinion. And that's why Tisha tried so hard to walk in Mel's shadow. That's why she tried to emulate her. Now with Tisha and I know I'm jumping from a lot of things because you guys have covered a lot tonight. But with Tisha and Destiny, like they really do hate Mel because Mel walked away from them in the friendship. It's really nothing else that they can say other than she don't talk to us. Now let's take it back to Tisha and this whole thing with why she's so mad at Mel and Mel tried to mess up her marriage. Now, if we go back to that restaurant scene when Tisha confronted Mel, first of all, when she should have been confronting Martell in the first place. That's what everybody else has not, spoke on that I haven't heard. She came at Mel and said, I want to talk to you about your husband. Your husband is spreading lies about my husband. First of all, that's a conversation for Martell. What could Melody do about what Martell is spreading? And then when Mel responded, well, how do you know that they lied? That's all Mel said, and then Tisha, that's when Tisha went all in. No, because your husband matching BMWs, and that's when Mel was like, start coming back at Tisha for blood. So as far as what I can see, that's where all this whole big thing with Tisha and spreading that Melody is trying to, ruin her marriage. Now let's take it to Carlos. I feel like Carlos, I really do feel like he envy Mel to an extent, because he see Mel truly is a boss. Mel could do his job running circles around him. So that's why he has condoned and allowed all of these people to gang up on Mel. And I just don't like it. And for the people, the fans that has turned, the supporters that have turned against Mel, I feel like, let's keep it real as women, period. Now, most of us women have been cheated on. Most of us women, I was married and I divorced because my husband was cheating on me. The sad piece called me, and I decided to walk away because that was what was best for me, because I know what my mental capacity could take. Okay, Mel.
I know that's right. Hold on, pausing that.
Okay,
knowing. I want to give you a second. No, that's good stuff. Go ahead.
You want me to finish?
No, that was good stuff. I don't want the audience to miss it. When you say, okay, I knew what my mental capacity could take. Go ahead.
Thank you, Queen Sheba. I knew that for me, that it wasn't worth me trying to continue to go and battle with this other female, because if that's where he want to be, I'm going to let you go ahead and be there. And then everything that I felt like I lost, God blessed me back with it. I got everything back. But more importantly, I got peace of mind.
Let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. When you were going through that, mm-hmm, what did you feel like you lost? If you don't mind sharing.
I don't mind sharing. I'm a poet as well. So I and that's why my name is Truth. So I speak my truth in my poetry. But I lost my husband. I lost, who I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with, mm-hmm, and for me, like, that wasn't his first time cheating, but I felt like, is this the for better or for worse part? We're trying to honor my vows, as this was my first marriage. And as a Black woman, I didn't have any marriages to go after, to imitate, to use as an example of what a successful marriage should look like. So I stayed, a couple of times after I had got cheated on. But that one there was the deal breaker, when this female called me, because I am a praying woman and I was praying for revelation. Your intuition tell you something going on, but I didn't have any facts on what it was. So when I started praying and asking God for the revelation and he showed it to me, God was preparing me for my exit, as he did for Mel. So when people keep on talking about, well, she stayed, what they expect Tisha to do, leave her husband, I don't think it's that Mel is trying to get Tisha to leave her husband. I think because Tisha has sharing such a spotlight on Mel lying, she's trying to ruin my marriage. I think, and I'm as much as I love Mel, I gotta call her out in this moment.
No, go ahead, because what we do is we hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits
and I also
of the Black
have
experience.
I also hold a bachelor's degree in psychology. So, and I'm a realist. So I love Mel, that's my girl. I feel for her and I understand her. However, Mel, she really ain't innocent. Mel was being petty when she invited Kiki to the pajama party. Now, I would have liked to have seen Mel own that. Yeah, I invited her. You know what I mean? Yeah, we talked about it. Yes, I brought it up, and that's it, because I want, Tisha to own that she know that her husband cheating. Now we gonna give her that for all that Mel has dealt with. Okay, yeah, she did that, and she can get a pass for everything that they have done to this
after
woman.
4 years. She finally clapped back by inviting someone onto the show. Listen,
to back her up because she didn't have no allies.
That was nice of Melody.
Yeah.
I would have done differently.
I ain't mad at her. But like you or one of the other callers said earlier, they said Mel is truly a Southern belle. Mel is not no street girl. So and Martell and the rest of the cast, they know that Destiny. That's why Destiny's so quick to puff up at Mel. Sometimes I be looking like, oh, I wish that I was Mel friend or I was her cousin or somebody. Because I promise you, I'll be her bulldog. Now, I'm a classy woman. I'm a classy woman, but I got hood in me as well. I know how to turn it on.
Hold on. Let us pause on that.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
I know how to turn it on and off, but it pains me. So many Black women have turned against this woman when a lot of us as Black women, I'm speaking to the Black women. I know it's probably other nationalities on this in the chat and listening in, but I can only speak for what I know. I'm Black. So a lot of us have been cheated on, whether it was our husband, our guy. A lot of us have been cheated on and we didn't necessarily leave. This man was her husband. She married him young. She had 3 kids, got pregnant with a 4th. So of course she didn't know what to do, really. Do I leave? Do I stay? Can you imagine the mental struggle that she was going through? And then when she finally got the strength to say, oh no, I can't deal with no more disrespect from this chicken head or you. She gave him plenty of opportunities to stop. He refused. And I agree. She did playing her exit. That's what a smart woman would do, who invested 12 years in a marriage and in a man that she helped build up. Mel really was the backbone to all of that. The comeback group, Martell image. If you look back at all the other seasons, when they had their meetings, Mel and Martell sitting at the head of the table, but who doing most of the talking? Mel and Martell.
Well, she had to. Because hold on, Mel is not just the head for Martell. Mel was the head for the Scotts. So Mel was the head for Carlos.
The head for all of them.
For Carlos, come on, because you wouldn't have a Love and Marriage Huntsville. But listen, let me say this before I let you go. Listen, I want to challenge all of you to listen, and it's not a bad thing, but just listen. How when people downplay or appear to merge your achievements to. When you take an eraser and you start to erase and you can't tell or differentiate the starting from the end because the eraser, you go, well, when did you trace over this? Right. Carlos is now saying, if it were not for Melody and Martell, Tisha and Marcel, Kimmy and Maurice, we wouldn't have the 4-6. No, that's not how we got here.
And that's strategic for Carlos because he can feel that Mel finna exit Queen Sheba.
That's a strategic marketing strategy to say, I can recruit very well-rounded talent. It's not Melody Holt that's responsible or Melody Cherie that's responsible for this.
Right.
I recruited a well-rounded table of talent. And if Melody leaves, it's not just Melody. We got Kimmy and Maurice. We got Marcel. But if you roll the tapes, Kimmy, Maurice said, we didn't even take it serious when Melody brought it to us. We laughed. And as a matter of fact, Tisha and Marcel didn't even show up for the casting call. So Marcel stopped saying that you were the chosen one because you didn't even show up with the other couples. That means somebody had to come get you. Imagine if you didn't show up.
Right.
Who spoke for you when you didn't show up? That's all I got to say.
Exactly. But check this, Queen Sheba.
Okay.
How Marcel and Tisha, they continue to say, oh no, they cockily say, Mel didn't bring us here. Mel, we don't owe Mel nothing. But everybody has continued to talk about this evening how Marcel was working in a general manager at a movie theater. If they was multimillionaires and if they had money back then, why in the world did they have to loan y'all one of their extra cars? if y'all was multimillionaires, why y'all couldn't just go buy y'all another car? You see what I'm saying? That
even if they were not multimillion, even if they were, multimillionaire is not equivalent to visibility, platform, and status. When you think about, because I don't just watch Love and Marriage Huntsville. I watch Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
And there's a new character on called Diana. I don't even know her last name. And everybody keeps saying, why is she there? And when they explain it and different bloggers explain it, they say, the fame is a hell of a drug. There's a lot of rich people that you don't know that ain't nobody interested in. Rich people don't want to be rich no more. They want to be seen. That's all I got to say. I got to bring up my other people. I got to bring up my other people because they've been waiting so patiently.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You did great. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Ladies, wait. Hannah, Lady D's, wait. Let's get JT on because, Truth. Who is Truth? Truth, are you here? I was about to skip you. Truth. Let's get Truth and JT.
I just finished talking.
Okay, girl, let me remove you. Okay, I'm so in love with you. I brought you up again to kiss you again. Mwah. All right. All right, JT, what's going on?
First of all, Queen Shiva, girl, I love you.
I love you back.
Man. And I'm gonna show it to you tomorrow. I go to bed at 7, so I'm laying in the bed. I'm sorry. But I just wanted to say, I think what people don't understand, I'm not going to say people, I'm going to say Tisha, is that no one wants to see a marriage end or, a family disbanded. We don't want to see that. But what we want is for Tisha to stop blaming everybody. Tisha is the only one, like Marcel never defends his marriage. He never defends that marriage. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Now I can hear you.
You know what? Listen, one thing corporate America has taught me is to be quiet when other people are talking. When I first started years ago, I used to go, in conference meetings when people were talking, I'd be like, And I was like, and people used to look, I was like, oh, shit.
You know what? I don't do that neither because I'm a investigator. A civil rights investigator. So I do the same thing. I listen because I listen to what's not being said.
Can we put your information in the chat or no? Do you prefer us not to?
Well, because I work for
send it to me and then next week we're going to promote your services. How about that?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. And it's storming. So that's why I said, could you hear me? Because we've been having crazy weather. But the thing of it is that this man doesn't fight for his marriage at all. When they were on that stage and the question was asked to Martell, do you know of any other woman? Or however it was posed. And Martell just said, I'm not going to answer. If that dude cared, Marceau, he would have said, Martell, you ain't never seen me with another woman. But he didn't. And then here's another thing that wasn't brought up. And I was like, why didn't he ask her the question? When she said, well, I looked in his phone a while ago, whatever, and seen a thing. And he said, oh, you looked in his phone? And she said, yeah. See, my next question would have been, what made you go through his phone? You see? What made you? And the problem I have with so many of these male haters, because they have absolutely no reason to dislike this woman other than they themselves were in that situation or in that situation and they're not strong enough to lead. So if they get on male side, it makes them look like, it makes them reveal themselves. And I always say that a woman's self-esteem and self-worth is her biggest commodity. Because when you have that, you don't need anything else.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
You're on a roll.
Yes.
For the women that are in the chat that could be battling with just difficult situations, forget a man. Just a woman against herself. When you say a woman's self-esteem, If you could give a woman advice regarding her self-esteem, where would you tell her to start?
She has to love herself more than she loves that man. Think about yourself, because if someone really loves you, they don't hurt you. And if you're hurting, they're hurting. We have seen hurt on Tisha's face, and Marcel does nothing. I have been with my husband since I was 15 years old. And when he says to me, Jay, you look good, and I'll be like, I know. But if Queen Sheba tells me, Jay, you look good, I'm going to say, thank you, my sister. But see, I always let my husband know. I know. You understand what I'm saying? So he doesn't get it. He doesn't need to know that I value him that much. And I told my husband, I used to tell my husband, and he finally got it. It took years for him to get it. I used to say, I do not believe in unconditional love in a relationship. And he used to say, my love for you is unconditional. I said, my love is conditioned. My love is pending on how you treat me. Because if you mistreat me, if you go out here and cheat on me, if you go out here and dog me, if you start disrespecting me, am I still supposed to give you that same amount of love? No. Baby, this love is always on layaway until I close my eyes.
I have a question for you. Somebody Stay Hungry says, I do not like melody. What is my problem? Now, let me say this. I am a mellometer.
Yes, me too.
Period. But I'm not above being stretched.
Mm-hmm.
I pick my side. Ain't nobody uprooting my roots. But some people just aren't sold on the Melody Holt brand. What would you say to somebody that says, I just don't get it? What would you say?
At first I would ask her why.
Okay.
Because there's some things that I don't always agree with everything that Melody says or does. However, I respect the sister. This girl, and one thing a lot of people don't understand is for years, Mel she covered Martell. She covered him. We didn't know, and I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm going to keep it real. We didn't know he was dumb. We didn't know he didn't have a builder's license. You understand what I'm saying? We didn't know that she was making all the moves. She set that man up to where we were thinking that he was truly the head in running this. And then what he do to her. But what I like is this girl, she speaks. She has that it factor. Don't matter what you say, she has that it factor. That's number one. But she left with nothing. This dude wouldn't even let her get her children's beds. And they were sleeping on air mattresses. And look at her now.
Can you pause on that?
Yes.
Say it one more time, really slow.
Okay. She left with nothing. He would not even let her get the children's beds. And they were sleeping on air mattresses. And now look at her. We don't even know. It's like Martell was a football player, right? So I'm going to put it like this. Martell with his wife was on the 1 yard line and still had 4 downs. And he fumbled the ball all 4 downs. And it's like when you said he had a high value woman. He ruined that it's like when this other girl talks, I stare with my mouth open. And I'm like, I cannot believe this dude gave up everything only to end up with nothing.
And Missy Loves, I don't have on my glasses. I can put them on. Missy Loves says they were sleeping on an air mattress and his mistress thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold your thought, JT. Hannah, what are your thoughts? When Martell left, when Melody decided, I cannot take this toxicity in this relationship, the best thing for me to do as a woman right now as a wife, because she was not divorced, to buy me some time for myself and my children and my well-being is to leave. She was not divorced. Listen, when a woman leaves, she don't know if she's divorcing you. She's just leaving for the sake of sanctity.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah, what are your thoughts?
Yes, looking back and just listening to what Melody said when she said that when she had her last daughter, she was in the bathroom it's still at the hospital, and she just started crying, and God said, it is finished. So she said she knew if anything else was to happen, that she was out. That was it. So basically, I said all that to say this. She knew when Martell, she had the intuition that Martell was stepping out, because we know that we were in a pandemic and he was going out there. She knew something wasn't right. She left. She had the strength, and I call it a spirit of might, where we can do all things through Christ who strengthens us. She had to leave. She had no choice. She had no option, because she knew she was getting ready to go to a different level. She could not take Martell with her. So it was a bitter pill to swallow, but she had to swallow it. And so it's all history now. And she's tried her best to take, to make it right and to co-parent with him. It's not working. He just could not go where she's going. So that's just the bottom line. I'm looking at it from a spiritual point of view.
Okay, so I have one more question before I move on to Lady D Keys. Everybody hold on. Hannah, everybody does not know when it's time to leave. Everybody does not have a Miss Van or a strong mother-daughter relationship or a strong father-son relationship. From a woman's point of view, and listen, I need a man to come on. I see somebody popped up in the back chat. I see you. Hold on. And I see you. I need a man to talk about marriage and love and divinity, toxicity, what a man's role is, because we got a lot of women on here. But if you're a man in the chat and you're tuned in, feel free to come on. But Hannah, from everything that we've talked about, and for the women that do not have that guidance, reality television or not, from a teaching purposes, from a place of love, how would a woman know it's time to go?
That is a difficult question, because it depends on the person. Is that person ready financially, mentally, emotionally? You have to do exactly what Mel did, and that is think about the whole picture, have a plan. And, what Mel went through with the other woman being so evil, she had to get out of there. It was a life or death situation, because Martell was not going to stop. Coleslaw was not going to stop. So it's, like I say, it just depends on the person. That's a really hard question. You better be prepared, though. When you start seeing signs and symptoms of infidelity in your marriage or abuse or whatever, it's time to come up with a plan and be ready to leave. And then, it's a difficult question to say exactly when, but if that time comes, be prepared is all I'm saying.
That's deep. Thank you so much. That's so beautiful. We have people all in the chat. They are offering such beautiful ounces of inspiration. We have people saying, please bring a man on. Give a male's perspective. Pacino Rule says, I think it's an individual journey. Hold on, people. Y'all are clicking in. They're coming, y'all. Somebody else says, the gut never lies. Stay true to you. And with that being said, I have to agree, man, woman, or child, to thine own self. In the words of William Shakespeare, to thine own self be true. Beautiful. Go ahead.
When I think a woman,
who is that? Hold on. Introduce yourself.
This is JT. I'm sorry. This is
Who?
JT. JT.
Okay, go ahead.
This is when I think
you know how black folks be like, who? Go ahead.
This is when I think that most women are fed up, is when the throat becomes dry, when you have nothing else to say, you have no fight in you, you don't want to talk about it no more, when you have no more, when you just get quiet. And when you get quiet, that's when we start thinking and planning and preparing.
But as a woman tapped out by them, we don't want to.
Yeah.
We want to talk about healthy solutions.
Yes.
So if a woman is on the outside looking in, or if a man, that's why men, come on up.
Yeah.
Show your face behind the scenes. I'll bring you up. You can turn your damn camera off. Here's the problem. We want it to be a well-balanced conversation. But back to the women. If a woman has no idea what unhealthy looks like, because unhealthy is a norm in her environment, like quote unquote, allegedly Tasha, how would she even know?
Tasha's unhappy, Queen.
But how would a woman even know where to start if they feel like what I have works for me? That's what I'm asking y'all. Think about it.
What about that gut? What about that gut? That gut.
Who said that? Who's saying that?
JT.
Okay, go ahead.
That gut feeling. Because you know when something doesn't feel right. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Peep this. On the stage, the last one we just saw, and we can do first and second parts of the reunion. Did you look at Kimmy's face? Kimmy is fed up. Especially this too. Especially when Maurice said, well, I guess I'm cheating. I guess I'm guilty or whatever. But her face said it all. These women are unhappy, but they have to pretend and put on this front for the world because we've all see what they should clearly see. But they have to keep, until that ego is that manufactured pride, until they get rid of that, boy, they'll see. And also you got to know your self-worth. I'm going to tell you something. God bless my mother's soul. 4 girls of us coming up, my mother always said to us, never let a man tell you he don't want you more than once. A man will show you that he doesn't want you before he verbally tells you.
My dad told me that.
Did he?
My father told me that. But hold on, ladies, write this down. My father said, never let a man tell you more than once, I don't think this is working. Let me not even say this, I don't want you. Because this generation is so specific. Unless a man says, I don't want you, they'd be like, he liked me.
He liked me.
He loved me. He didn't. Let a man. How about show?
Yeah. Did you watch that show on OWN? Do you watch that new show on OWN?
Not yet. Hold on. My father said, don't let that happen.
That's right.
If a man displays or shows inconsistencies time after time again, you need to move on. But he also said, as a woman, let me come on camera so y'all know I'm for real about this. My father also says, don't put too much on a man. If there's something that you need from a man as a woman, don't give him a whole damn laundry list of what you're unhappy with. Give him one thing at a time.
Yes.
Because you will overwhelm him. And he will peg you as difficult to please because he's looking at your goddamn list. And he's like, I can't do all that. Because a man's rhetoric, his thought process is, I need to knock it out. Almost like Tetris. You remember that game Tetris? I got 60 seconds to please her. I can't do it. I'm done. And he will mentally check out on you. But if I give you one block to knock out, that's what my dad taught me. Give him one block to knock out. Pat him on the back. Let him build his King Kong muscles. Give him another one. But he says where women mess up is you give him a laundry list of shit that you're unhappy with. And he gives up. He'd be like, do you hear me talking to you? Do you hear? Give them one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let them conquer that. Give them another one. That's all I got to say.
I love that.
Next up, stay here. Everybody stay here. Who's next? It looks like, hold on. That's my job to say who's next. Hold on. I'm feeling good. Y'all are great. JT, did you just talk?
Oh, no, I'm just listening. I loved it.
Okay. Sam Clem.
Hi, I'm back.
All right. What's going on? Cheryl, you're next. I see you in the background. Lady D's, you're after Cheryl. Go ahead.
Some people say Martell was a high valued man. I disagree. His exterior was high value. But what he feels about himself, he felt more comfortable with
Becca, what does it mean to women in the chat when you say a man's exterior is high value as opposed to the man? So they can know.
The way he carried, as far as where, if you ever hear the other guy say, they say Martell's the dresser. That's i.e. example. The way he takes care of his outer exterior, his body, his muscles. But how he feel about himself, he doesn't feel, and he know he's inadequate to Mel. He always knew that. That's why he felt more comfortable with Coleslaw. And the thing is this, Coleslaw really thought she took Martell from Mel. She said she took him with her eyes closed. She's too slow to realize that Martell was never a high value man because he fed that to her. He is on Coleslaw level, just that he had Mel to prop him up. You see him and Coleslaw is basically doing the same thing as far as level wise.
But she stopped. We're going to come back to that. If anybody wants to jump in and talk about why they think Coleslaw stopped posting, go ahead, keep going.
Well, she emulated Sheree. Sheree came out with a pink outfit, and then a day later, she came out in a similar pink outfit. But I think Martell is telling her and keeping her at bay because he's fighting Mel for custody, and she doesn't make him look good by the things she was doing. Also, I think a part of her realized she was being used from Martell. So I think she's coming to that realization too. Martell, he has very low self-esteem. Like now his new module is about my kids. You notice the day Melody put up the bulletin of her song release in Huntsville, and he took the kids out in the freezing cold the same day. And he said on his live that this is his city. He was the one born and raised in Huntsville. This is his roots.
Oh, that's good.
Go back to the live when the baby was saying
I heard that was good. I remember that. Go ahead.
So he know he can't measure up to Mel. So he was spiraling out of control when he seen another accomplishment of her. And the thought of her doing this without him is really driving him crazy. God forbid when she comes out with her new man and he really is a high value man. Oh, we're going to really have problems. And the haterism is going to turn up to another level. One more thing I want to say, because Mel was raised spiritual, and I heard on other lives where people say, oh, she should get a new man to bust her back out. No, because she's a woman of God. And when you're raised in the value of God and his values, that's why she got in a position, I think, with Martell, is because when you operate outside of God, there's consequences. He's going to walk you through the storm, but we have to pay consequences for our action. So my hope is the next man, she has a God-fearing man, almost like with Sierra, where Russell told her that God told him to lead her. And one thing they did, they abstained from sexual activity before marriage. People don't understand that's very important because that blinds you when you operate outside of God. This is a spiritual warfare that Melody is fighting. And you hear the other ones mimicking and talking about God a lot. You hear Tasha misquoting Bible scriptures, and she's a sheep and got the whole quote all misgroup. And then you have Destiny coming out sometimes saying things like, oh, she's the devil and she's this. Yeah, but what are you doing with the man that you're currently with if you're so holy roller and you're pointing out Mel's flaws? And another thing about her is that she has mommy issues, Destiny. And notice most of the people that Tisha is having conflict with, they have mother issues.
Hold on. You're making great points. And I just want to give the viewers, people in the chat, a little bit of background. Destiny shared, because they need to know where this is coming from so that it's not allegedly, right? So you don't have people that come back and say, you need to take that video down because you said, I have mommy issues. She's saying that because Destiny has shared that she was in foster care and her father, it took him months to find her. So based on Destiny's sharing, we believe that if your father didn't put you in foster care, maybe your mother did. Keep going, caller.
Stormy had to leave home at an early age, from my understanding. Martell has, I believe, deep-seated issues with his mother for his father not being here. When people have mommy issues and you abandon them, or they consider you separating yourself, they can't handle it. It triggers something in them. You notice how angry Destiny is because Mel stepped away from her. It's like probably she's rehashing the issue she had with her mother. These people have a lot of issues and they need to see Dr. Francis on a regular basis.
But not only is Destiny upset with Melody, Destiny has upset with what's that man's name? LeBeric's mother.
Mm-hmm.
She feels like his mother ruined her marriage just for being a mother. No. That's what mothers do. They give you wisdom and knowledge, like Ruth and Naomi. They provide a divine covering. Mothers say, listen, I don't know if this is your friend. Mothers go up to teacher parent conferences. Mothers show up when nobody else does. That's what a mother does. And I think Destiny confused a mother with an adversary, and she lost her marriage as a result. But listen, you dropped the effing mic tonight. You preached. We're going to pass the offering plate. You're not going to get a dinner this time. But you're going to get one next time because it's going to go to my moderators. But listen, I appreciate it. And listen, that's my sense of humor. I'm kind of like, I don't know. That's my sense of humor. Just don't pay attention to me. But I mean it with love. You are fantastic.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank everyone.
Yeah. All right. Who's up next? Let's see. Hold on, Hannah. Hold on. Lady D's, what you got to add? I'm going to give you, I know you've been here, but I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I think I'm going to start with Cheryl.
All right.
And Martell. I think Martell done downgraded. I'm sorry. Because I feel like Sheree is not Melody. She can be a Melody, but she's not on her level. So he downgraded when he got with her.
But you got to you can't just say that because you feel that. Because we all feel a lot. Why do you say that? Take a couple of seconds. When you say, I don't feel like, because first of all, it's not a competition. Because each of these women, in my opinion, I'm not disputing your argument, right? When we look at you and we look at me and we look at Sheree and Melody, each woman brings a dynamic beauty to the table. When you say, and I know what you're saying.
Oh, no, I ain't talking about the beauty part.
I got it, but you're saying Marceau brought this to the table and he was like upgrade, downgrade. So tell us what you're thinking. Give us some intricate meat and potatoes.
What I'm thinking is, the reason why I say Sheree is a downgrade is because of the fact that Sheree is not that it factor. She's not a spiritual guidance or a covering for Martell. She don't know how to do that. She don't have that going on like that. That's why I said she's not a melody. Because in order to be a melody, you have to have that spiritual covering. And she don't have that. Neither does Tisha. So at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, brother, you went ahead and downgraded.
Because, Tisha's an easy target. Why do you feel like Tasha? Because she's such an easy target, right? After a while, when we say, we tired of them picking on Melody, Tasha may feel like, I'm tired of y'all picking on me. Why do you feel like Tasha doesn't measure up?
Because she doesn't have the spiritual covering either. Now, Kimmy does. Kimmy always had it. But now it's like the way she is now, it's kind of like she's letting Maurice run all the way around her for right now. Until her time is over with this battle of sickness she has, she's not going to do anything about it until that's over with.
I think the battle is won. I think she rang that bell. I think Kimmy's good, and I don't know if you know that. Yeah, she did it.
I remember
right?
what she did.
She did that. Yeah.
Yes. I'm happy for that. So hopefully she's checking him at home. Hopefully. Because at the end of the day, he needs to be checked. So, and then also it's like, come on. Now, the thing about the kids, the kids are off limit. Because I have a child. I have an 18-year-old. So it's like, if anybody comes for my child, gloves are off. I'm coming for your throat. Anything that I know that you have done in the past, future, present, whatever, it's all gonna come out. Gloves are off. The kids are off limits. Keep your mouth shut about kids. So that's all I had to say. I love you, Queen Sheba.
Stay in the background, girl. I love you too. Just in case I need to bring you up, because you hold it down.
To go because I have to make a couple calls.
Well, go and make them little calls, and then I'll see you next Tuesday. I'm gonna see you next Tuesday. You know I love you some you. I love me some you because let me tell you something. You reach out to me on Instagram. Listen, I'm not above who I am. I am a servant.
Yes.
And one thing that I understand about this platform, I cannot go any higher than how I serve y'all. I am not a full-time YouTuber, and that is not a dig to a full-time YouTuber. My money, my livelihood, my existence does not rely on YouTube. It is just
I heard that.
Therapeutic for me. No. That's not a dig. So
I know.
I appreciate each and every one of you, and I want to handle all of you with care and a delicateness.
Oh, you do, girl. You did.
Yeah. And you always keep in touch with me, like Bridget Owens and some of the other ones behind the scenes. Tanja, Daryl Long, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Behind the scenes, Queens, you good? I'm good. Don't worry about me. Y'all worry about you, because I'm a servant and my job is to serve. But thank you, Queen. We appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right.
Good night, y'all.
You too. All right. Up next, you know who you are. You watching the screen like we are. Okay, what's going on? Hold on. JT, you already with Cheryl Howard.
Hello. How y'all doing?
Yes. How are
you?
you?
I'm good. How you doing?
And hold on. And I see you backstage. You coming up next because Hannah already went. So Cheryl, and then go ahead.
How you doing, Mama? How the ladies doing tonight? How y'all doing?
We doing good. We want to hear you.
Yeah. Listen, I have a big problem with Letitia. The problem I have with Letitia is she never holds Marcel accountable for this marriage. She's always coming at Mel about this marriage. Mel never said anything about that marriage. Martell is the one who said he was sleeping with 20 women. So, she needs to hold him accountable, and mainly hold herself accountable, because she got to get some kind of self-worth, some self-esteem. Melody is not at fault because she don't have self-esteem. Melody's not at fault because she decides to be a human doormat for a man that she caught naked pictures in his phone. Melody didn't put that there. She didn't tell him to go to Africa without her and the kids. So it's just, it gets to the point where she just gets on my nerves with that. Hold him accountable. Stop blaming Mel. Mel has nothing to do with her marriage. And considering what Mel been through in this marriage, in the marriage she was in, she should be like supporting Mel. There's a couple of episodes I saw from Brown Skin Girl.
Yes, that's one of my babies.
Yeah, I love
you
her.
know what? Let me not call her a baby because she's not a baby. She's a full-fledged blogging YouTube maniac. So she's not a baby, and I cannot act like she's a baby because I'm only 4 months into blogging. How about that?
That's
if I call myself out.
That's okay.
And Brown Skin Girl is the real. You know what I love about her? Her relatability.
Yes.
She's constantly calling, even on her achievements. Come on, let me make room for this queen.
She's the queen, just like you.
Because I want to call out, because we're talking about Love and Marriage Huntsville and the dynamics of when you go up and what happens when you elevate, and if don't forget where you come from.
That's right.
So when I think about Brown Skin Girl, she's the epitome of class, sophistication, and elevation. Because do you not know what plays out on Love and Marriage Huntsville also plays out on YouTube?
Yeah.
Let me tell you who does a really good job of it being inclusive. Auntie Ann.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. Auntie Ann, I love her too.
Period. Diana Rose.
I love
Period.
her.
Brown Skin Girl. Period. Hold on, Caramel Rail.
Hey.
Period.
Yeah. That's
Period.
my girl too.
There's a lot of male bloggers that get pushed out because they're male, and they may have. They're like, okay, how do I fill in with this? Because a lot of this is a lot of female space, and I'm coming in. I'm trying to find my space. I don't want to offend anybody. I'm gonna say this. I felt like Anthony Loftus came in really nice tonight.
I love Anthony. Yeah.
All right.
He's a great blogger too.
I love me some Chef Don Don.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yes, I'm gonna call him out. Okay, I love Kempire.
Yes. I love Kempire.
And it's
DJ
hard.
Richie.
Hold on, I love a lot of people. Y'all, and I'm sorry, I can't think like my brain. Hold on, I'm trying to think. I'm like, Sassy T from the 803.
Sassy T from the 803. Yeah, that's my
from
girl.
the 803. Terrell, no, but you have to pause because people will feel like, damn, am I making a Bondi Blue?
Yeah, that's my girl too. Bondi
Come on
Blue.
now.
I love her. Yes.
When we sit down, turn around, spin around, turn around. Now, I'm always in Scotty by nature.
Yeah, oh God.
Hold on, Scotty.
He makes me laugh.
Hold on. What thing Scotty gonna do? Scotty gonna march to his fucking. Scotty is going to march to the beat of his own fucking drum.
Exactly. He gonna see the real child.
No, Aaron. What's the other one name? Aaron.
Yeah.
What's his name? Aaron something.
Aaron. Oh, that's
no. He interviewed Candy. He got all he put. If it wasn't for him,
I know you're talking about Aaron. Oh God, his last name.
Aaron Haas.
Yes, he's a Haus, right?
Aaron. Yes. Candy spilled all the tea to Aaron, and all of y'all are doing a good job. I'm just trying to go off the top of my head. I listen to a lot of you, but let me tell you, not only do I listen to y'all, I watch your goddamn ads. I let it play because I know that's how you get paid. I know a lot of people hit skip, but I don't.
That's right.
So even if I did not remember your name, I'm on your channel.
I'm on everybody's
and
channel.
I think if as minority bloggers, if we can log together and create a seamless front to say nobody's going to penetrate what we do and how we do it, and we all have our different way of approaching our reviews, but at the end of the day, if you come for one, you come for all. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I'm with you. You're right. They all great bloggers, including yourself. Definitely you. I listen to you. You know, it's just some. This show is turning into love and hip hop. That's all I know. And I don't think that's what Melody wanted. She wanted black excellence. Not people on the show who so afraid you're going to get ahead of them, or they're jealous of you, or you know it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And Martell, he's a selfish, self-centered narcissist anyway. You can't expect anything more from Martell than what Martell do. He go from woman to woman. It's all about his image. It's all about what he can get. He could care less about nobody. He don't care about narcissists. Don't have empathy anyway, so he don't care. He just want he just see Mel she just slipped away. He let her slip away. He destroyed that marriage.
He did. And I want to say the Black Titanic, hey girl, hey, Del Silva.
Del Silva.
Chit chat for cutie. Chit chat for cutie.
Chit chat for cutie. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there are so many. I be waking up to y'all. Like, because I feel like I take a serious approach to these reviews. And I'm not the end all be all, but I tune into a lot of you for therapy and also the viewers do, but I cannot remember everybody off the top of my head. But guess what I'm going to do next week? Next week's going to be fire. When I tell you y'all want to show up next week, I got something for y'all.
Oh, yeah?
Y'all know I don't lie.
Okay.
Somebody's showing up for y'all.
I'm in.
Listen, somebody, not even me, is showing up for y'all. It's good.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you, Queen.
I'm in there like swimwear, baby. I'm in there.
All right. Well, thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you. And take care now.
All right. So who do we have up next? Hold on. We had JT. We had Cheryl. Hold on, y'all. I got Hannah. Hold on, y'all. We got one more person. And let's bring up one more person. And mic check 1, 2, 3.
Hi. How are you doing?
Good, Queen. You gonna close us out? What's going on?
Well, I just want to give my opinion on, Kimmy and Marie's situation. As being a woman who just recently got out of a relationship with a younger guy, Kimmy strikes me as, when a young man pays you attention, you get overwhelmed because you can't find a man your age that has the youth, the capability, and the potential. And I really think she saw potential in Maurice, but Maurice can't meet those expectations because of the type of woman Kimmy is. And I think she basically has been keeping him covered as far as financially, because when you have to put a grown man through college and you've already put your own biological grown man through college, you can tell that he's using her. And with her current health status, she's in a state of fear. She doesn't want to be by herself, at any time. And now that she is in this situation with her sickness, she needs him there because her only alternative is to be by herself. And I understand, like, that I don't think she's dumb. I don't think she agrees with a lot of things, but sometimes, you have to take a back seat to your mate. And they may say stupid things and you're thinking, why you say that? But you still have to let your man be a man. And as far as Tasha, you got to look at where she came from. She was raised by a 13-year-old who really didn't have education or common sense. So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And I think she doesn't want to be Wanda, an unwed mother who got married later on. I think she thinks she's done the best out of her family, where she is married to her husband and the father of her children. So she doesn't want to rock that boat because she's not built to be independent like Mel. Mel's mother raised her as an example of independence. Mel got to see her single mother pull herself up by her bootstraps and move their family along, and Tisha just wasn't raised that way. And all the Scott boys, I swear they must have been raised in a barn, because their old school mentality is more or less the streets. Like, they were raised by the streets, just their level of common sense. Like, Maurice is an attorney, but sounds like he's an assistant. He doesn't even have the swagger that it takes, that a lot of attorneys have when you meet them, the confidence. He doesn't have it, because I don't think he has the wherewithal, to be that head of his household. He's the guy that's the cute guy being taken care of by a woman that is already established. She has the foundation that he is trying to build upon, and she's trying to take a back seat. But I just really think it's more or less her lack of wanting to be alone is why she stays with him. But that's all I had to say.
Hold on, stay there. Y'all see my glasses? Y'all like my glasses? Listen, you did a hell of a job of stating your case. Can you state your solution? Because you said, here's what bothers me. And if they're sitting there listening to you and you say, hey, listen, as a network, or as Kimmy or Maurice or Carlos, here's how you fix it. Because I don't believe in criticism without a solution. What would you say?
Okay. For one, I would say not so much of a discipline, but Carlos needs to set the rules and stick by the rules. And it seems as though with each show, he has the one that he lets go extra far. Like, he let Nene go real far to where she got out of control. And I just feel like he allowed Wanda to run with the ball, but he didn't anticipate that she was that. I don't want to offend her, but she's not Mel's mama. Like, she doesn't have any structure. You could see she's all over the place, even with her business decision, like buying that food truck. If they were about money, Marceau would have stepped in and said, okay, look, this is what we can do. But he's more or less, he needs to be covered. And Tisha's head in the sand act kind of gives him the control. And with men with control, yes, you have to take a back seat, but I believe that they all need to pull together as that original six, because, Mel seems to be the glue that kept that ball rolling. And when it fell apart is when she stopped. They complained, she stopped. And nobody made any movement, including her ex-husband. And I just feel like all of these people need to take a chance and look at themselves season by season and be able to pull away from something, some type of learning experience that, Tisha doesn't, I believe that she knows he's cheating. She's all right with him cheating because she likes the perception of a complete family. So it's kind of hard to say.
Girl, pause. Because you are laying hands at the altar. And I love when a woman or a man comes through. You know what I learned? So first of all, YouTube is not my primary job. I am a product manager. And I always tell YouTubers, I have people that pay me, YouTubers that say, okay, how can I take my YouTube to another level? I maximize by way of a living. YouTube is therapy for me. But even if I didn't have YouTube, I'm still going to journal in my little journal. So YouTube is just a journaling experience. And you're lucky if you have somebody to co-author with you. What you're doing right now is you're co-authoring and you're blessing folks. So when you bestow a blessing, you need to pause. and let them receive it. And a lot of times when we talk, we have become so conditioned to people interrupting us. We keep going because we're afraid if I stop, they're not going to get what I'm saying. We get what you're saying, and we're going to pause because you just blessed the hell out of us. I'm for real. We're going to pause on that.
I see a lot of myself in Kimmy, and the feeling that I associate with the looks on her face.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as a woman in your 50s dating a younger man, sometimes at their smartest moment, it could become an embarrassing moment for you. Because they're not on the same page. You know, none of them are really on the same page. You could tell the first episode, Mel was on a totally different page than the rest of the cast, including Carlos, because I think he thought I could milk this cow, but see, the cow ended up milking him because Mel ended up toppling over everybody, including Carlos. You know,
and I want to pause. Okay, you have two more panelists sitting next to you, Hannah or JT. Do you have anything that you want to say or add to what she's been saying?
I really like what she's been saying. I'm got my phone on mute and I'm just like, pounding my fist up like, yeah, yeah. And one of the things that when she said, was talking about Tisha is in there because the perception of just being in a complete family. And I've always said, if you listen to Tisha equates the quantity of a marriage, meaning the length, to quality. Because she will always say, we've been married 14, 15 years. People need to put some respect on our marriage and whatever and stuff. But the quantity doesn't equate to quality of a marriage. And the only thing I want to be clear about this. I don't care nothing about Tisha and Marcel's marriage. I don't care about her wanting to stay in it. She brings a lot of attention to it. It's because she continues to try to blame us. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Can
you good?
Okay.
Keep going.
She blames a lot of people, and that's just the sad part right there. Like, girl, nobody is trying to destroy your marriage, but I will say this again. We have never heard her husband try to defend his own marriage. That's where she needs to stop and listen. He's never once. In how many seasons have we been dealing with these? 5 seasons? We have never heard Marcel defend his wife or his marriage. Never.
Now, hear me out. Everybody on the panel, from Hannah Grace, JT, and Ann. JT, you ready? Because I'm coming to you.
Yes.
All right. Forget about what we've seen. We've seen what we've seen for 4 years, right?
Yes.
All right. All of us, viewers, bloggers. I got my cute glass. Y'all, I ordered these from, look, Oprah's favorite. Are they cute or what?
They
y'all,
are
these
cute.
glasses, come on, y'all can't fuck with me. I'm sorry. Y'all can't mess with me on these glasses. They're cute. And I got a glass of wine. Come on now.
They are cute.
Y'all, these glasses are so cute. Listen, when I put these glasses on and I can't see my text, I'll be like, okay, they said, can you interview me on? Yeah, I can interview you on that day. So look, if I don't have these red glasses on and you feel like your text or your email is sitting, baby, I didn't have my red glasses on. But now I do. But listen, based on everything that we've talked about, guilty, non-guilty, villain, non-villain, what would you say from a place of love? Because Black people, we love love. What would you say? Forget what we like, who our favorites are. Melody's my favorite, period. I'm gonna roll for Melody, period. I'm going with and Miss Van, period. And the Eminem kids. And Martell, every now and then you, depending on which side of the fence you sit on. And then I'll slap you off. But ladies, for women that haven't found that, or men that haven't found that, that says, I cannot identify outside of my wife, outside of my marriage, what would you say to them? Go.
What do you mean, can identify?
Rephrase the question, please.
All right. You're in a marriage like Tasha, and she really feels like you're coming after her marriage. She's saying, as far as me and my house, we happy. What the hell are y'all talking about?
Okay. I got that.
Hold on. What the hell y'all talking about? I don't know what you're seeing, because on this side of the tracks, Carlos King should be investing in me because we're healthy. And I know what you heard, and I know y'all was looking for me, but here I go. You know how she showed up in her pink candy cotton pants, but I'm healthy. For real, you got to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm healthy, and I've had a little glass of wine. I'm healthy. So what the hell are y'all talking about? What would you say to a woman that feels healthy? And I'm not going to say Letitia's an unhealthy marriage, but what would you say to a woman when everybody's on the outside looking in, scrutinizing her, judging her? What would you say?
I would tell her to be quiet. Stop talking about it, because you're bringing it up. You're putting the spotlight on your marriage by keep discussing. Every single chance she gets, she talks about people trying to ruin her marriage. If you're happy in your marriage, stop talking about it.
Even if she feels like, because you got to look at it. I hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits of the Black experience. Even if she feels like, I didn't bring this to me, y'all brought this to me, Melody brought this to me, me and Marceau were good. You gonna tell her to be quiet?
I'm gonna tell her to be quiet. Because even if they brought it to you, you keep bringing it to us. If it's good, it's good. You feel what I'm saying? If it's good, it's good. If you want people to respect your marriage, then you need to respect it. And respect it by keeping your mouth shut and keeping people out of your marriage. Every time you open up the door, you're bringing us into your marriage. Because if you come at me talking about, I'm trying to ruin your marriage, I'm going to come back at you and show you what I think is wrong with your marriage.
Ooh, that's good. But before I go on, because I'm using this money to buy somebody dinner. Suki Blackhouse says, "Hi, Queen Sheba. You are gorgeous." Let me put on my glasses. I love your commentary and amazing spirit. Yes, you give me one glass of wine, you got a hell of a party. Amen. All right. So, Hannah, what are your thoughts?
Yes, this is another hard question, but basically, I think that she needs to look at how low she has set her standards when it comes to how she allows her husband to treat her and what she actually expects in a partnership. Once she examines that, just take a good look at, what you are getting and receiving. No, what you are giving and receiving. And if those are the standards that you have set for yourself and you're satisfied with them, maybe she can start thinking about, am I really getting what I really need? Am I really being valued? Do I value myself? Those are the questions she needs to answer to herself. So I would probably give her some questions to ask herself and then, go from there. but she really needs to look at how low she has set her standards when it comes to her marriage.
It's me, Nay says, put the wine down. I'm going to say no. All right. So I'm having a good time. It's me, Nay. If you knew what I had to juggle, it's just a glass of wine, Queen. Don't get caught up in the sauce. But who's next? JT, we got Hannah. What's going on? Listen, the reason why I put that is because it's not in favor of me. As a blogger, as a content creator, I could easily post comments where people are saying, you're great, you're great. It's me, Naces. Put the wine down. Not tonight. I'm having a good time. And I told y'all to bring cocktails. So it was one of those kind of parties. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Absolutely.
Who's next? Anne?
Anne. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody's in the background too. But Anne, go ahead.
Okay. I would say, I would let her know that how she feels should not be dismissed. And Tisha, she needs reinforcements. She needs somebody to keep reinforcing her. And I just believe that I would pull out some of her strengths to let her know that throughout this 14-year marriage, you made something of yourself as far as what you poured in. You poured everything you had into this marriage. And you have to realize that you now need to pour into yourself. And your daughters, if you start bringing it full circle, that you are what your daughters are going to aspire to, and when you start realizing that your children are watching you, that may trigger a change. But I do believe that she has reached what her goal in life was. That's why she has this, my marriage is great. Every marriage has problems. Her marriage is 14 years in. So she's in her second set of, itch for her husband. So a lot of things, she's been trained to accept. I believe that she was not his first choice. That's how he treats her to me.
All right. With that being said, I want to call out a super chat by Suki Blackhouse. It says, hi, Queen Sheba. You are gorgeous. I love your commentary and amazing spirit. Woo! Y'all, I'm always behind the camera. Can I tell y'all something? I want to be completely honest. So I do not like being in front of the camera at all. I have hella anxiety, period, on camera or off. So when I started this blogging journey, I want to give a shout out to B. Taylor, because my intention was to be a faceless YouTube channel for you guys to never see me ever. And my friend, who's 12 years younger than me, brought me on her channel. She says, I want to bring you on as an expert. And I said, okay, cool. And I handled it like corporate America. And I said, is there a camera requirement? She goes, yeah, we prefer that you're on camera. And I said, I prefer that I'm not on camera. Because I had such anxiety, for real. And we don't get to talk about that as Black women. And she goes, no, I only do on camera on my channel. And I did it. And I only do it when I hold panels, because I have my own thoughts, my own ideology about myself. And I don't care how much money you make as a Black woman, how rich you are, how skinny you are, how well endowed you are, what zip code you live in. We all have our own insecurities, which is why I say I wish Kimmy would have talked about why she got that dog. Because I have 3 dogs, Kimmy. Black women love dogs. Most of us, some of us don't. But if you would have educated us, and for the ones that don't like dogs, we would say, I'm going to get me a dog because Kimmy got a dog. And that's the leverage that Carlos King and the OWN Network has to reel in viewers and to change lives and change mental health. So I do not like being on camera at all, but I'm here. So when somebody sends me $5 and they say, you look good, I'm like, for real? Oh, shit. Well, shit, let me buy everybody dinner. Let me get you in a car and you in a car. You in a car. And y'all keep saying, y'all, no, I'm having a good time because it takes a lot for me to show up like this because in my corporate job, I'm so serious. I'm not on camera. But you guys get to see me exactly how I am. And you're learning and we're learning together and I'm loving you and you loving me. And nobody's perfect. And I love when y'all come up here and say, it's my first time. And I'm like, it's mine too, girl. It's my second time, girl. We doing this together. We figuring this shit out together. And that's the reality that we tune in for. And that's the Black excellence that we tune in for to say, girl, I ain't got it. Girl, you ain't got it. No, but we finna figure this shit out together. And that's what makes us a beautiful freaking community, Carlos King. Because we don't have the answers, and neither do you. But if you say it, bro, we going to love you until the end of time. And that's why we love Melody, because she beat you to the punchline. She says, I don't know. I don't know. I'm hurt. But God said go. In the midst of it all, God said go, and I'm going. And we're like, he did? Well, shit, I hope he told me to go. Shit, well, let me get the t-shirt. Let me get the hat. Let me get the... And then Miss Van comes up and say, I ain't got time for no drama. You like, you know? Because I do. Because I just cursed my supervisor out. Well, let me get the t-shirt because I hope in the midst of me waiting that I can get the message that you got. And until I do, I'm going to buy your t-shirt. And I'm going to buy your hat. And I'm going to buy all of this because I want God to tell me to go. I want God to tell me I'm okay. And that's why I do this for therapy. And it's not just my therapy, it's your therapy. So I don't give a damn because I'm tipsy. I'm not tipsy every day. But cheers. I told you to bring you a cocktail. And if you did, that's your fault. Next caller. Who up? Ann? Because I'm having a hell of a time and I hope y'all are too.
You
Suki?
should be.
Yes. Who's up next? Let's go.
I love your thought process. You know, I'm in healthcare and a lot of times, you know, I'm accustomed to seeing things, no opinion, but in the back of my mind, it's like, where are you from? You know, it's like just to see how you have broken down this show to the bare nuts and bolts, really. I mean, there's several other bloggers that I've come across that I have, but it's your disposition, how you come across. You come across as a person that wants to help, educate, and reinforce.
Yes.
And that's the one thing I love about you. No one else can duplicate it. Your voice is calming, it's welcoming. And a lot of people don't possess that. So never sell yourself short, sister. You got it. You got what everybody else got. God's just got a plan for you. And he's got a path for you. And just stay on it.
Thank you. And I received that. And you know what's on my mind? I love me some Diana Rose. And I love me some Bondi Blue. Bondi, you know what Bondi Blue shared? I'm not trying to like... Bondi Blue shared on Melody's channel because we all are Love and Marriage Huntsville fans. And Maurice Luther King Jr., I understand your awards, but I think what you don't understand in this space amongst Black bloggers, we stick together, King. You can't separate us by way of awards. We hear each other, we feel each other, and we all have a different dynamic that we bring. And Bondi Blue told Melody while interviewing her, she says, girl, let me come on camera so y'all know I'm real. Bondi Blue says, I'm going through my own shit as a woman in my marriage. And I'm having to work through or navigate my identity as a woman and as a wife from my marriage. And it's been hard, but I'm over the hump. I'm not on that side of it, but I'm on this side of it. And I ain't never spoke to Bondi Blue a day in my life, but I love her and I love her content. And in that moment, I was like, that's some real ass shit. And that's why we love Melody. And that's why we love people that love Melody. And in that moment, I was like, damn, imagine a Bondi Blue saying, I'm struggling. And I got a hotel room to do self-care, an order room service, and treat myself right. Come on, y'all. Because I'm trying to figure out the line between me as a woman and me as a wife. And I don't have a problem being a wife, but where did I lose myself? And she never said I wanted to leave my husband. She says, I lost myself, but I'm over the hump. And I thought, shit, that's deep. That's where Melody was. And so many women are drawn to that. And if Letitia and Stormy and Destiny can talk about that without vilifying a Melody. Imagine if bloggers vilified Bondi Blue for telling her damn story in the most beautiful way instead of embracing her. You gonna vilify a woman for overcoming when we as Black people have overcome slavery? Make it make sense. Get off my damn channel. When you say I don't like Melody, for what? Overcoming? Your grandmother overcame. Your grandfather overcame.
That part.
All of us are from a story of overcoming.
Mm-hmm.
How can you not embrace it? Even if it's not in the package that you would like to see it in. Yeah. Or the voice tone, right? But at the same time, it's ground zero for all of us. And if it's not for you, it's for your kid, it's for your husband, it's for your mother and your father. Listen, unite as a people. We all have the same shit in common. It's enough room for all of us. Start talking, start embracing, start loving each other. Stop judging. Get real curious. And you say, well, how do I do that? When shit makes you uncomfortable, instead of saying, I disagree, ask questions. Say, well, why do you feel that way? Because what you're doing is when you ask them, why do you feel that way? You're asking yourself, why do I feel that way? Ask questions. Don't have answers. Ask questions. Mm-hmm. And that keeps the love alive. And that's my job. And I have asked God to bless my channel to have an impact. I don't give a damn if it was one of you that tuned in or 1,000 or 1 million. I was going to carry this out by myself because I can do that because God told me I could. Mm-hmm. You don't need a crowd. You need anointing. Do it. And that's what Melody has. Yep. And anytime you lose that, log into her page. She's working. And you say, I don't know how it ain't your job to know how she's doing it. Just follow suit, fall in line. And God's going to give you the blueprint. He's going to sustain you. He's going to give you the peace. He's going to love on you. Man or no man. Man or no man. They're going to talk about you. They're going to do that. You see them. Mm-hmm. They couldn't let her go for 4 years. I don't know how she did it. Mm-mm. I would have pimp slapped a lot of because on that stage.
Me too.
I'm for real because I'm human and I'm not Melody. Miss Van has covered Melody under an umbrella. And I'm sure Miss Van was covered. We ain't even getting into the deep part of Miss Van. Because there's no Melody without Miss Van and without Miss Van's mother. Y'all going straight to Melody without going to the source. Who is the source before Melody? Miss Van has had to endure a lot to produce that product by way of Melody Cherie.
And
Do y'all
still
get what I'm
enduring a lot.
saying?
This is true.
I'm saying this to all of you tune in. Black boy, black woman, black man, black child. You are enough.
And let me say this also. These platforms are so important for women to just, express their concerns, feelings, to, hear from other, bloggers, YouTubers, commentaries, everything. And I think that I don't know what Maurice's plan is, and I don't know what Carlos' plan is when they get on social media. But I think it's totally different than what say all the bloggers that you named earlier and yourself, Queen Sheba. But I think that they understand the power of these small YouTube channels and how to get information out, and they're going to try to switch it around and use it for a different purpose. But I heard today that a good plan is not a God plan. A good plan may work, but a God plan always works. So just keep up the good work, and I'm going to keep on, doing the best that I can to share and to help someone out the best that I can. And I thank you again for these platforms.
No, and thank you, Hannah. And I have Christine in the back. Y'all, listen, I skip around. Christine, you've been waiting patiently. Everybody else, hold on. Christine, what do you want to say?
Thank you. Thank you. I had to come back up real quick, I promise. I was just wondering, what do y'all think why Maurice goes so hard for Tasha? It's like Kimmy can cry like when they had that conversation on the at the lake house, when he dropped the bomb about paying for the house for Kiowa and her husband and for his son Monster to come up. Like I don't know what he sees. Do you think maybe she reminds him of their mother, like the Mrs. Scott, their mother, or what it is that he just does? It's like he doesn't see Kimmy's tears, but he sees Tisha's tears. He's so quick to just jump in there, and I just thought it was. I don't know. I was just curious what you thought about that, Queen. Like just that why he would just jump up so fast every time,
He did.
Tisha. And it's like, your wife. What about your wife?
I noticed him more so with his wife as opposed to Tasha. I think that's a great question. I think Maurice Luther King Jr., if by some way you're logged in, because I know you gave out awards today to the top bloggers. But if you're listening, come on. Not tonight. I'll set it up and let my viewers ask you the questions that they need to ask you regarding who you are as a man, your role on the show, and also how you add to your wife. I don't want to answer for you tonight, Maurice Luther King Jr., because I know you're a well-endowed speaker. I know you're well prepared, and you're also an attorney. So we're going to give you the time and the space to prepare your answers. And if you would like to come on this show and answer Christine Callie's question, let's set it up. Hold that thought, Christine.
All right.
We
And
want
cheers
him to
to you.
respond because he had the audacity to get on and make a 12-minute video to talk about us. I need him to show up and show out.
Exactly.
Am I
Drop
being
the mic.
fair, y'all?
100%.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm going to bring my viewers on. I'm going to step out. And don't be scared of me, Maurice. I'm out of it. I'll let my viewers ask you.
And
All right.
have one
cheers, because I
question
have my
for him.
red cup. You have your wine. I won't say what's in the cup, but cheers to you, Queen. And you enjoy yourself. And I truly do thank God for you. And
nothing but blessings. You're a beamingly beautiful blessing. Like it just drawing me to it, whether you're on camera or not. I love when you are. And I love the red glasses. Red is my favorite color. And you're muted. There you go. There you go. See, you can show us better than you can tell us. And I love your
Debbie?
voice.
No,
Yes,
thank
there
you.
you go.
Thank you,
Yes.
Christine. And Debbie, you're up next. What's going on?
Thank
I
you.
saw Maurice with his awards. I just want to know when he gonna win a case. He talking about awards, telling people what to do. When you gonna win a case?
Hold on, Debbie. Now you can come in. Hold on, Debbie. Let me laugh in peace. I believe in laughing in peace. All right. So, Debbie, now, what cases do you know that Maurice has taken on that he's lost? Now, Debbie, you can't come in here doing that.
Well,
Debbie?
he lost the case when he was talking about the kids on the show.
All right. Go ahead.
He lost that case.
All right. You move. You doing a good job. Go ahead.
Now, Marceau, let's get on him. How you gonna sit on the reunion? They done called him and he gonna say a midday surprise. If I was his wife, he wouldn't have been talking. I'd knocked his teeth out his mouth. I
Hold
think
on, Debbie. Lisa, that's Lisa. Are you left-handed or right-handed?
I'm right-handed, and my name is Lisa, my middle name.
You would have slapped his teeth, would have hit the left one. Okay, go ahead.
I would have knocked all of them out. And I probably would have hit him with both of my hands because that was so disrespectful, especially the way he did her in Vegas. To me, that shows that he don't care about her. He don't care about her feelings. There is no love because a man wouldn't do you like that if he even liked you a little bit. That's too much. And then when he was in Vegas, he couldn't even say a kind word to that lady. She set that up, something nice for them. He said no. Then you get on a reunion and tell me that was a midday surprise. Then what am I? And you say it's no problems in the marriage.
You said, what am I?
What am I?
What you working with? Shake it fast. Show me what you're working with. Hey, I'm just kidding.
That was hurtful. And for a woman to see that a man do another woman like that he say is his wife, that really hurt me. I don't like Tisha because I think she's a lot. She's needy. She has no self-esteem, but she needs to work on herself and get out of that so he can't treat her like that. She needs to work on self. Take some time, self-reflection.
So what would your advice be? Because that's a very blanketed statement. If you tell a young girl that's 21 to 35, I'm just saying at 35, you're a grown woman. But if you say, work on yourself, what does that mean?
That means walk away and take some time for yourself and look in the mirror. Clean out that closet and write down pros and cons, what you want to change, what you want to do, and how you want to do it. And not be so focused on that husband, but take some time for you and love yourself. Start pampering and love yourself. That's what I would tell her.
I think that's good enough. And I think you have slam dunked and made your point in the most beautiful way. What do you think?
I work with women, domestic violence women, and I see so much. I have seen women lose their freedom to abuse.
That's deep. That's deep. Debbie,
And that's why I like women like you, and I like your commentary. You build women up. You uplift, just like Melody, and you teach. And that's what we need. And I thank you. I thank God for you.
And I thank you. And I don't mean that by way of just talking as a blogger. I thank you. And we want to hold space for you, Debbie, because that type of wisdom comes with experience, the hard way or the soft way. And by way of your voice, I know you've been through some shit. You don't have to say it, but let us hold space for you. And we want to thank you for coming up and blessing us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'll go back to the chat now.
And you can come back if we stay on a little bit longer. Thank you, Queen.
Thank you.
All right. Hannah. No, Ann, I'm going to put you in charge. Ann, I got to step away for a second. I want you to take over for about 60 seconds. Go.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pose a question to everyone. If you were Mel, how would you, if you could go back and do this last season, what would you do differently? Hannah?
If I was Melody, the last season, what would I do differently? I don't think I would do anything differently because at this point, you know, whatever she did this season, she had to do because she had held her peace for so long. And I think she waited. She strategically thought about everything that needed to be done and she had to execute. So whether it was bringing Kiki to the party or, you know, not arguing with Destiny, just showing receipts. I think she did everything perfectly this season because last season at that reunion, they took her to the ringer. Carlos was the head leader ringer of it. So she ended up having to do everything that she did this season strategically and in order and with a purpose. So I can't think of anything that she did that I probably wouldn't have done. Other than maybe getting on social media, dealing with Martell for so long during that, going back and forth, I would have gotten on there, but maybe I would have cut it off a little quicker than what she did.
True.
What about you?
If I was Mel.
Real quick, I'm sorry, Ann. I want you to go. Real quick, Roberta says, I have not been on YouTube long, but I'm learning. I love your channel and respect you so much. You are my favorite. Thank you. Even in spite of me having a glass of wine tonight. Thank you so much. Go ahead, ladies. Proceed.
Okay. Melanie, she definitely handled herself with grace and class. But my inner hood side, I think I probably would have checked Martell a lot harder than she did. She let him, pretty much run himself in the ground. But the disrespect that he has perpetrated amongst their friend group really put a spotlight on him as a man. Like, you can tell he was not the glue or the foundation in that marriage. And I agree, she made her exit left memorable. But one thing I think she's fighting with is having love for someone and not being in love with them. That's like a really hard slope to be on because they keep referring to the old love. And you don't have that old love. You have a new way of love. And I really feel like she should have really went hard in the paint on Martell.
In what way? In what way?
As far as making him take accountability for all the lies, for all the deception, putting a battery in coleslaw's back, because that disrespect was more personal. And I just didn't think it was warranted, but I just wanted her to, I guess, stand up more for herself verbally. I think a lot of their conversations, he would overtalk her to keep her from sticking on her point. He kept trying to knock her off the point. And then towards the end, you could see where she stood her ground. Like, I'm not going to argue. This is how I feel. And it's either take it or leave it. But I just really think she should have just really put her foot in his behind, because the children will always see this.
And here's the thing where I think we become manipulated as women of color. And one right, people say, if you don't like it, leave. Let that motherfucker know what the hell you mean. But at the same time, you're expected to endure. So you can hoop and holler all you want until you go to jail and do something that's crazy, right? Because Martell, he was with Arion for 5+ years, and he had no intention on leaving until Melody left. Melody would have got herself in a world of trouble. And hold on, if we go back, Melody started to head that way. If you really take into consideration what Melody said, she said they both started acting out. The police were called on both of them. She started bucking up. And you say, okay, Queen Sheba, where are you going with this? Stop staying too long. I think Melody, that's what she's saying to women. Stop staying so long before you get in trouble and ruin your legacy over some shit that was done to you. When you see a fucker mistreating you, and he got a whole side piece that's calling your house so comfortably, tell me, get off the phone. Put him on the phone. Girl, that's a whole other level of disrespect. But the point is, you can't stop it now. It's in your house. That demonic spirit is now in your house. What you gonna do? I can fight all I want because I did fight. You remember Martell started saying, she crazy. She did this. Y'all don't know who she is. And if I told you who she was really, is she? Or did she react? But the point is, when you stay too long, you get dirtied up. You become defiled, touched, unrecognizable in a way. And Melody had to get going to be saved. So I do agree with you to a certain extent. I think you check it the first time. I think the second time you need to be considering packing your damn bags and getting the hell on. Like Miss Wanda say, shake a bone and get the hell on. Because my shoes did not come in a box. Or my shoes did come in a box. I'm sorry. My shoes did come in a box. And but you know, it goes back to conditioning. We are conditioned as Black women to have a spirit of long suffering. You all right? You'll be all right. That's what men do. Men cheat. Men, and we have become so conditioned to accepting less than, subpar. How dare you want a nigga not to go out to do a little something when you're not feeling it? You gain weight. What's your damn problem? Let's not even talk about the Melody Cherise, because she's the exception and not the rule. She looks good. She feels good. She's a great shape. Every woman ain't no damn 6 like Melody. Are y'all with me? Let me know y'all following me, because I don't want to take over. But I want to be realistic. Y'all cool?
We cool with that.
All right. Yep. All right. Everyone, let's just start by way of aesthetics and how men work. First of all, when we talking about men, I don't give a damn what they said at the altar. You know what my husband taught me? My husband and I were talking about something, and I said he cheated because his penis got hard. You know what my husband told me? He liked her. I said, no, you know, because they said men get hard. He said, the erection comes from the heart. The heart pumps the blood that leads down. That blew me the fuck away. Because my husband said it starts in the heart. So when your man cheats on you, you say he don't like her. It was just a one night stand. No. My husband told me that a man's erection comes from the heart. The heart has to pump the blood to go down to the penis. And that's the part we skip. So if she was a big booty girl, like Letitia went and got a big booty transplant, allegedly, whatever that is, that's what that man like. It's not that he don't like you, but when we talking about the foundational aspects of what a man, the heart of a man, the heart of my husband said, no, the heart causes the penis to react. The penis don't react and tell the heart what to do. The heart tells the penis what to do. Does that make sense? So stop saying he slept with her, but he don't like her. He may not like her, but he may like the physical form of her, because the heart translated the message down to the penis too. And I know I sound, but when my husband gave me that from a male's point of view, I was like, damn. Well, thank you, sir. I never thought about it. He's like, yeah. And y'all, we didn't get into any other conversation after that. But when he said it starts from the heart pumps the blood to the penis. Stop saying he don't like her when he cheated with her. He may not like her particularly, but he may like her body type. His heart caused him to perform. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Or do I sound absolutely crazy from a male's point of view? Go ahead. I'm gonna step back.
I think you're right, because men are visual creatures. They're not emotional creatures. And I think a lot of women make that mistake in thinking they can reach a man emotionally with tears. After the first couple tears, men get immune to that, because they realize a lot of times it's in manipulation. So I get it, but I just really believe that you have a choice in your man. And I believe that it comes from fathers. Like, I know I want a man's man. Okay. And a lot of people don't understand what a man's man is. A man's man will hold accountability not only for himself, but his family. If he cheated, he would have some respect. And these men don't have any respect for these women. They're all beautiful women in their own right. I just feel like Marceau, he would love to have married Mel.
Ooh.
But Mel is not dumb enough for him. That's why I made the statement that Tisha was his second choice. He treats her like a second choice. Like somebody got away from him. And then there was the backup girl. A lot of men have, well, who I want, and if I can't have her, then I'll take her.
All right. Hold that thought. Dear Long, I want you to come on. You don't have to show your face. Hold on, I got a D Brown in the back. I got a lot of people in the back. Dear Long, come on, from a man's perspective. I want you to talk about what I just talked about. Man and the heart. I don't want to talk about if you like a woman that you love with your heart. I'm talking about when a man cheats. And when he's cheating, is he cheating with the woman, or is he cheating with what's in his heart? All right. So we got, y'all hold tight, because this is about to get deep. D Brown, I'm going to add you to the stream. We got a lot of people. DD Star, I see you, baby. Hold tight. D Brown, I need you to say what you need to say in 30 seconds. And hold on, because I'm going to bring you back. What do you want to say?
Okay. Well, it wasn't about cheating. It was something else, because I was on a whole different thing, because my thing was about Black men, period, and how we're treated as Black women, period. And I'm going back all the way from slavery, how and I keep asking myself why are we always mistreated, and how we're the most disrespected, and how we're treated, period, worse than any other human being in the world, and how we've always covered for our black men, our boys. Um, it's like the more we cover and the more we love, the tighter that we hold on to them, the more they disrespect us. We're beaten. We're unalived. They continue to cheat. They abuse us. And instead of us being treated better, it's getting worse. And this show is just just a small portion of what's going on with us just here in this country. When you look at what's going on with Meg the Stallion, when she was being just they were just dogging that girl out for getting shot. It was her fault that she got shot in the foot, and how they're taking this guy's side for him shooting her in the foot. And it's just like you're just being attacked from all sides. We're always being told that we're not good enough. And I'm just wondering, what have we done besides protect? Are we coddling them too much as single mothers, because we're always left behind to take up for these black men and our black sons and everything? We're blamed if the kids turn out, and I know for a fact the first thing they ask when the kids are coming back from a parent for a suspension, where's your mama? Or if the kids are acting up, where's your mama? There's never anything about where's your dad. You know, why are we always the ones that are being blamed for everything? And wherever you try to do something, or whatever's negative, we are always to blame.
Well, pause on that. Pause. Because that's a hell of a question, Queen. And I need some men. Dear Long, I know you in that chat. Come on up. You don't have to come by way of camera, because I know how you looked. Any other men? I know there's a lot of men in the chat, but you sit back and you feel like, you know what? I'm going to chill. I'm going to let the women have this. No, we want to hear your thoughts. Come on up. Any man, any orientation. We want to hear, because we have questions. And we're not here to attack. We are curious to learn.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, hold on. Who have I not called on? I got Lady D Keys in the back. I talked to Hannah. Hannah, I'm going to drop you for 1 second. Don't go anywhere, okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. Don't go anywhere. Stay there. I'm going to drop you just to see if anybody else has anything else to say. All right. Let's see. Anne has talked. Hannah is in my back pocket. D Brown. Oh, hold on. Grace, darling, did you talk? Was that just you?
I'm ready when you are.
All right, baby. Come on in.
First of all, let me tell you this, Queen Sheba. I was supposed to be in the bed like some hours ago. And I've been listening and I've been working because, first of all, before I even get on cheating, I got to tell you, what you said a little bit ago was my answer, because I've been trying to start my YouTube channel for the longest. And if I'm not talking too loud, it's because my family's asleep. But I've been really battling with how to do this channel thing. So you just really gave me some courage, what you said tonight. So I just want to thank you for that. And I'm glad I stayed on. Now, as far as the cheating is concerned, I agree with who just spoke. She took all the words right out of my mouth. I do think we hold the key, because one thing I have seen a lot of as an adult, that a lot of women give passes to men. We hold our girlfriends accountable. We hold our mothers, our sisters, our cousins, everybody accountable. But the men, we don't hold them accountable. And when we see things, people generally don't say anything. And I'm speaking from a child who was raised in a household with the type of man that I see on this show that say reckless stuff, that treat the family bad, have no problem with doing the things they do, and everybody outside applaud them and say, "Oh, that's a good father. He's a good this, and he's nothing," because on the inside of the house where everybody don't know what's going on, it's horrible, and that's what I see on this show. A lot of these men are not being held accountable because there's no joke about cheating on your wife, and they all have families. These kids are gonna see this show. It's really sad to me. So I don't know if that brought any insight to what you were saying, but it just something I felt I needed to say about that
Now
subject.
that brought a lot of insight. And if I were a producer, I'm not going to give my recipe just to Carlos because I know they listen. The reason why I know they listen to y'all is because Maurice gave out awards. I have a lot of ideas. You have a lot of ideas. But unless they're going to cut that check to you.
And can I say something about those awards real quick?
Girl, please do.
I feel like it was a slick threat to YouTubers to get off their backs. That's how I took it. I did not see it as, oh, he's rewarding the YouTubers for a great job, well done. No, you mad because they know who you are and they showing your card. And so he tried to be his lawyer. What is it, Martin Luther? No, Maurice, whoever,
Maurice
all of
Luther
them.
King.
He tried to put
And
that out there.
Caramel Rell is responsible for that coin term.
Yes, because I heard it and I died laughing when she said it. But I really feel like that's what it was, a slick threat. Because the reason why I think that way is because the ones who won are not a threat to him, who he say won. But he named a whole lot of them that got his number. And he didn't say anything about them. He just called their name. That's why I said it was a slick threat.
Let me say this about the awards. I got it. I get it. His thing was to let me put you in a position to critique you so that you can see how it feels. That was the objective. Let me tell you who came up with that. A woman came up with that, not a man. A man don't give a shit. Men don't give a shit how you
Definitely.
feel, how they feel. Most men prioritize their own feelings over yours, period. They don't give a shit how you feel. So that was Kimmy's idea.
And she was in the comments. Oh, by the way.
I hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits of the Black experience. Women care about that shit, not a man. A man don't give a shit about ranking women and other men about what they talking about. Men barely can stand to hear anybody talking. Do you not understand what I'm talking from a scientific perspective? Men ain't just sitting there asking you to talk. So they can say, well, you're funny and you're not. That ain't a man. Kimmy did that. That's Kimmy's hand. Like Mark said, Kimmy's hand was in Mark coming on the show. But that's not here nor there. That's called a Ruth and Naomi. Kimmy is trying. It's like a parking meter. I'm going to try, I'm going to turn, I'm going to turn, I'm going to turn until I get it right. Lock and key. It's like a combination lock. And eventually we're going to land on the right recipe. Not on me, you won't. Because I will not adjust my commentary. But here's the thing that I want y'all to hear. He said, and this was a divide and conquer. Like this was very toxic. He says, if y'all can take Funky Dineva and use this to grow your career path. No, that's what y'all do for each other. You take Melody and you have an outlier, and then you have the rest. We don't do that as bloggers. We can all stand in our own right. And not only that, you say grow your career path. And here's where you mess up. Not every YouTube blogger is a full-time YouTube blogger. You got motherfuckers that are law enforcement, frontline employees, doctors, lawyers. And that's where you went wrong. You assumed that we were like y'all and all crabs in a bucket, and we're not. Funky Dineva is excellent, but he did not start off by loving Marriage Huntsville. He started off with hip hop, love it like hip hop and Real Housewives of Atlanta. You remember he says, my hair was laid. Like, baby, he was 10 years before you even came on the map. Stop giving credit to Carlos King, because when Funky Dineva was giving his reviews, it was when Carlos King was on Bravo. Let's talk about it. So that tells me Carlos or somebody fed you that, because Funky Dineva started where Carlos started.
And now he doesn't review the show anymore. Notice that too.
What they're trying to do is forget where Carlos started, which is where Carlos always returns. You always see Carlos playing in the playground.
Okay, kitty cat. What
Bravo.
kitty cat you going to see?
Mute your line. You always see Carlos playing in the background of Bravo. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Carlos, we know more about Ramona Singer and Giselle, what's going on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, more than we know about Love and Marriage Huntsville, Love and Marriage DC. He may give them a smidget. He may buy them a 2-piece and a pepper. But Carlos is not about to stay on these black women too long before he ventures out. So Maurice, when you talk about what we should be doing as bloggers, I want you to give that same energy to Carlos. We're only following him.
Because now he is a blogger as well.
Who?
Carlos. He got a YouTube channel.
And Marceau's coming too. Watch.
Yes.
Watch Marceau.
Interesting.
Watch Marceau. Watch Maurice.
Queen,
You remember Marceau says, I'm going to give y'all more about it on my YouTube. Why?
Queen, can I interrupt you guys for a minute?
Sure.
It's part of Kimmy, but it's those brothers too, because you know what? They've got those feminine traits, and that's part of their bullying. That's a bullying tactic. They've learned that from a long time ago. Because think about it, they've slept on the floor. That's a bullying tactic. They're trying to bully you guys. That's a bullying tactic. Trust me when I tell you, it's a bullying tactic. And you guys are going to see it. That's why they're trying to divide and conquer. But it's just because he came on today. When I said, oh, now they're going to the bullying. They're trying to do the same thing to you guys that they did with Mel. Think about it. They're bullying.
And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, because us bloggers can handle it. What I don't think that they realize is you can't divide us as quickly as you can divide you. Us bloggers,
but
we're not going to go to war. Hold on, we're not about to go to war with each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's the beauty of the black bloggership on YouTube. Don't come out with no award.
You know,
with no prize.
Maurice and
in real time.
They think they're smarter than everybody. They think they're the smartest people on earth. And just because you know that, they think they're smarter than everybody. I'm telling you, they really do. They really do. I've been on this earth longer. They think they're the smartest people on earth.
But they did have Maurice had a little bit. He started off good. I mean, you can't take away from
Mm-mm.
what he was trying to do. He started off very well, but the point was to annihilate. The point was to do what they do on Love and Marriage Huntsville, conquer and divide. You can't do that
Mm-hmm.
amongst Black
Mm-hmm.
YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, hold on. We may not know each other
Mm-hmm.
personally by way like y'all know each other and sit with each other and eat with each other. But one
Right.
thing you're not gonna do is mess with our money.
Mm-hmm.
And we not gonna start no fights
Mm-hmm.
amongst each other. We gonna refer. If we don't know
Mm-hmm.
you, we're not gonna say nothing. One thing about Black YouTubers on YouTube, we stand
Mm-hmm.
united. And I think Maurice came in by way of the back door
Mm-hmm.
to say, follow this blueprint. No, that's not our blueprint because not
Mm-hmm.
everybody is
Mm-hmm.
that kind of person. Funky Dineva wasn't even on the map. I love a way. First of all, if you gonna honor Funky Dineva, honor Funky Dineva. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't even Love and Marriage Huntsville. Do your homework.
Mm-hmm.
It was like love and hip hop.
Can
Real
I
Housewives.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, my hair was laid. Like you better honor
Right.
where Funky Dineva came up from. Don't be trying to
Mm-hmm.
project 15 years after where Funky Dineva used to be. Y'all don't remember that video that Funky Dineva did in front of Chateau Charest before they broke ground when they
Mm-hmm.
was blasting rocks? Don't
Mm-hmm.
play with Funky Dineva. Come on now. Maurice, if you need to learn your history. It wasn't Love and Marriage Huntsville. And that
Mm-mm.
was an insult to Funky Dineva's legacy.
Well, he
Because
didn't
Funky
even ask
Dineva and
permission.
Quentin started way before this. And you say, maybe you can model this after your career. First of all, the way YouTube is set up, everybody don't have YouTube as a full-time career. You have people in a healthcare career. You have people that are doctors. You have people that are athletes. You have CNN. You have news stations that have YouTube. Shut up, Maurice.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even know. But go ahead, y'all.
Queen, can I give my 2 cents on Funky Dineva and Maurice? Are you able to hear me? Okay. My thought about where Maurice is coming from using Funky Dineva is he's using his celebrity as a YouTuber as validation and a shield. He's saying Funky Dineva because not too many other YouTubers are going to speak negatively or against Funky Dineva. Number one. Secondly, he's attempting to validate himself by using what he perceives as a heavy hitter like Funky Dineva. But Maurice and the rest of the Scots are baby oil slick to machine engine oil slick. They're lightweight. It's as if they've been able to mine F people of Huntsville. And that's no shade to Huntsville. But when he gets on a larger platform, he's not able to do that. He looks very weak and shoddy when he's trying to manipulate us with his mind because we see exactly what he's doing. But there's a few people that don't see it. But for the most of us, we see exactly what that award ceremony was or was meant to be, which was a endearing themselves to one group of people, but shading another group of YouTubers. And that's how he felt like he was going to divide and conquer because he's used to that working on Love and Marriage Huntsville. But he's misread the room because he's not as slick as he thinks he is.
And you know what I was thinking too? What's so funny about him? With all of his great antics, why don't he get a YouTube and see what it's about? Because what he really made me feel like is all these YouTubers are telling the truth about all this stuff that they have on them, and it's hurting them and it's killing them. So he had to speak out because the streets been talking.
But
For
he
real,
did
for
this
real.
before. This is not his first time doing this. When they had that melee in the parking lot of Madani, and he initiated and provoked that violence, he then the next day came on live and he made a joke about it and he tried to couch it in he was protecting his brother because of the $35,000 dental work that he had done. But he again did something that made him look really bad. And then he tried to preempt it by coming on and doing some type of live. And he did the same thing with this awards thing. So who's ever advising them on their PR strategy, it's very weak. I don't know. They must not be being paid.
Well, they want what Melanie said. Melody said that she makes a month. When she said that she makes that amount a month, all of a sudden they started thinking about their social media impact because they never were really on social media before that. And now all of them are trying it in different ways, and it's just not successful because I don't really want to see any of them. We have them enough. When this last show happened this weekend, that I'll be done with them for a while. So they need to stop.
But I actually had a question that I've been holding for a while that I wanted to throw out
Hold
here.
that question real quick. Hannah Grace, let me apologize to you. I thought you were on the panel, but you're in the background. Thank you for waiting patiently. Would you like to add anything before they move on?
No, I'm listening. I'll let her go ahead on and then I'll come jump back in.
All right, Queen. Thank you.
Okay, this is what I've been thinking for a while, looking at how rabid they've been towards Melody. My question is, do you think that when they came back after they had separated as friends and then the show was picked up and then they came back again, that they came back with the intention of going against Melody? That was their plan. They never got over whatever that breach was in their relationship before the show started. So they were primed to go against her once the show started. And I guess that's a question I'm throwing out there because I think that's a suspicion that I've been having.
I don't think so because Martell and Melody were still together. And at that time, I don't think Melody thought that they were getting ready to get a divorce. She thought that they were getting ready to make it work. And I think they all wanted to come together to, you know, make money basically.
Can I ask, when you say they got back together, when are you speaking of?
Before the show was picked up, while Melody was creating the show, they were friends. Then something happened in between there and their friendship separated and they were no longer friends. They came back together as friends when the show was picked up. So I'm believing that they really, whatever that breach was that separated them before the show was greenlit, they did not get over that.
It's really all the comeback group. The whole situation about the land, and because remember they were working on that before the show, and then once the show came on, they were trying to continue that, but they were being shady towards Melody and Martell. So that's to me the biggest thing because watching them now, how lazy they all are, every last one of them are lazy except Melody. They're not benefiting off the platform they have been given. So to me, that's the biggest problem they have with Melody. It's just that they can use the pain of her divorce to hurt her, but they because they just want to hurt her. They're angry that she's coming up and making things happen and she's progressing, and they feel like that was their ticket when they had that land and they were going to do their big project, and now they have nothing at all. So uh, that's my take on it. I think that's what the whole issue is really with them,
They've never been
especially the
keen.
men.
They've never been keen on Melody from season one, from the beginning. Even though they were attempting to come back with the comeback group, they were shading her and they were talking greasy about her in their confessionals from the very beginning.
Let me ask y'all something. I want to shake it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of comments in the chat earlier on, probably about 2 hours ago. And I have to agree with the chat. If I didn't know Martell from what we see on TV, and if Melody did not capture this on camera, I would have thought Melody was a cuckoo bird, crazy black woman. Just crazy because Martell's handsome, all of that good stuff. When y'all see him show up to Florida and Destin, play with his kids, I was like, this broad, if you did not know what the cameras captured, you would say this broad is crazy. Okay? We all would. For real. For real. It ain't like you don't know. You would, if the cameras would not have caught this, Melody would have been a cuckoo bird. Period. Number one. Number two, now that you have seen it, and you know how great Martell can behave outside the home and how bad he can behave inside the home. And how fine he is. And how much y'all want a man with muscles. Come on, let's talk. Can we talk? Or y'all gonna sit here and act and be like, okay, we're gonna pass the offer. Can we talk? And
We can talk.
Hold on. When there's a shortage of men and this motherfucker is fine than a motherfucker.
Maybe I'm jaded, but
hold on. In Huntsville and wherever little town you live. And you're like, bitch, if you don't want him, I do.
I can tell you because I met him.
You.
I met him and I'm married, first of all. So let me get that out there. And I'm not going to cheat on my husband ever.
But
however,
what would you say? Single
let me
woman.
tell you, I can be honest. I went to the book signing because I thought the children were coming. And I don't know. This is my second time getting caught at one of their events, not thinking about the cameras are going to be there. So I get there, and when I walked up to him, he is exactly what you said. And he was so polite. He was so nice. He talked to my daughter because she really wanted to go to get the book. And he asked her about her school. He asked her, do she like to read? He was so polite and nice. And I had to really be like, this the same fool that's on TV acting, because for a moment, yes, he has that Southern charm. He knows how to carry himself. And I told him, I said, I'm just glad that you're doing something positive. Try to do more positive things so you can be in a better light. He said, yes, ma'am. Okay. So what you saying? If I didn't know any better, it happened. That's how some of these women have been tricked.
Come on, finer than a motherfucker. Am I lying? Come on, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny,
like
y'all.
Some of these actors we see on TV, and then you get
that man look
5'5".
He's actually 6 foot. He don't like it. Well, fuck it. Put him in a pair of joggers. Great. You know what? As a matter of fact, go to Sam's or Costco. Visit your neighborhood store. Get a XXX. He can't even fit it. Put it on him. And you gonna pause.
He ain't worth the time.
No, you don't know that when you see him.
Well, I'm just
like
saying.
We didn't know that.
I'm saying.
You don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. I had to say that to myself because you get sucked in. He's real polite. I'm saying he's real polite. He got the Southern charm. He's very well dressed. He knows how to put it on.
But you don't know that if you didn't hear Melody's story. That's the point I'm trying to make. Right. If you didn't hear Melody's story, you'd be like, girl, get the hell up out of here playing in my face about this man that picking up his kids from school when I can't even get my baby dad to cut me a piece of cheese.
Right.
Don't play with me. You get what I'm saying? You see what this woman is up against? He's the master manipulator. Well, how come they can't see? Because they can't see. And he don't want them to see. And Martell has the propensity to turn it on and off. But here's where Martell went wrong. Martell did a dirty dance with the devil called Carlos King.
Yep.
And you see how fucking quick Carlos King switched the hell up on that reunion. He said, do you not call me for other things? Do you? First of all, manager, how in the hell you gonna counsel me and put my shit out there on Front Street in front of everybody? You see what I'm saying? He danced with the devil. See, Mel ain't never called you your own wife of 14 years. Ain't never put your shit out there like that. But guess who did? Carlos King. Mel ain't never said what y'all talked about. Mel ain't never said what y'all, other than Arion calling her house. Mel ain't said shit else. Guess who did? Carlos King. Your
Put
kids
it
when
all
that
out
goddamn.
there.
Guess what Carlos said? Your kids when that goddamn important. You comment about other things. What other things that could be more
He
important
put
than
it
his
out
kids?
there. He sunned him. He sunned
Listen,
him.
and I want to challenge y'all to say, when a grown man like a Carlos King that has money, tell him, straight man, you call me for other shit. You didn't call me about your kids. What the fuck is he talking about? Excuse my language. Excuse my language. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But when a man can say that to shut a man down about his family, you call me for everything else. Hold on. Producer, cast member, what the hell are you talking about?
Fraternizing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To what point?
Well, you know,
AC already
everybody
told
keep
us,
talking
didn't
about
he?
those. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying AC already told us about his down low propensity.
And
Martell.
they always talk about how they hug so tight and so long. That's what they say when you watch them together.
All I'm saying is, you guys, forget it's reality TV. There's policy and procedure. Imagine if your manager had we all have one-on-ones in corporate America. My one-on-ones is for me to give you feedback as my manager, and you give me feedback. And imagine if I'm in a break room and I'm saying, oh, I don't feel like I don't want to do that. And you said, that ain't the reason. Well, that ain't what you said in your one-on-one. What the fuck? My one-on-one is my one-on-one. The fuck you gonna put this out in front of America? And Carlos King, you misstepped. Big time. And don't nobody tell you I will. And I don't give a damn what Martell calls you about. You had no business weaponizing it. Weaponizing it on national television. It was bad, y'all.
He used what he had to diminish Martell, because how dare Martell call him out on anything? So he would have used anything he had to squash him at that moment.
But it doesn't make it right. And the point I'm trying to make is, as Black people, I want y'all to get comfortable with having rights to say, you can't talk to me like this.
But you know what? That's what Martell shows. That's what makes me upset with him. Because when he should speak up, he don't. He can say all this craziness to Mel, about Mel and all this stuff. But then Marceau and Maurice treat him like a child.
Clown him constantly.
They clown him
And
on
he does not
every
stand up
level,
for himself.
business, personal, otherwise. They clown him every time.
And real
It's
quick,
sad.
before we go on, Kathy Johns, thank you, Queen, for the super sticker. My moderators are so great. Daryl Long, thank you, King, for reposting it. Sometimes we get so caught up in the sauce. It's not that you're not important, Kathy, because you damn sure are. And I'm going to bless one of my moderators in addition to what you've given. Everybody's finna get a steak dinner on Friday. But thank you all. Kathy, we love you. Thank you so much. And Daryl, thank you so much for pushing that through the chat to make sure that I saw that. All right, you guys go ahead.
I was just mentioning just how weak of a man that Martell shows up to be. In every instance, when it comes to being a man for his family, he's claimed to be a great disciplinarian, but he's not a protector on any level. Because no man, even my neighbor, would not sit around and allow men to speak to me the way Martell allows men to speak to his ex-wife. I mean, the guy who shovels my snow probably would speak up for me.
That's my dog, y'all.
You
Y'all hear
know,
my dogs?
and one thing he doesn't, yes, a little bit. One thing I can say about Martell that he's not really thinking about is that his children are growing up. His daughter, when on season 1 and 2, she was very close to him. Mariah, she's not close to him anymore like she used to be. They're changing, and that's gonna
But
be his
Boss Baby
medicine.
is. Boss Baby is his number one.
I think she's gonna change too because
Well,
right now she's still young.
here's the thing. And here's where I don't want the viewers to go wrong. His kids are his kids. Outside of what we feel, his kids are supposed to love him. And that's the part that I wish Carlos would come in and reiterate. Like, as much as we talked about the Holtz kids, they have a dynamic family union. And as much as we don't like or do like Martell or do or don't like, just like he put that force and that energy behind the Scotts, put it behind the Holtz. Because his kids are supposed to love him, y'all, even if we don't. It don't matter how we see him. Hold on. Mariah, Tank, Sugar Mama, Boss Baby, all of them are supposed to love him just the way he is. Period. And I gotta put that out there because it's not fair to the kids, right? When we say kids are off limits, they're gonna love their parents and they should. But y'all go ahead.
Well, this is the only reason why I say that, like I mentioned before, because I was brought up in that type of household. And when you're young, you see things and you don't recognize what you're seeing. But as you grow older and you understand, that's what I'm saying. He's put in the wrong, he's not doing well with his parenting because regardless to what, he should be making sure that their mother is honored, period. Regardless if they're broke up, regardless if he has another child, regardless of whatever he's doing in his life, they should also know that he honors their mother because that's their mother. And some of the things that he does is so reckless that his children are going to make him understand how reckless he's really being because right now he doesn't get it. And that's why he hasn't stopped. But and so of course all children need their father. They need an honorable man in their life, but he has to also be a good father to get that honor. He shouldn't get it just because he's their dad. That's not good. He
All
needs to
right.
be held accountable.
Lady D's, what are your thoughts?
I think parents get unconditional love for their children, particularly their young children, for as long as probably never Eric. The dad and the mother really has to do something big to breach that love and that unconditional love from that child. I mean, you even see children who are taken away from their parents for abuse. They still want to be with their parents.
And I also think that since Melody is raising her kids up in a Christian environment, and we know that to honor your parents is the first commandment with promise, I think that they will honor him, even though, like you said, he really, hopefully they'll grow, he will change by the time they are able to realize just how low down his dad, how dirty their dad is.
And you know what? Martell's beautiful, y'all. You know what? Martell's not my favorite person, but there has been moments. I have to be fair because I'm fair. And can you ladies be fair? There has been moments that Martell has shown up. You're like, damn, all right. All right. I see why Melody chose you. Come on, y'all. We can't skip over that. I see why your kids love you. I see why the Scotts love you. Motherfucker, you all right with me today. And then he may flip out for whatever reason. But you still say, I see why Melody loves you. And I see why when you started that trip off to Destin, we were like, oh, I hope they get back together. I know what Melody said, but we don't care. We want, this is beautiful. And then that fucker gets on whatever and files for child support and blah, blah, blah. And you say, come on now, Martell. Damn, we was rooting for you.
But that's the issue. That's the issue.
But don't go to the issue. Go to the in-between.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but that's dangerous for his children.
But no. Before we get there, we gotta talk about, don't talk about the issue because we know the issue. We need to talk about the in-between, that the sticky part that brings in the children.
He still loves that woman.
Hold on. That brings in the children, the viewers, Carlos King. The sticky part is not the issue. It's the in-between between the start. The issue is the finish line. The in-between is where we're like, oh, that shit was great. Martell showed up with Melody's poppy crock, popcorn. And even though he didn't get the almonds, he got the peanuts. You remember?
Yes.
I
can't speak on this, Queen Sheba. I'm going to be honest because
I didn't show that.
And I'm saying this because I grew up with a stepfather like him. Everybody outside my house thought he was wonderful. Because they didn't know what was going on inside the house.
But I'm challenging you.
I know. I'm just saying. So I'm just saying those children have seen what we haven't seen. We're watching on TV. They live with him on a regular basis.
And I'm challenging you, all of us. Listen, Martell is public enemy number one. But at the end of the day, what I'm challenging all of us to say, I'm not saying agree with me. I'm saying there's been some good parts. And if you can see the good parts, you can see why his family and his wife, his ex-wife, Melody Cherie, has loved him. That's all I'm saying. And why the Scotts have loved him. That's all I'm saying. Because if you miss the good parts, you miss the connection to this saga and why this shit is as effed up as it is on Love and Marriage Huntsville. You say, why they hate Melody? Look at Martell. Well, I don't see nothing but a devil. Don't see the devil. See the devil in Prada.
And no, I'm agreeing with you with how he appears and shows up. I can see how he was wooing Melody when he met her. I can see when they sat at that table at Destin and said they planned out their family and their future together. You could see at that point how they really had a strong connection, and they did not see an end to their marriage when they talked about that. I felt that. However,
let me answer this. Somebody said, Queen, you sound drunk. You act like you are Martell. Girl, no. My job is to be objective as a blogger. Good night. Good night. No, I can't stay on the side of hate. That's a heavy ass burden to carry.
And I don't hate him. Like I told you.
No, it's not you. I'm putting that up.
I know.
Hold on. I'm putting that up because somebody put that in the chat. And what they don't understand about blogging and being objective is I don't have to stay on that side of the fence. My job is to upgrade as the viewers upgrade. Imagine if I stayed on hate and my job is to move when my viewers move, to move when the talent moves. Girl, stop. And she's saying, good night. No, good night to you. Because your job is to grow. And my job is to grow. And my job is to think outside of Melody. I love Melody. But on the other side, I cannot come on here and preach hate. That's not my platform. And if that's what you're looking for, there's plenty of bloggers that's going to do it and going to give it to you, baby. It ain't me. God bless you and good night.
I don't think she's asking for hate. I think
she said, "You sound drunk. You act like you want Martell."
Yes,
I don't know Martell from Adam. I'm a married woman. What do you think she's asking for?
No, because I think you're saying that he's attractive. I think that's why.
So what?
But not everyone sees him as attractive.
I don't care. It don't mean I want him. It means I can hold on, because that's what Black people do on these. They expect us.
Yes.
What like Maurice does. Do this, say this. My job is not to please you. If Martell has a good moment, God damn it, I'm gonna say it. God bless you on your journey, ma'am. I'm not gonna preach hate on my channel. Period.
Come
I
on,
don't give a
Queen
damn. I love Melody, but can't nobody make me preach hate if somebody has a high moment. Period.
No, we
not you, not none of y'all. Hold on, let me rest on this, because she had the audacity to place it in public. Let me address it. Y'all never see me come out of pocket. But she said, "You sound like and act like you want Martell." Girl, I'm way in Texas. Martell is in Huntsville. How the hell do you gather that from me being here on the side of a man? Deal with your issues, Queen. Because that's not what we do that's not what we do on this channel. We don't tear down, we lift up. And if somebody has a high moment, be it woman or man, we gonna elevate them. It's not just about Melody Cherie. We gonna elevate them. Whether it's a viewer, whether it's anybody, period. It don't matter, y'all. A good moment is a good moment. If it projects us to move forward by way of the Black community, we're going to do that. If it's Martell, I don't want him, but it's a high moment. God bless him on his journey. So that's a thing when people come in and they think they own you by way of, here's how I found you. Here's what I think you should stick to. No, it's not. Have I had a glass of wine? Yes. I love it. But at the end of the day, y'all, if he had a good moment, a small moment, I got to give it to him. I can't just preach hate. But go ahead, ladies.
I agree. And that's why I wanted to make sure I said. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Even on the first part of the reunion when Melody Cherie got introduced, I seen it in his eyes that man still loves that woman. He may not act like it, but he still loves her. And he said, no, her name is Melody Hope. I'm like, boy, stop. Her name is Melody Cherie. Y'all divorced. Stop that.
I was wondering if that was love or was it ownership?
Facts. I feel like if he loves her, he would have done the work. He could have saved his marriage. He did not have to get a divorce.
Oh, no. After he had that baby, it was done.
No. I'm saying before the baby. She said she checked out before the baby. So before the baby, she had given him chance after chance. He knew what he had. They had built a business. They were thriving. He had a nice family. There was no reason for him when she took him back for the final time before the divorce. If he would have went to counseling, if he would have really done the work, they would probably be together today. The issue is he wanted his cake and eat it too. He wanted to have the life that he had with her and be able to do what his friends were telling him on the playground, because that's how they all act when they get together. They laugh and joke about cheating and they have fun with it. That's what they did. And that caused him to lose his marriage. Whereas the rest of them, they do just enough to stay in theirs.
I think Martell was going to separate himself from Melody regardless of anything. And my reason for thinking that is because Martell knew that he did not measure up to Melody. He felt like he never deserved her, and he sabotaged his relationship with her because he didn't feel like he belonged there. So there was something that he was going to do at some point to separate himself from there because he doesn't feel worthy of being with someone of her caliber. And
Um,
his demeanor might look different, but the subconscious is what is acting.
Des the Bomb says, why is pointing out people's wrong hate? It's not about pointing it out. Point it out, you know, because that's what we do as bloggers. We point out different things that we don't like. But it's when you assess and you assign it to say, because you feel this way, you want this person. Because you feel this way, you think you, that's where you draw the line and say, ma'am, no. So it's not about pointing something out, because that's what we're doing from a viewer takeover. When the viewers come on, they express their opinion. I express my opinion every day as a blogger. But just because I give a little bit of favor to a man on a cast doesn't mean I want him. And that's where I had to correct the person that made the comment. Ladies, please proceed. But I just wanted to answer that question.
And Shipper, don't let nobody take you out of character, honey, because at the end of the day, this is your platform, okay?
I'm not. It's just that what happened, you guys, listen, everybody always, one thing people don't realize about blogging, man, it's hard. It's so hard. Like, I don't even do blogging full time. There's a lot of bloggers that do a hell of a job full time. I'm not even full time. But man, when y'all don't even see the negative comments that come in, because we annihilate them. We take them away. We block them. They can never comment again, depending on the severity of the comment, right? So we want to, it's not that we want them to agree with us. We just want to protect the platform and keep it nice, right? Some blockers don't give a damn. They incite conflict, but not on my page. And that person, what they said was not wrong. Ask your question. But when you start saying you want him,
that's the
really,
problem right there.
Ma'am, come on now. We all be talking about Martell, Maurice, Marcel. Don't nobody want them. Come on now. Go to bed. You sleepy. You sleepy tonight. You real sleepy. Go on out of here. And a lot of people, when they hear something that they don't agree with, and I challenge Black people, stop getting so damn emotional and attacking people at the core. So what? You don't agree with them. They don't mean nothing. It is what it is. Go to bed. Tomorrow you'll wake up feeling different. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that what you asked was a valid question, because there are people out here that go hard for Martell. Period. There are women that think he's a good man. I mean, when he had the kids out in 20-degree weather, because I live close by and I know it was freezing that night, and the baby didn't have a coat zipped up, and
I was
they
furious.
playing with snow with no gloves on, and he's on live smiling, getting all this attention. And there were plenty of women in the chat saying, "Oh, you're such a good dad. I'm so proud of you. Look at you taking care of your kids."
I was wondering, no one told him to get those children out of the cold online on his live?
There was
No.
some, but he was ignoring them.
No, he was blocking them left and right. And that's what I say. When you don't say what people want to hear, there's repercussions, and you guys don't understand it because you're on the side of a viewer, right? And I'm like, you don't know what it feels like to be on this side. It's not a bad thing to you. Man, people, one person attacked me and said, quit breathing in the mic. Well, damn, bitch.
Wow,
I'm not going to give you commentary. Quit breathing in the mic. One woman said she went on every video and said, this is a white woman pretending to be Black. Come on, y'all.
Oh, wow.
I mean, like, after a while, you laugh, but then you be like, oh, shit, I got to handle this, right? Because people say, let it fly. No, because people don't know you as you grow. And as you expand and as God propels you, you be like, wait a minute, I can't just let them go on every video and say, this is a white woman pretending to be Black.
Oh, is that?
And I don't show my face on every channel to prove, because now you're placed in a defensive position to say, hello, I'm black. And you know what? I don't have anything to prove to you, ma'am.
They were
Because
saying
you
that
were,
about you?
girl,
They said
yes.
you were a white woman?
Yes.
Oh,
you know how y'all, but that's not important. What I'm trying to explain to you is when you step into this territory, there's a lot of hate. There's
yeah,
not a lot of acceptance. So what I'm saying to you is that bloggers, we really appreciate you guys that do show up on the side of love.
yeah.
Yeah, that lady went on for like a whole 2 weeks. This is a white woman pretending to be black. Cancel her. Ma'am, really? And it was funny at first, but then after a while, I was like, oh, wait a minute. This is on every video. And you got to be very careful, because a scientific fact is, for every negative comment, it takes 5 positive comments to overcome that.
Yeah.
So if she say I'm white, and if I don't have 5 people to say she's black, guess what everybody's going to see? That's a white woman pretending to be black. And even though I know it's not true, the people that don't know me, when you get 100,000 views, 50,000 views, they don't know me.
Right.
They too lazy to click in a community tab, to click a live tab to see my face. Ain't nobody checking. Do you know how lazy people are to say,
I didn't know
let me
you
go
could
see
do
who
that.
Queen Sheba is? They ain't got time for that.
I didn't know
I'm new to
you could do
them. But the point is, I told the lady, at first I was like, this is hilarious. We were, and after a while I was like, oh shit, this is the 5th, 6th, 7th video. And I told her, all right, now you're blocked, because now you're about to mess up my brand. It was funny at first, but this lady, she didn't know, y'all. And do you know how somebody that don't know out of innocence can wreck you and ruin you? And you sit there and you go, oh, they don't know. I'm going to correct them. No, handle it. Annihilate them, delete them, block them. So that's all I'm saying.
And I think it's a lot of people that sit behind their keyboard and I have a lot of courage that they don't have in person. So
Right.
I agree with you. People say a lot of negative things toward the bloggers just to get a reaction sometimes, because I don't know, maybe they're bored and they don't have anything else with their life. But it's just always interesting to me when those people come around, and it could be a very good conversation and it just takes one person to come in and try to start controversy. It's just really interesting.
But I think all of you have done a really good job within the realm of love and marriage Huntsville. From all of the bloggers that I've seen, I don't see a lot of hate. I see a lot of constructive, professional feedback regarding what we would like to see from a viewer perspective and also a network perspective. Like, this is the first time that I've seen us really unite in a positive way. So I feel like we got a lot of push and pull. And I think, as Maurice Luther King Jr., you don't give out awards if you're not listening. You know what I'm saying? And I think you all have made a difference. So I just want to say kudos to everybody that's tuned in. 2 minutes, we're going to tune out. Each of you get 10 seconds to say what you want to say, wrap it up, and bless the audience.
I'll go first, and I'll just say thank you so much for bringing me up here. This is my first time ever coming up, and I just appreciate you. I've loved your voice. I've loved your intellect, your analysis, your reasoning, and I listen to you all the time. So thank you, and deep bow.
Thank you.
I would like to say one thing. Everyone here had some great points, some great opinions, and a great value and a lesson as a whole. It is teaching that we as Black women are more than just neck rolling, mouth popping, smart mouth women. We're smart, we're intelligent, we have a whole lot to offer as individuals and as a unit. And Queen, I appreciate you bringing us up and letting us express our opinions and feelings to create a validity amongst our group. Thank you.
And I just want to say too, thank you for showing both sides, because yes, it is difficult sometimes for people to hear the not so obvious commentary of what everybody else is thinking or saying or feeling. But sometimes you do need to challenge us to really think about, are we just following blindly because everybody is on this same train together? Or have we really identified why we feel this way? I really appreciate that about your commentary. I mean, from the Shanquilla Robinson case to this, I really appreciate. I mean, sometimes you put me in awe some of the ways you think, especially with the Shanquilla Robinson case. The way you have come up with some very interesting thoughts about that. So just continue.
Well,
Just
I'll say it.
continue.
I'll say it about the cartel. But
Oh,
listen,
that was serious. You almost made me wreck one night. I was
hold
listening and I was
on.
like, hold up, did she just say?
Yes, but didn't it come down to be true? Oh, if you don't know, you better do your research about what was going on in North Carolina, who was pushing what. But that's a whole different conversation. But let me look. But let me say this. Ladies, gentlemen, if you are thinking about doing anything, go for it and do it. The majority of the people, when you start to think outside the box, they're going to say, hey, come on, come back over here. That's a little bit of wild of an idea. Forget the Shanquilla Robinson case. Just if you say, you know what, I want to do my panel with all women, or I want to do my panel with, no, that's a little bit wild. Ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody checking for that. Do it anyway. Because human nature is to protect the confounds of safety. We don't do that. That's kind of weird. That's not what we do. Ain't no other bloggers doing that. Ain't no other man doing that. Ain't no other woman doing that. Ain't no other wife, father, daughter, son doing that. I don't know how it's going to be. Do it anyway. And that's what I leave you all with. Go ahead. The next person.
Well, excuse me, I have a little bit of a cold. So I just want to say thank you so much for letting me come up and join your panel. I've been here about 3 or 4 times already, but it is what it is.
We love
I
you.
just I had to come back because I was like, everybody answering their phone, so I came back. And I'm glad I did, because at the end of the day, to that person that wanted to shade you, let me. I ain't gonna say it because I wasn't gonna be nice.
It's okay.
But
Let's move on.
yes, ma'am. I love you and thank you again. Appreciate you, Queen.
And we appreciate you. And who's up next? Thank you.
Yes, I was just going to say, I thank you for allowing us this opportunity too. And I was thinking about your question over and over, but as far as Martell, I just cannot see any good qualities at this point, but maybe before, based upon the way he handled his family. So I have to really think about that question as far as, yes, he does look the part, but just considering everything that happened after Melody left him, I always said that had he not did that, he probably could have, been successful, and everything would have worked out for him. But because of the way he went about it, it was just in the gutter for him, for me thereafter. So I can't think of anything good to say about him, to be honest about it.
And we appreciate that. Honesty is the best policy. And my objective is to create a panel, a safe place where we are honest yet respectfully. And it's okay to say, I don't know what they think about you. Because how many times do you get to say that in our community without being crucified? Say, I disagree. Without it being a fight and somebody raising their voice or challenging you beyond that. And say, okay. And why? You say, I got to process it, but it just don't feel right. Oftentimes you're challenged or you're met with a challenge. And what I would like to do on this page is say, no, I may become curious and ask you why not every now and then. Or can you give me more information? Or can you give the audience more information? But tonight it sounded good. So you don't have to explain yourself. And that's good enough that you don't agree. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It does.
All right.
Makes sense.
And
Yes.
Tammy says the heart pumps the blood that causes the erection. Amazing. Absolutely. I hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits of the Black experience. Listen, don't listen. When a man said it didn't mean anything, but your heart it did, because the heart had to pump the blood to get the erection. So don't tell me it didn't mean anything. It was something about her you liked. Does that make sense? Now y'all know the heart pumps the blood to get the erection. Starts in the heart. All right, that's a whole different conversation. Let me move in. Anybody want to close this out?
Yes, let me just say this too. I remember Melody said that what concerned her was that Martell was able to come home and play the part and still have a girlfriend over on the other side of town. And that concerned her greatly. And like he's saying, it wasn't, he probably did care about both of them, but his problem was, in my opinion, is that his self-control. He wasn't willing to put his family first and put his other feelings aside. And he just got, I mean, he, like I said, he just wasn't able to do that, which was a grave mistake for him. And sometimes women stay, but Melody chose not to, and he didn't think she was going to leave, and she did. So that was his loss.
I don't think he loved them both. I think when he had a chance to choose, he showed you. I think he was in a wilderness for two until somebody made a choice and forced his hand. Listen, if you give me cake and ice cream, I'm going to put cake on the bottom and ice cream on the top, and I'm going to dip my spoon and devour them both. Does that make sense? But if you say, do you want cake or do you want ice cream? That's a whole different story. Does that make sense, or am I tripping?
Very much so.
But Martell's not going to choose one or the other. He's going to try to have both. That's his name.
He had both until the cake or the ice cream, whatever Melody was, either she was the cake or she was the, we don't even care, until one of them decided to move to a different bowl by way of, I'm done. I'm going to separate myself and go to a different environment. And then when he had to choose between the cake and the ice cream, he did not choose whatever coleslaw was. He chose Melody. Call her the cake, call her the ice cream. He knew exactly what he wanted, but she had to make a move.
But I think he would have.
Go ahead. Somebody wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think he would have, if Melody had stayed, he would have done the same thing over and over again.
Yes, he would never have made a choice. He would.
So that's what I'm thinking, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right. He would have had to have both.
Well, I think that was his choice, though. I think he loved the fact of, like he said, even now, he wants to get married again. He loved the fact of having a family and a household for the look of it. That's what he loves. The look.
He don't want to get married. What he's saying is, I want control again. I want to control something again.
That's what I was going to say. Yes. And he can't control the side because she was only controllable when she was getting what she wants. Now he doesn't have what he used to give her. So he can't control her anymore either. So now he has to find someone new. Sheree's not going to be able to be controlled like that. So he's going to keep searching for that, what he had with Melody and the other people.
Well, he got it. It's Arion. So let's not get it confused. But Arion is not the top contender. Arion is the foundation to which he builds his self-esteem off of. But I'm getting way too deep. It's not about me.
Arion.
Yeah, I'm gonna go like it's not about my assessment. It's about y'all's. So he has.
I have a question for y'all. I have a question for y'all. Who do you guys think Melody is with now? Who do you guys think?
Answer that. Okay, let's go with Hannah. Hannah, who do you think? If you don't know, say I don't know. Give the first name that comes to mind.
You mean her new man?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I really don't know. I'm sorry.
All right. So we're gonna go by Grace Darling.
I don't want her to reveal it, so I'm not even trying to think about who it is. I want her to have that for herself. I don't
All
care.
right. Dee Dee Star.
I just want him to be a good man to her. I have no idea, but I want him to be good to her. That's
Okay.
her checkmate.
Yes.
Lady D Keys.
I'm not sure. I because he's not in the well, she say he's not in the industry. So
Don't believe her. You don't know. You don't know.
Right.
well, yeah, that's true. But if I had to pick somebody, and I know he ain't single, but I would love to see it happen, because I just think the world of him.
Mm-hmm.
It's Idris Elba.
Oh Lord. Oh.
No, he's married.
I know, but that's
No,
why I
ma'am.
said.
Yom
I
Teruah Cure. We're gonna rebuke that today.
No.
I think she needs someone with some intellectual stock.
Okay, I want to guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Waka Flocka.
Oh, who said that?
No, we gotta do
Okay, Queen Sheba, this is the second time you have
Second
said that
time.
I've
You
I
know
heard.
want it to
it.
be Waka Flocka.
I don't know why, but you know
No.
what? No, to
I
be
would be
honest though,
heartbroken. I would stop watching her show if that was.
Why? I like Waka
No.
Flocka.
Oh,
I do like him though. I really felt for
I
him.
think Waka Flocka could step up in there and be the man he was called to
You think
be.
you
What the
think so?
Waka Flocka be? Listen, what the Waka Flocka? And somebody else say stop playing, Queen Sheba. Hold on, Miss Sugar Mama says stop playing. Somebody, hold on, Miss Sugar Mama say he look dirty. No, I like Waka Flocka. Y'all, Waka Flocka could man up and be the man he needs to be for Melody Cherie.
no,
Y'all not feeling me on what? What about Stevie
no.
J?
Oh,
I'm just
definitely
kidding.
Nobody in the
No.
business.
Okay, Waka Flocka. I like Waka
Well, can I say
Flocka.
this
Stevie
though?
might be fun. He might
Well,
be fun.
yeah.
He might be good for 12 hours somewhere. But no, not
I
him.
don't know. I
But
like
Can
Waka
I
whoever
say
it is, they
Flocka.
got
this?
some money.
Well, let me say this. In this area, a lot of people don't realize this is an up and coming area, and there is a lot of money down here. They do have a lot of businessmen, a lot of entrepreneurs, and a lot of corporate because they have NASA. They have, it's the army base. I mean, it's a lot going on down here more than people think. It is small, but it's a
Mm-hmm.
tech town. It's not like Southern Alabama. It's a little different from that. So I think, I think she got someone that's, doing very well for himself
He
here.
better be strong. I don't want no little bitty heel hopper. I'm sorry.
No.
I know that's cute, but I don't want no Batman draws for
I
me.
didn't never, I never understood that pick I never understood that pick. That just wasn't.
Jean says,
Yeah.
I think it's Jay from No, I think it's Jay from Ready to Love in Houston because he has I hope it's not him. I hope it's not him, but I know who you're talking about. She says, I think it's Jay from Ready to Love in Houston because he has his own mortgage company. And she says he's not in the entertainment business. I hope it's not him because he was supposed to be dating that girl named Joy. Y'all remember Jay? I'm Ready to Love, and that girl named Joy, and her sister passed away, and she had to go. Do y'all remember that or no?
I didn't watch Houston. I
Okay.
got to go back and watch that one.
All right. So let's wrap up. Y'all, we did great. Chat, y'all are like number one stunners. So this is what I'm going to do. All of my mods that were in the chat tonight, don't be sending me your name because I can tell who was in the chat. I got the live chat replay. All my mods, I got dinner on you. I got dinner on me this weekend. I was going to give dinner away from one person. I'm going to give two people. It's going to be random. Okay. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. God bless you. I'm gonna take all of the super chats that you guys blessed me with, and I'm gonna give it back. I'm gonna pour it back. All right.
Thank you. You have a good night.
All right. So anything that any of you would like to leave us with, I want to pick one of you. Just say something. Give us a 5-second affirmation. 1 second affirmation. Nothing long, nothing, just something for us to rest our ears on tonight.
Stand up for what you believe in and love yourself first.
All right. Anybody else?
There's nothing that my holiness cannot do.
Say that again.
There's nothing that my holiness cannot do.
All right. Anybody else?
Love, peace, and joy.
Mine is to thine own self be true.
Yes.
And mine is God's mercies are new every morning. So have a happy night, a great night, and be ready for mercies in the morning.
And with that being said, all of you, good night. In the chat, good night, Pacino Ruse. Good night, Tanja. Good night, Dara Long. Good night, Linda Gamble. Good night, Reasons and Why. Good night, all of you. God bless you.
Good
To
night.
all of my moderators, all of my members, to all of the people that were kind enough to join. God bless you. And when you wake up tomorrow, wake up with a new attitude. All right?
Amen.
Jump out of bed, have a cup of coffee. God bless you all.
God bless.
All right. Good night.